Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. Play the famous anime scene, start the first chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Play the famous anime scene and start the game with Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Super Cannibal Rabbit. Chu Xing obtained the Zhutian Comprehensive Manga System. As long as the video is edited and released, all characters in the anime world can be forced to watch it. Dragon Ball, Naruto, Digimon, Full-Time Hunter, Fairy Tail, and even those in the pure love anime world. The higher the shock value of the audience, the more rewards they get. So, inventory of the top 10 shocking battle scenes of the powerhouses in the heavens. No. 10 Ichigo Kurosaki, the bull's head form, the agent of death, versus Ulquiorra, the fourth blade of the Palace of the Night, second stage returning blade. No. 9 One Piece Fanatic Action, the successor of Straw Hat Luffy versus Demon Douglas Barrett. No. 8 Collapsing Jade Blue Ren versus Yu Ichigo. No. 7 One Punch Man, Hero Association C-Class Hero Saitama vs. Universe Overlord Boros. No. 6 Dragon Ball, Majin Buu. 01 All Heavens Comprehensive Manga System. What is this place? In the emptiness and dim starry sky, a black-haired boy opened his eyes and looked around suspiciously. If I remember correctly, I should have been editing an anime battle video just now to guide the battle. Why did I travel through it inexplicably? The surrounding environment is empty, as if floating in the starry sky. No food, no water, no life, nothing to do but think. Could it be that this is my retribution for maliciously starting wars online every day? Chu Xing Bengdu lived, he just relied on attracting some eyeballs, and did not make a profit from it, and God would not punish himself like this. Alas, sure enough, the marketing account is not good to die. Chu Xing swears that if there is another life, he will definitely not fight again. Suddenly, a strange voice resounded in his mind. Zhutian Comprehensive Manga System has been bound. Host, Chu Xing. Zhutian Comprehensive Manga System, which can connect to the dimensional world so that all characters in the anime are forced to see the animation clips edited by the host. After the host publishes the video, the more shock value you get, the higher the reward level you get. Novice task, publish the first video, reward bronze level anime treasure chest. Goldfinger is here. After hearing this, Chu Xing's originally desperate heart instantly became active. It turns out that this is not some kind of punishment from God, but a benefit from time travel. Having said that, this system simply couldn't be more in line with his own bad tastes. Although he vowed not to fight again in the next life, isn't this life not over yet? Moreover, the effect of this system is really outrageous. It can force all characters in the animation world of Zhutian to watch it. How many people must be watching their videos now? I am afraid there are more than trillions. The highest video playback volume before Chu Xing was only a few million. It was the first time he had experienced such a big battle, and his heart to lead the battle was burning. Not much to say, he was almost ready, and he immediately retrieved the animation from the system and started editing. The reward is linked to the shock value, so Chu Xing naturally won't mess around, but used his life's seriousness and energy. After half a day, Chu Xing's first video production is complete. The cover of the video is a handsome blonde man in a black robe with a rebellious expression and a huge dull knife on his back. Ichigo Kurosaki in the world of death, Chu Xing intercepted his battle with Ulquiorra in the 10 Blades. Kurosaki Ichigo's bull-headed form versus Xiao Wu's second stage return blade is definitely one of the most exciting scenes in the animation industry. Due to the special editing effect of the system, this is completely different from all the videos in reality. It will present a 360-degree projection real scene simulation in other people's minds, and you can feel the shock and gorgeousness of the picture more clearly. Chu Xing thought for a while and took a title that made most people extremely uncomfortable. Inventory of the shocking battle scenes of the 10 strongest in the heavens. Whether the combat power of the characters in the video can be included in the 10 has nothing to do with Chu Xing. It can make the audience look cool, argue big, and shock is over. After confirming the video content again and adding some special effects subtitles, Chu Xing released the video through the system. The heavens and the world of pirates. The pirates of the Straw Hat Pirates were sailing on the ocean, and all the crew members on it were stunned for a moment. Straw Hat Luffy stopped while swallowing the meat and looked at the other crew members with a confused expression. Has an image suddenly appeared in your mind? Inventory of the shocking battle scenes of the powerhouses of the heavens 10. Nami's voice was a little puzzled. Exactly. What's the situation? Do you have a picture in your mind? Could it be that some strange treasure was born? Anyway, since it's the powerhouse 10 of the heavens, I should be able to see the strength of Hawkeye, right? With his back against the railing, the green algae head Soren's expression was a little dignified and expectant. In his opinion, Hawkeye is the #1 swordsman in the world, and it is a matter of course that he will be included in the top 10. At this moment, not only the Straw Hat Pirates, the Navy headquarters, the Revolutionary Army, the 4 Emperors, the Shichibukai, and the Tianlong people are all paying attention to the information in their minds. After all kinds of confirmation, it was discovered that it was not someone's prank, but some unknown mysterious power, and everyone slowly accepted this fact. It's interesting. I don't know where I am in this list. In the 100 Beast Pirates, the 4 Emperor Kato poured a jug of wine into his mouth very proudly. This is troublesome. If the public is informed of the world's top combat power, there is a high probability that it will cause panic. Navy headquarters, Sengoku and Garp looked worried. Who dares to play tricks in Leotsu's mind? Immediately send the Navy commander to deal with it. In the Holy Land Mary Joa, there is a Tianlong person who is incompetent and furious. However, not only the pirate world, but all characters in the anime world received this video. Dragon Ball, Naruto, Digimon, Full-Time Hunter, Fairy Tail, and even those in the pure love anime world. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and the world became a mess. Some people panic, others look forward to it. At the same time, in the world of Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was in class at school, immediately became the focus of the whole class, and all the students looked at him in disbelief. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo has become an agent of death, but it is far from being as powerful as the latter part of the plot. Kurosaki-san, so powerful. Sitting on the other side of the class, Inu Orion looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in shock. She had just experienced the corpse and soul world and rescued Rukia Kuchiki. Of course she knew how powerful Kurosaki Ichigo's swastika was. However, compared to the captains of Gotti's 13th Division, they looked a little immature. Could it be that with Kurosaki-san's current strength, he can now be ranked 10th in this world? Damn, who is playing tricks? Kurosaki Ichigo looked annoyed, looked down at his phone that had been blown up, and already understood how serious the situation was. This is not a tricky prank, because not only their class, but also the corpse and soul world, has seen their majestic cover, which can be called a desperate social death. Just under the spotlight, the video started playing. 02, Kurosaki Ichigo vs Ulquiorra. Inventory of the shocking battle scenes of the 10 strongest in the heavens. Oh, it turned out to be that yellow-haired boy. The world of the god of death in the palace of virtual night. Aizen, who was sitting on the throne, smiled sideways with interest, but did not expect that inconspicuous boy to be included in the top 10. In this way, about half of the subsequent lists will be characters from your own side, right? Although it may reveal some of its strength, it is also very good to let the Soul Society feel the fear in advance. I just don't know who made this video, and even I can't resist the forced playback in my head. The next second, the screen starts to play. Boom! The earth shakes, the sky collapses, and the opening is a lightning strike. Located at a high altitude in an unknown area, the Ryatsu, carried by the two figures moving at high speed, crushed the surrounding terrain and at the same time brought an unparalleled sense of terrifying oppression to countless audiences. One of the stranger figures was wearing a white standard robe, half of his head was armored with horns, and his skin was pale like a ghost. The other black-robed blonde figure is somewhat similar to the previous cover, but with a red and white mask on his face. I saw two figures madly wielding knives and fighting each other at a speed that the human eye couldn't see at all, and thousands of sparks of knives collided in an instant. Well, that's Ulquiorra. In the Xuye Palace, seeing the white figures on both sides of the battle, Aizen's expression was stunned for a moment, and then she showed a rather satisfied expression. In terms of spiritual pressure, Ulquiorra ranks fourth among his 10 blades, which means that the first 3 are definitely on the list. However, when is this video? This blonde boy has this level of Ryatsu. Is this a picture of the future? Among the 10 blades, Ulquiorra was expressionless, as if the video had nothing to do with him. The 3 blades in front were secretly proud, while the 5th blade Saint Crying Mantis and the 6th blade Leopard King were all dissatisfied. Play the famous anime scene, start the 2nd chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. They don't think this zombie-like 4-blade will be stronger than themselves. Just wait, when the video is broadcast later, they can show their true strength, and then they will be promoted by Aizen-sama. At this moment, not only the Xuye Palace, but also the 13th division of the Guardian of the Soul Realm was also shocked. What the hell is this, that human kid? How is it possible? When did he have such strength? Hitsugeya Toshiro and Zaraji Kenpachi couldn't help exclaiming, and even Tochiki Hayukaya's dead face, that had remained unchanged for thousands of years, showed huge fluctuations. With a terrifying Ryatsu that erupted from the video, almost no captain dared to say that he could win. Ichigo Kurosaki, when did he grow to this level? Is that mask a virtual power? Is that me? Not to mention other people, even Kurosaki Ichigo himself was stunned. When he defeated Tochiki Hayukaya, he realized some mysterious power in his body. But it is completely different from the form in the picture. What is it? Although he has died, the absolute power shown in the video can't help but give him a strong longing in his heart. Is this a future scene? Am I going to be that strong in the future? Boom. However, the wonderful collision did not last long, and Ichigo Kurosaki in the video was directly slashed by Ulquiorra with a knife. I saw him rolling in the air for a few laps in an extremely embarrassing manner, and before he had time to adjust, he was splashed by the blood of the flashing knife light and fell to the ground ruthlessly. 2 pairs of black wings spread out, and Ulquiorra floated high in the sky, looking down like a god. No matter how shattered your looks and skills may be, the difference in strength is still worlds apart. In order to gain power, human beings or death gods, imitating the virtual is indeed a shortcut, but it is impossible to make you equal to the virtual by imitation. Ulquiorra said as he walked down the void. A huge sense of oppression hit the face, and some of the viewers who watched the video couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this time, Naruto, who was still a child in Naruto world, screamed with excitement. What's the situation? Can that person walk in the sky? What the hell are Shinigami and Q, a power that we ninjas don't know about? Sasuke frowned secretly. The sense of oppression that the black-winged humanoid brought him was even stronger than that of his big brother that night. The power displayed by Ulquiorra made even shadow-level powerhouses feel terror. The major shadow villages became vigilant one after another. I didn't expect that in addition to the tailed beast, there were such powerful monsters hidden in the world. That, it should be the moon step of the Navy move, right? However, are there still such powerful figures in the Navy? The audience of Pirate World is equally confused. When was there such a character in the Navy? Are those black wings some kind of devil fruit ability? Death and zoo are things they have never heard of. Although it is a bit unbelievable, many people have realized the truth, and this picture may not come from their world. In the next second, all the discussions of the anime dimension came to an abrupt end, because the pictures in the entire video began to vibrate violently. I saw Ichigo Kurosaki's body gradually attaching a layer of thick black airflow, and he suddenly burst out with an incomparably huge spiritual pressure. Crescent moon sky rushes. Boom. At the same time, combining the power of the god of death and the virtual, the huge and evil black crescent moon poured out from the moon, and it exploded on Ulquiorra's body like a nuclear bomb. The unparalleled energy makes all the human beings in the lone martial arts world dumbfounded, and even the group, with a stronger worldview, has a solemn expression. Even Kurosaki Ichigo himself, who is currently at school, was stunned. Black Crescent. 03. The second stage of the Black Wind Demon returns to the blade. In the picture, the Black Crescent that shattered the sky shocked all the powerhouses in the pirate world. No one would have thought that this masked boy who had been beaten all the way could suddenly burst out with such a powerful and evil power. A powerful move that can smash a mountain in one fell swoop, making the faces of all shadow-level powerhouses solemn. In Naruto world, it is like a tailed beast cannon-level attack. I don't know which guy is stronger, this guy or Akish-sama. In Konoha village, Naruto felt a little hot. If he can learn this move, wouldn't he be able to easily suppress Sasuke, who is so pretentious? Sasuke Uchiha's mood is also ups and downs, obviously comparing the combat power in the picture with his big brother. If you have this kind of strength, you can go to the big brother for revenge. In the world of One Punch Man, everyone in the Hero Association who is holding an S-level meeting for this video is pale. With such a terrifying power, it must be impossible for even an S-class hero to stop it, right? They have never seen such a terrifying monster before. If they really want to be rated, only the unprecedented God level can match it. The appearance of God-level monsters represents the crisis of the destruction of the Earth. Countless heroes said they were frightened, only Xiao Tornado, who was ranked second, snorted in disdain. I wonder if the teacher can defeat the opponent. Genos fought silently in the heart of the S-class hero devil, transforming people who also participated in the hero meeting. After all, so far, he has not seen the limit of the teacher. No matter how powerful a monster is, he will be slapped to death by Satana Sensei. Meanwhile, the world of death. Kurosaki Ichigo himself can be said to be dumbfounded. Will he really become so strong in the future? At his current level, let alone seeing the movements, I'm afraid he can't even stand in front of the opponent. However, before the surprise was long, the expressions of countless audiences became astonished again. I saw that as the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, a tall and handsome figure came out, and the whole body exuded malicious malice. Ulquiorra, unscathed. How is it possible that even the clothes are not damaged after the attack like that just now? Is this still a human being? However, looking at that demon-like image, he really doesn't seem to be human. Ah, what a monster! A form that I have never seen before. It should be a person with the ability of a magical beast devil fruit. Such a strong person should join our beast pirates. Seeing this, in the world of pirates, the four emperors Kato burst into laughter. At this moment, many of the world's top powerhouses are commenting on the screen, and they are not despairing because of the strength they show. The 10 blades in the Xuye Palace also disagreed, but felt that Ulquiorra's opponent was too weak, so he pretended to be there. The next video should be me, right? Or maybe it's 8. The blonde woman who ranked third among the 10 blades, the Queen Shark, was secretly looking forward to it. So far, she has not shown her full strength. If Aizen-sama saw it, he would definitely appreciate him. The battle in the next screen is one-sided. Ulquiorra can slash Kurosaki Ichigo for dozens of kilometers with a single knife. In the area of Aizen's Void Palace, the world is turned upside down, and the mountains and rivers are shattered. After all, Ichigo Kurosaki was just a human being, and he was exhausted all the way to save Orochimaru as he rushed across the Palace of the Night. Having defeated countless powerful, numbered broken faces, and even the six-blade leopard King Grimjo, he is now on the verge of reaching his limit. Gradually, Ichigo Kurosaki's mask shattered, the corners of his clothes were torn, and his body was covered in bruises. Only the knife, in his hand, refused to put it down. His perseverance moved the audience in countless dimensions, their hearts throbbed, and they couldn't bear to watch it again. However, the gap in combat power is simply too great, to the extent that belief and tenacity alone cannot make up for it. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates clenched his fists tightly, eager to rush in to fight for the blonde boy, although he couldn't beat him 100%. Finally, as the battle drew to a close, Ulquiorra lifted the weak Kurosaki Ichigo with one hand. Still refused to give up? You have already seen the world's difference in power. Are you still thinking of defeating me? I'm going to knock you down, Ulquiorra. Kurosaki Ichigo was almost out of strength to speak, but he still held the Zanpakuto in his hand tightly and refused to let it go. What's the matter, feeling that something is not right? At this time, countless powerhouses in the anime world felt doubts. With such a huge disparity in strength, this Ulquiorra seems to be trying to prove something rather than life and death. Showing off his strength, proving that he is stronger than the other party. Do you want the other party to give up on his own initiative? Obviously already won, what's the point of doing this? Sure enough, Ulquiorra, who had never shown his mood swings, was easily provoked, and he threw Kurosaki Ichigo to the ground with a flick of his hand. What a joke, Ichigo Kurosaki, it looks like you haven't witnessed despair at all. Let's show you what a truly desperate person should say. Boom. Play the famous anime scene, start the third chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. In the next second, a black-green airflow surrounded the sky, and a huge spiritual pressure covered the sky. The huge energy that erupted from Ulquiorra made everyone tremble, and Kurosaki Ichigo in the picture was completely dumbfounded. In a short while, the Black Ocean, transformed into spiritual pressure, wrapped the entire Xuye Palace. At this moment, Ulquiorra's new form in the picture shook the entire dimensional world. The top of the head grows sharp devil horns, the body, covered with black and white fluff, is like a demon, and there is a huge hole in the chest, which is beyond human understanding. Black Wind Demon, second stage returning blade. 04, shock all dimensional worlds. Black Wind Demon, second stage returning blade. Among the 10 blades, only I can achieve the second stage of liberation, a gesture that even Aizen-sama has never seen before. Boom. At this moment, Aizen stood up directly from the throne of Xuye Palace and looked at Ulquiorra in disbelief. Ichimaru Jin, Tazuneo, and the other 10 blades all looked at Ulquiorra's figure with shocking expressions. Second paragraph returning to the blade. What is this situation? I have never heard of it. This kind of spiritual pressure as deep as the sea, let alone the first 3 blades and the captain of the God of Death, even approached the ruler of the Xuye Palace, Aizen. Ulquiorra remained expressionless, but sighed helplessly in his heart. I didn't expect that my true power would be exposed by a video from the future. Ulquiorra, from now on, you will be the first of the 10 blades. After pondering for a long time, Aizen said with relief. This order made everyone present in disbelief. They originally thought that Aizen would attack Ulquiorra, who was clumsy, but instead they promoted him. In fact, Aizen did feel a strong threat from Ulquiorra. But through this video, he could see that what Ulquiorra was after was not status, but a more ethereal spiritual level. Yes, Aizen-sama. Xiao Wu, whose real strength was exposed, responded indifferently, but there was still no emotional fluctuation. The other 10 blade colleagues looked at him as if they were looking at monsters, and Stark, who was the original first blade, had no objection. The spiritual pressure after Xiao's second stage return to the blade is already a brand new dimension. At the same time, this scene was a bolt from the blue for the captains of the 13th Division of the Guardian of the Soul Society. In the picture, this monster actually calls Aizen an adult. In such a short time, has Aizen conquered such a powerful subordinate in the virtual circle? The second stage of returning to the blade is unheard of. Captain, what should I do? In the conference hall, where the captains gathered, Hitsuge Taushiro frowned tightly and looked at the old man sitting at the top. The captain of the first team, Shizuku Yamamoto Matoyanaji, had a serious expression and said nothing. Even the invincible 1,000-year-old monster in the Soul realm felt a faint threat from the picture. If only Aizen could be killed sooner. At this moment, Ulquiorra's overwhelming power, displayed on the screen, shocked countless powerhouses in all anime dimensions. The four emperors of the pirates, the Akijakatsuki organization, the Phantom Brigade, the Black Man's Tower, the Zodiac, the Fairy Tail 10, the Hero Association, and the Tanjil family all fell into a huge shock. Looking at the countless dimension worlds, almost no strong man dared to say that he could 100% defeat Ulquiorra in this form. In the Dragon Ball world, Goku, who is training with K-Wang, is full of fighting spirit. I don't know which planet this is a strong man from. After he defeats the two Saiyans who will come to the Earth in a few months, he will go to each other to learn from each other. Black Wind Demon, second stage returning blade. The gesture shown by Ulquiorra has crushed the imagination of many creatures in the low martial arts world. Severing mountains and rivers with one sword, smashing the world with one sword, the air pressure aftermath can blow countless creatures away. Under everyone's attention, Ulquiorra's tail body turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Swish! In the picture, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't even have any response from his pupils, and his body was smashed and flew out of the air. He was covered in blood, just smashed into a tower, and was driven to the ground again by the flickering black shadow, spitting out a lot of blood. It's so fast, I can't see clearly at all. Seeing the scene on the screen, Ichigo Kurosaki in the present world was sweating profusely, and the gap between himself and the opponent in the future was so huge. Not only is he unable to capture it now, but through the close-up of the still pupils, it can be seen that even the future self is not an opponent at all. Is Kurosaki-san going to fight that monster in the future? As Kurosaki Ichigo's future wife, Inuorin, is looking at the picture in the video worriedly. Such a powerful enemy is too dangerous. Why, at that time, was not by his side? 05, Bullhead. The world of pirates, the territory of the four emperors. At this moment, the entire group of the white-haired pirates is also admiring the battle in the picture with bated breath. I didn't expect that there are such masters in the world. I don't know which one is stronger than the Whitebeard at his peak. Although the two guys in the video are outrageously strong, they are far from the level that can crush the four emperors, so their mood cannot be said to be solemn. At this moment, Whitebeard, who was immersed in joy, suddenly frowned in confusion. Wait, it's a little weird. What's the matter, Daddy? Asked Margot the Phoenix. The strength of these two people is not the same level at all. Can this be called a shocking battle? Whitebeard pondered for a while and asked what he was puzzled about. The Black Wind Demon had already crushed his opponent before he evolved, and after using the second stage returned to the blade, the breath of the two sides was even more like the difference between clouds and mud. It's like Whitebeard slaughtered a bunch of soldiers with a shock through himself. Instead of playing such a one-sided slaughter scene, it is more reasonable to show the battle of evenly matched powerhouses, right? Could it be that the blonde boy still has any whole cards that he hasn't used? In the picture, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was suppressed in all directions, has completely lost his combat effectiveness, and Ulquiorra was lifted up by Ulquiorra with his demon tail. You humans, it is because you have a heart that you will be hurt. It is because of the heart that I die. At this time, the atmosphere of terror and oppression has accumulated to the peak, and even many weak people with fragile hearts can no longer bear to watch. The strength of this black demon is so terrifying that boy will definitely be killed. At this moment, a beautiful blonde woman and a man with eyes suddenly appeared in the picture. Those are Kurosaki Ichigo's companions, Inuorin and Shiryu. Great, we arrived successfully. In the present world, Ichigo Yuan and others watching the video were all pleasantly surprised. Since it is a future scene, they should also become stronger, to the extent that they can fight side by side with Kurosaki Ichigo. Now that they have arrived, they can successfully rescue Kurosaki-san. However, the cruel truth is completely different from what they imagined. Kurosaki-san finally arrived at the battlefield. Ulquiorra looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was dying, unable to restrain the trembling of his whole body. She believed in Ichigo Kurosaki, and she believed that Kurosaki-san would definitely win. There would be no problem, and she would definitely win. Because he was convinced of this, he looked away. But she could never have imagined that just by looking away for a while, the situation would turn into this. Kurosaki-san lost. At the same time, Ulquiorra also noticed the 2 extra breaths here. He turned his head sideways and glanced at Orochimaru meaningfully. Are you here? Woman. It's just right. Open your eyes to me, the man you put your hope in, the moment of death. Stop it. Amidst Orochimaru's hysterical screams, Ichigo Kurosaki's chest was pierced by the faint green flicker condensed from his fingertips. At this moment, Ulquiorra, Ichigo Yuan, Shadow Teiyu, Tsuchikiruki and others all fell into a sluggishness. Immediately afterwards, the screen fell into a brief black screen, and the countless dimensional world was silent. Is it over? That man dead? Why does it seem like a war caused by robbing women? It doesn't feel like it's going to end so easily. That man has always insisted on his art, and he didn't give up even when he encountered such a powerful enemy. After slowing down, various anime worlds were discussing this battle, and Azun in the Xuye Palace showed a satisfied look. Ulquiorra's strength was beyond his imagination, so the captains who were still a little dreadful didn't have to worry too much. With the exception of the chief captain, Yamamoto Motorise, there is absolutely no captain who would be Zaiyo's second-hand opponent. And after this scene, Ulquiorra's reaction seemed to be much more excited than Kurosaki Ichigo herself. She was lying on the table and sobbing. Play the famous anime scene, start the 4th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Kurosaki-san, he will die. I will never believe it. Don't get excited about Inu. Look, I haven't had an accident now, have I? Kurosaki Ichigo reluctantly comforted, and Ichigo Yuan and Shadow Teiyu also came to persuade him. The whole world was shaken by this video, but Ichigo Kurosaki's mood became more and more determined. Now that he knows the future situation, he absolutely must avoid this ending. Before that scene happened, I had to become stronger than myself at that time. However, after a brief shady scene, a new picture emerged. The man with glasses who looks like a dragon, Yoshida, is being beaten by Ulquiorra's playful tricks. The blonde woman knelt in front of Kurosaki Ichigo's body and burst into tears, looking completely overwhelmed and collapsed. What should I do? I don't know what to do anymore. What should I do, Kurosaki-san? I can't figure it out anymore, Kurosaki-san. Save me, Kurosaki-san. Boom. As if hearing a woman's call, the dead Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a powerful spiritual pressure burst out. Under everyone's unbelievable gaze, the man stood up in a new form. This situation, the new form, shocked the entire animation dimension. Ask for flowers for valuation tickets. Ask for flowers for valuation tickets. Ask for flowers for valuation tickets. 06, Instinct. The world of death, the palace of void nights. Is it finally over? After Kurosaki Ichigo's chest was penetrated by the virtual flash, the screen fell into a brief black screen, and the 6th Saber King Grimjo couldn't help sighing with lingering fears. Although they didn't want to admit it, Ulquiorra's second stage return was beyond their comprehension. Grimjo, who had provoked the opponent many times before, was not only guilty at this moment, but also believed that the former three blades felt the same. The Ulquiorra in the video made them feel like a bottomless abyss, like a demon from hell. Not only the members of the 10 Blades, but also Aizen was shocked by that terrifying Ryatsu. The trump card was exposed, and Ulquiorra still had a flat expression which made the nearby Dakshu feel a little scalp numb. However, at this moment, the screen started to play again. After his chest was pierced by Ulquiorra's black void lightning, Kurosaki Ichigo's consciousness fell into endless darkness. His body seemed to have fallen into the deep sea, and in the process of sinking, he could vaguely hear a woman's call. "Help me, Kurosaki-san!" That's the voice of Inu. "Inu is calling me, I can hear you. Stand up, stand up. Stand up. I want to protect them." Kurosaki Ichigo's heart was roaring wildly, but his consciousness was gradually swallowed by deeper darkness and malice. The hole in his chest, the virtual awakening, caused some unknown changes in his body. Boom! In the next second, the spiritual pressure erupted and the space was distorted. In an instant, a shocking and powerful wave instantly swept the entire Void Night Palace, and the blood-red airflow shook the entire Void Circle shaky. Under the unbelievable expressions of countless audiences, the blonde boy stood up again, but his image had already changed beyond recognition. He had a large hole in his chest the same size as Ulquiorra's, a pale horny skin, covering his body, and a head in the shape of an odd bull's head. The incomparably violent blood-colored spiritual pressure rose into the sky, which was even more violent than the aura emanating from Ulquiorra. At the same time, an evil background voice suddenly sounded in Kurosaki Ichigo's mind, causing all the audience to feel their scalps numb and blood gushing out. "What is the difference between a king and a mount? I'm not asking you a childish guessing game like man and horse, 2 feet and 4 feet. If there are 2 identical existences regardless of posture, ability, and strength, I want to ask you, the one who becomes the king dominates the war, and the remaining one becomes a mount to increase the combat power. Where is the difference between the 2? There is only one answer. It's instinct. Roar! In the next second, under the angry roar of Naruto, the entire virtual circle began to collapse, and the weaker virtuals were directly destroyed by madness. At this moment, almost all the powerhouses in the anime world were shocked by the Ryatsu displayed by this existence. Ichigo Kurosaki, bullhead form. Okay, it's amazing, I'm going to burn. Fairy Tale World, Fairy Tale Magic Guild. After seeing this scene, Fire Dragon Natsu was shivering with excitement, and his scalp was numb. Yes, it's instinct. Not only are evenly matched 2 sides, but the instinct to fight can even enable the weaker to overcome the stronger. Natsu knew clearly that what happened next would be rational, inhuman, unable to communicate with words, just the instinct of 2 monsters fighting each other. At this moment, as the spiritual pressure of the collision between the 2 sides continued to increase, Zenyu, which had fallen before, also automatically flew back to Naruto Ichigo's hand, and then he waved back lightly. As the knife light poured out, a mountain in the virtual circle was directly torn by the knife power, and a large area of the ground shattered into dust. Inu Orihim and Shigyuan were swept away in an instant, and the 2 oil bottles struggled to maintain their shape in the gale, their hair disheveled and embarrassed. The aftermath flew in disorder, and the sky collapsed. The aftermath of a sword swing alone can blow up a town, an unimaginable force for many worlds. Seeing this natural disaster picture, the eyes of many strong people are about to stare out. What the hell was going on? How did that man suddenly come back to life? And the combat power has skyrocketed at an incredible speed. This power and this swordsmanship. In the world of pirates, as one of the 7 seas under the king, Mihawk's expression gradually became solemn. After witnessing this sword with his own eyes as the world's largest swordsman, he actually lost the confidence to defeat the opponent. Moreover, the swords used by both sides of the battle are extremely special, and they seem to be sharper than the black swords that are ranked among the 12 masters of the Supreme Sword. When the god of death appeared, Ulquiorra had stopped crying and stared blankly at the domineering and reliable figure in the picture. Kurosaki Ichigo himself was even more confused. Is this monster really violent, chaotic, disorderly, crazy? At this moment, the Ryatsu emanating from the bull's head full of various negative emotions made his whole body tremble. The battle entered the final stage, and the Ryatsu of Minotaur Ichigo and Ulquiorra collided wildly, causing a violently distorted sense of oppression in the nearby air. How far will this shocking battle develop? 07 Absolute Violence. Video ends. The battle entered the final stage, and the Ryatsu of Minotaur Ichigo and Ulquiorra collided wildly, causing a violently distorted sense of oppression in the nearby air. Not only the world of death, but also the powerhouses of other n-dimensional worlds held their breaths and looked forward to the follow-up of the battle. I saw that by compressing the Ryatsu, Ulquiorra's horns condensed an extremely terrifying green phantom. The bull's head Ichigo also roared and learned the other's movements, and a red virtual flash condensed on the bull's horn. The next moment, the virtual flashes on both sides were launched at the same time. Boom! Under the jaw-dropping gaze of everyone, the impact of the two light balls collided directly, leveling the entire Xuye Palace, raising thousands of miles of dust. What a powerful impact! It is several times more terrifying than the tailed beast Jade. In the Naruto world, all shadow-level powerhouses who have seen the power of tailed beasts have a very solemn expression. Even the tailed beasts hidden in the body of each person's pillars were drenched in cold sweat when they saw this picture. Obviously they are only human bodies. Why are there such terrifying powers in their bodies? Who are you? Answer me. After a long delay in getting a response, Ulquiorra also realized something strange. Play the famous anime scene, start the 5th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. This guy is probably not Kurosaki Ichigo anymore. This power does not belong to him, but a brand new product. Feeling the oppression of the powerful Ryatsu constantly coming from the opponent, Ulquiorra bent over the corner suddenly, preparing to condense an extremely powerful virtual flash again. The next second, the space is torn apart. With the sound of the strange sonic boom, the arcs staggered, and Naruto Ichigo actually teleported directly behind Ulquiorra. Then, under the incredible gaze of countless audiences, Naruto just cut off the opponent's delicate black arm with a single knife. In the process of blood splashing, Ulquiorra's pupil instantly condensed into a small dot. It's not Shunpo, the god of death, but our virtual ringing. This guy is fake. After a moment of silence, this gorgeous scene comparable to teleportation suddenly detonated the entire dimensional world. I can't capture it at all. What kind of action is that? It is faster than the 4th generation of Flying Thunder God. In the world of Naruto, Kakashi was slightly stunned. How is it possible? How can there be such a speed in the world? In the world of One Punch Man, Sonic screamed in disbelief. It's faster than our Navy's 6th style shave. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's brows were deeply twisted together, and Garp on the side was also frowning. They can barely catch this speed, but it may be a disaster for ordinary soldiers. Only 10 is so powerful. I don't know what terrifying masters will appear next. At that time, not only ordinary people, but even most of the Navy would be panicked. At the same time, this terrifying speed has become a point of discussion in almost all the anime world. So far, the oppression and fear brought by the liberation of the 2nd stage of the Black Wind Demon has completely disappeared and replaced by the absolute violent pleasure brought to the audience by Kurosaki Ichigo's bull-headed form. Watching the two sides collide with their knives at a speed that is countless times faster than the speed of sound, almost all the belligerents' hearts are boiling with enthusiasm, and they wish they would turn into a bull's head and beat the Black Wind Demon on the opposite side. Just passing by can smash mountains, just swinging a knife can smash the air. Dazzling, the sky is falling apart. It's so shocking, it's worthy of being a famous scene 10. In the world of pirates, Straw Hat Luffy is so addicted that his eyes are straight. It's a pity that with his current strength, he can't be included in it at all. Thinking of this, his mood became lost again. Not only Luffy, but other animorphs who claim to be kings, the passionate protagonists, who haven't grown up yet feel the same way. Thunder Gun! In the picture, the battle was approaching the end, and Ulquiorra also used the final move that he had hidden. He saw that the light gun that turned into a thunderbolt was thrown out by his arm, and the light of the meteor almost penetrated the body of the bull's head, with a slight difference, and after being missed, it landed on the periphery of the virtual circle dozens of kilometers away. Boom! In an instant, watching the green light rising into the sky, countless viewers fell into sluggishness. With this blow, the black desert area, with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, turned into nothingness, and the sky and the earth were smashed into pieces by the violent Ryatsu. Is this still human power? The pirate world, Sky Island, the self-proclaimed god of Thor and Lu, has been completely stunned. As a person with the ability of the Thunder Fruit, he claims to be a god and believes that there is no human being in this world that can fight against him. However, Ulquiorra's blow completely shattered his self-confidence, making him unable to have the slightest idea of confronting the opponent. Countless audiences were stunned, and even many modern audiences who purely love the world of animation couldn't help but kneel and bow 3 times and 9 times. Horrible. The terrifying scope of this shock, even if a nuclear bomb is dropped into it, will it not be able to set off any waves? Unbelievable shocking emotions spread in the hearts of all the audience. After a while, something even more outrageous happened. Ulquiorra swung it casually and once again condensed a thunder spear. What the hell, can he use this move infinitely? In the Soul World, in the meeting room of the Gotti 13 Division, Hitsugeya Toshiro, the captain, couldn't help screaming. How to deal with such an opponent? At this moment, despair and fear spread in the hearts of countless Reaper team members. Different from other characters in the anime world, they clearly know the person Kurosaki Ichigo, which means that Ulquiorra is the existence of their world. If the other party shoots a thunderous spear towards the Soul World, the entire Ryan Street and Sairidi will be wiped out. However, at the next moment, Naruto Ichigo directly told all the audience, with personal actions, what to do in the face of such an enemy. Swish! Before Ulquiorra's thunder spear could be fired, the Niu Tau teleported and appeared behind him again. The next moment, he pulled Ulquiorra's head with one hand and began to rampage, perfectly replicating what the other party did to him at first, and the roles were reversed. In the picture, the two figures went up into the sky at a speed that the human eye could not capture, smashed countless mountain ranges, and then slammed into the ground, and the entire virtual circle of the shock sank. The answer is violence. Crush everything with absolute violence. This is a visual feast of violence. Smoke and dust filled the air, and in the huge pothole, Naruto stepped on Ulquiorra's face, with a domineering and invincible gesture, lowered his head and roared frantically, and then a red virtual flash exploded at 0 distance. Boom! Of course, the battle is over. As the entire picture was annihilated by the red flames, a line of small words also appeared in the minds of the boiling blood. Shocking famous scene 10, Ichigo Kurosaki vs. Ulquiorra, the 4th plate of the Xuye Palace, 08. The second shocking scene, Straw Hat Luffy. Shocking famous scene 10, Ichigo Kurosaki vs. Ulquiorra, the 4th plate of the Xuye Palace. As the picture was annihilated by the red flames, the entire anime dimension fell into silence. After a short silence, there was a feeling of excitement and shock. This fight is so much fun! In the Soul Realm Sairidi, the leader of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, trembled with excitement. Similarly, Tochiki Ayukaya of the 6th Division and Hitsugeya Toshiro of the 10th Division were also unable to contain their emotions. That agent boy was still a little young when he made a big fuss in the Soul Society last time, and he didn't expect to become so terrifying in the near future. The leader of the 2nd Division, the cold and ruthless Broken D, also showed an extremely rare expression of surprise. Ichigo Kurosaki, is this the person who makes Yasama care so much? That guy Ichigo has become so powerful. Kuchiki Rukia touched her nose proudly. She couldn't wait to go to the world. I don't know what the hell this video is, but it was broadcast indiscriminately all over the world. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo can be regarded as a complete celebrity. That's exactly what happened, and the current Kurosaki Ichigo really had an extreme headache. Seeing the mobile phone communication, even his 2 sisters saw this video, and he really didn't know how to explain it. Kurosaki-san, you are now. Orihimanu seemed a little overwhelmed before she could react from the shock. Ichigo, please explain to your family when you get home. Shadute said awkwardly. Ugh. Kurosaki Ichigo rubbed his hair and sighed helplessly. I am afraid that the whole world will be in chaos, but through this video, he can be considered to know in advance what kind of terrifying enemy he will face in the future. It seems that preparations must be made in advance, at least not like in the video to die and then explode. The virtual circle, the virtual night palace. After the video ended, all 10 blades fell silent. Even such a terrifying 2nd stage return to the sword has lost. What kind of monster is that blonde boy? At this moment, Ulquiorra's heart is far less calm than his expression. Play the famous anime scene, start the 6th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. That's it. Did I lose? Am I going to lose to a human being who has a heart, a human who is full of flaws? Don't waver, Ulquiorra. Just when Ulquiorra was silent, Aizen suddenly snorted. He stood up from the throne, staring at Ulquiorra with a serious face, and a hint of relief gradually emerged. Although you lost to that kid in the future, don't forget, you are very strong. From now on, you are the first of the 10 blades. As my right-hand man, you will become stronger in the future. I believe it's your words that will definitely change the future and defeat that Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes, Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra replied calmly, but no one knew what he was thinking. The other 10 blades had no opinion on Ulquiorra's superior position. After all, the Ryatsu, generated by the 2nd rank return blade, was simply overwhelming terror to them. The promotion to the 1st blade is undisputed. At the same time, not only the world of death, but also other anime worlds are also talking about it, and the popularity is high. Whether it is the sense of despair and oppression brought by Ulquiorra, or the extreme violence brought about by Ichigo, they are shocks that most people have never seen before. Pirate World, Naruto World, One Punch Man World, Fairy Tail World, especially the worlds with high combat power, are the most intensely discussed. Many people compare these 2 mysterious powerhouses with the masters of their own world. Complete the novice task and reward the bronze anime treasure chest. Get 4370 shock value, which can be used to buy anime props. In the video production space, Chu Xing successfully completed the 1st task. A total of 4370 shock values were obtained, which is obtained by dividing the total shock value by the number of viewers. The shock value can be exchanged for many legendary items, but it is still a long way from rare items such as Zanpakuto or Devil Fruit, which can easily cost hundreds of thousands. Save the shock value first. Don't worry, for the time being, you can open the treasure chest first. After thinking for a while, Chu Xing opened the treasure chest with anticipation. Open the bronze anime treasure chest. Reward item, ringing sheets. Ringing, the advanced footwork of the world of death. As the light from the opening of the treasure chest poured into Chu Xing's mind, he learned this special skill in just a few breaths. Swish! After playing for a while in the video production space, Chu Xing, who was tired, started to make the next video. The video material for the 2nd shocking scene has also been selected. This time the cover is a black-haired boy wearing a straw hat and a red coat. I believe this video will set off a big earthquake in the whole pirate world. Shocking famous scene 9, One Piece frenzy action, Straw Hat Luffy vs. Ghost successor Douglas Barrett. 09, The shocking world of pirates. Pirate world. On the sea, with clear skies, a pirate ship with a Straw Hat logo is slowly driving. Ah, if only I could become this strong too! Lying on the boat port in high spirits, Straw Hat Luffy shouted a little unwillingly. It has been a day since the end of the shocking scene 10, but Luffy still can't restrain his inner passion. Through some intelligence information, they also knew that this video was broadcast all over the world. The battle scenes selected will be broadcast live all over the world, and both naval pirates and ordinary people can see it. How majestic it is! Although Luffy has just defeated Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, one of the King's 7 Seas. But he knew that he was still a long way from the mysterious powerhouse in the video, and it was far from enough to rank among them with his current strength. Next, you must practice harder. Not only Luffy, but Zoro, the green algae head on the side, was equally excited. He used to think Hawkeye Mihawk was the strongest swordsman in the world, but since seeing the terrifying battle between Kurosaki, Ichigo and Ulquiorra, he has a new understanding of the higher dimension of combat power. No. There are countless masters in this world, and sooner or later he will defeat all the powerful guys. Just when everyone's thoughts were different, a brand new picture suddenly appeared in their minds. Huh? What is it? Luffy, who was in doubt, couldn't react at all, and near the deck, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper and others looked at Luffy in disbelief almost at the same time. Usopp pointed at Luffy with trembling all over and let out a horrified scream. Naval Headquarters. Meanwhile, high-level meetings are being held on the Navy's site in response to the impact of that video. In the conference room, Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, the 3 generals Akainu, Kizaru, Ice Pheasant, and the Crane staff are all present. Several people's expressions were solemn, and even the usually laid-back Kizaru became a little serious. The speed shown by the 2 powerhouses in that video is comparable to him. The key is that the power of the move, called Thunder Spear, is too terrifying, and the sense of oppression of violence far surpasses him. If there is still such a strong person above the sea, then the situation does not allow him to joke. What do you think of the power of the Xuye Palace? Marshal Warring States asked first. It doesn't look like a pirate group, but it is definitely an organization independent of the world government. If they dare to appear in front of me, I will burn them all to ashes. Akainu Sakaski's usual fierce speech. Although the fighting strength of both sides in the video is extremely terrifying, Akainu is a fierce man who is not even afraid of Whitebeard in the top war, which is not enough to make him feel afraid. But you have also seen that the guy named Ulquiorra is only ranked 4th, and there is no stronger existence in front of him. Staff Crane said. And the panic of ordinary people is also a problem. After all, this is the first time many people have seen monsters of this level. This is indeed. Staff Officer Crane made several key points in a row, and everyone became helpless. I don't know who made this inventory video. When they think that there are several general-level powerhouses in this organization, they become sleepless. However, Garp, who was beside him, suddenly laughed heartlessly. Don't worry, this is only 10. There will definitely be a majestic scene of our Navy in the future, won't this appease the people? It's so scary, as expected of a hero of the Navy, it seems that he will definitely be on the list. Admiral Kizaru exclaimed in a strange tone. In fact, Kizaru still respects Garp in his heart, but because of the too slow tone, it is impossible to tell whether he is sincere or yin and yang, but everyone present is already familiar with it, so they don't care. That's not. Garp was still chatting leisurely with Kizaru, but his expression was suffocated, and his heart almost stopped. At the same time, the entire anime dimension once again received a new video notification. Shocking famous scene 9 is about to be released. The cover of the video is a young man wearing a straw hat, wearing a red coat with a flamboyant style, and there is a hideous X-mark scar on his chest. Although the appearance looks a bit simple, but it gives people a sense of domineering. Seeing the young man on the cover, Carp opened his mouth in disbelief. How could his grandson, Luffy, be included in this video? In the world of pirates, almost at the moment when the cover of the video was released, all the characters who knew Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, showed incredible expressions. Selected for shocking famous scene 9, is the Straw Hat even more powerful than the two guys before? 10. A bounty of 1.5 billion, the fifth emperor. It's Luffy. On the Straw Hat Pirates, at the moment when the cover of the video was released, Usopp first pointed at Luffy and screamed. Luffy turned out to be Luffy who was selected for shocking famous scene 9. Could it be the picture of him defeating Crocodile before? Although the 7 martial seas under the king are very powerful to ordinary people, they are nothing compared to the 2 mysterious masters who had hit the sky and the earth torn apart, right? What's the matter, is it really Luffy? Everyone's mouth is wide open, a little unbelievable. Even Luffy himself was very puzzled, not knowing why his own cover appeared. Just then, Nami found her blind spot. Hey, look, isn't this Luffy different from the one he is now? Looks more mature and reliable and has a scar on his chest. But the Straw Hats seem to be the same. What's going on? Does Luffy still have a brother? No, it's all me, no matter how you look at it. Luffy scratched his head speechlessly as he watched the crew chatting. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, this man looks exactly like Luffy and looks like him 2 or 3 years later. Wait, 2 or 3 years later, could this be the picture of the future? Suddenly realizing this, everyone on the boat looked at each other with shocking expressions. Whether it's true or not, just look at the back and you'll know. At the same time, the powerhouses of other anime dimensions also began to have heated discussions. Play the famous anime scene, start the chapter 7 of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. I'm not wearing the Grim Reaper's uniform, but I'm rank 9, is it better than that guy Ichigo Kurosaki? In the Xuye Palace, several 10 blades looked at each other in horror. The image of this guy doesn't seem to be very strong, at least it is far worse than the previous 2 guys. In the world of Hokage, the 3 generations of Hokage, from Konoha village, breathed a sigh of relief. So young, is he also a hero? In the One Punch Man world, the bald Saitama looked expectant. The 2 powerhouses in the last video have already faintly inspired his fighting spirit. I wonder if he can find his favorite opponent from these 9 shocking scenes. There were 10 shocking scenes before, so this second video was watched by almost the entire anime dimension. After all the attention, the video finally began to play. I saw that in an unknown underwater secret room, the walls were covered with wanted notices of various pirates. The flashing picture made all the pirates who showed up screamed. Rora no Zoro, 320 million Piri. Vinsmoke. Sanji, 330 million Piri. Little Thief Cat. Nami, 66 million Piri. The King of Sniping. Usopp, 200 million Piri. Almost all members of the Straw Hat Pirates are on camera, and there are several other extremely evil eras, Kid, Drake, Aku and others, all of which are 2 or 3 billion big pirates that are temporarily unimaginable at this stage. What the hell, 300 million bounties. Seeing this scene, almost all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were dumbfounded. You must know that the bounty of Luffy who just defeated Tsuchiguke is only 100 million, and the other crew members are tens of millions, but this is already a level that can be crazy for them to show off. However, what is the situation with the bounty on this video? How come even Usopp got a bounty of 200 million? Could it be that their strength in the future is simply not what they can understand now? Miss Nami in the future is so beautiful. Sanji's focus was completely on the other hand, watching the beautiful woman in the reward gushing from the nose. Damn, how come my bounty is 3rd? Zoro was a little unhappy because he didn't forcefully invade the territory of the 4th Emperor, so his bounty was not updated at that time. The pictures in the video crossed many pirates offering bounties along the way, and the exposed characters everywhere caused an uproar. After all, this is a bounty wanted order 2 or 3 years later, and there are even characters in it that have not yet gone to sea. Finally, the moving picture stopped on a man wearing a straw hat. At this moment, many people recognized the guy on the cover from this reward. Straw Hat Luffy, the protagonist of this video. On the surface, he looks cheerful and innocent, but he didn't expect to be selected for shocking famous Scene 9. How much is his bounty? Since the crew is 200 million to 300 million, then his bounty won't be 400 million to 500 million, right? Due to the paused screen, the eager and anticipating crowd did not see Luffy's bounty. At this time, the video was actually interspersed with several scenes that seemed to be memories. One of the King's 7 Wu Ace, Sand Crocodile, lay on the ground like a dead dog. Sky Island, Thoranlu, lost consciousness and fell into the sky in a state of embarrassment. The naval organization CP9, Roblucci, was dying in front of Straw Hat Luffy. One of the 7 Wu Ace under the King, Moonlight Moria. Go down one of the 7 seas, Doflamingo. As the opponents, defeated by Luffy, appeared one after another, the entire pirate world fell into silence. The first few masters can only be regarded as medium powerhouses and cannot affect the scale of this world, but it has become different since Doflamingo. Tayanesha, Doflamingo, this monster is not comparable to the previous guys. Straw Hat Luffy even beat him. At the end of the memory, an image that was quite unfamiliar to the newcomer, the tall man in red-haired leather, also fell to the ground. Charlotte Katakuri, under the banner of the 4 Emperor Ants, has a bounty of more than 1 billion berry. Then, the screen freezes on Luffy's bounty. At this moment, everyone was completely shocked. Straw Hat Luffy, the 5th Emperor of the New World, has a bounty of 1.5 billion berry. Pirate World into a sensation. 11. Supernova Gathering, Straw Hat Luffy 3 years later. One Piece World, Dressrosa. Tanesha, one of the 7 seas under the King, Doflamingo and his family members are entrenched here. After the shocking scene was broadcast, Doflamingo was still in the state of watching the play at first, talking and laughing about the pirates among the family members. However, when the image of his defeat appeared in Luffy's memories, the whole room fell into an eerie silence. The corners of Doflamingo's grinning mouth gradually closed, and a haze was attached to the entire face, exuding an extremely evil domineering. How is it possible that I would lose to that kid? Is my plan terminated by him? Seeing his embarrassed and ugly appearance in the picture, Doflamingo's wicked expression was completely distorted. As the most powerful one in the Kyuhei, his trading partner is Kano, the beast of the 4 Emperors. If he is defeated, the trading network with Kano of the 4 Emperors will also be broken. The consequences of this were simply unimaginable, and when Doflamingo thought about what would happen in the future, the anger in his eyes would burst out. He would never allow himself to be defeated by a nobody. The next second, the screen flashed, and Doflamingo's pupils contracted violently. Seeing Katakuri falling under Luffy's hands, Doflamingo's anger disappeared, replaced by absurd and unparalleled inconceivable. The strongest bloodline under the hands of the 4 Emperors, the Minister of Flour, one of the 3 desert generals, Charlotte Katakuri. How is it possible that this monster, with a bounty of more than 1 billion, has also lost? Brother Doflamingo, who deals with the 4 Emperors every day, knows exactly how terrifying this man is. This man who has tempered the domineering to the extreme is known as the highest masterpiece of the Ants family. Even when he encountered the Admiral of the Navy, he did not show the slightest trace of failure. It is conceivable that this scene will bring a trembling sensation to the pirate world. At the same time, the territory of the 4 Emperors has been completely bombed, and almost all members cannot imagine the defeat of Katakuri, nor can they admit it. Katakuri has been standing since birth, even sleeping, and has never used his bat on the ground, even when fighting a strong enemy. However, such a great man fell in front of a nobody. The shocking memory of the record gradually faded, and the picture was finally fixed on the bounty of Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy, the 5th Emperor of the New World, has a bounty of 1.5 billion berry. Wow! In the next second, the entire pirate world fell into a sensation. This 5 Emperors turned out to be the title set by the Navy himself. Does this mean that Luffy already has the level to challenge the 4 Emperors? 1.5 billion, this is 1.5 billion, you can buy several devil fruits. Yu's size popped out when he said this. Are those opponents that Luffy will defeat in the future just now? They all look amazing. Chopper's voice trembled a little. The 5th Emperor, maybe Luffy, can really become. Nami's figure swayed and swayed a few times, and the shock in her heart couldn't be further added. At this moment, not only the Straw Hat Pirates, but also the Navy and the pirates, who were once defeated by Luffy, almost all stared at the screen in a daze. Crocodile, Bucky the Clown, and Moonlight Moria, who had not been defeated for the time being, and Lu, the God of Thunder, Rob Lucci, and others also fell into silence. How far will this man who defeated their bounty of 1.5 billion grow in the future? With a broadcast of the shocking famous scene, the answer will soon be known. Interesting, to judge a powerful region by bounty? It doesn't seem to be any place I am familiar with looking at the clothes. In Naruto world, Madara Uchiha, who was hiding in the dark, stared at the screen with interest. It looks younger than me. Have you defeated so many strong people? In the fairy tale world, the fire dragon Natsu burst into flames with excitement. To dare to be so high profile, even more powerful than King Frieza, what planet's bastard is he? He has to destroy it quickly. In Dragon Ball world, members of the Unit team under the Cosmic Emperor Frieza expressed dissatisfaction. Just under the spotlight, the frenzy action kicked off. After 2 years of training, he came out of the mountain and defeated Doflamingo and Katakuri in a row. Luffy finally appeared on the screen in a new form. Immediately afterwards, not only Luffy, but also other pirate supernovas known as the Era of Evil also appeared one after another. The Magnetic Fruit Ability Person, Kid. The Straw Fruit Ability, Hawkins. Ancient Dragon Fruit, Drake. Music Fruit Ability, Aku. Including Luffy, all kinds of big pirates, with a bounty of over 100 million, were gathered together. I saw that they were standing in a broken island area, and their faces were extremely solemn at this time, as if they were facing a great enemy. In the picture, a tall man wearing a military uniform, like a devil, came towards him. The next second, the overwhelming sense of oppression made the expression of the entire animation dimension change dramatically, and the terrifying trembling sensation went straight to the sky and the spirit cover along the blood. In the face of this man's breath, as the protagonist of the first video, Ichigo Kurosaki, from the world of death, was also soaked in cold sweat. Play the famous anime scene, start the 8th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. The successor of the Ghost, Roger's crew, Douglas Barrett, is here. 12. Overlord Color Domineering Collision. Douglas Barrett, the former crew member of Roger One Piece, and the descendant of the devil who is as famous as Rayleigh. After the death of the pirate King Roger, he turned the sea upside down by himself, and was finally taken into the 6th floor of the Advanced City. At the moment of recognizing this man's identity, the entire pirate world fell into turmoil. Barrett, isn't this guy in prison? How did he get released? At the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku immediately roared in disbelief. I just got news from the Advanced City that Barrett is indeed still in custody, and there is no move to escape from prison. So this should be a picture of the future. As you can see from Straw Hat's bounty and experience, this timeline is probably a few years later. What happened to the future Advanced City isn't that the first prison that claims to be absolutely impossible to escape? For a while, all the navies were in a panic. In the face of Barrett, the pirate supernovas in the video also reacted the same way. This tall man in military uniform just stood there upright, and the sense of oppression he exuded almost crushed the sky. The next second, as the corners of Barrett's mouth slowly cracked open, the incomparably violent blue domineering spread from his body and instantly spread to the entire island. The sky was trembling, the earth was screaming, tens of thousands of pirates fainted, and only a few captains remained standing. Kid and others were sweating profusely, and their faces were extremely pale. What a terrifying overlord! Just like the Asura evil ghost, it is really amazing. All the supernovas were crushed and unable to move, but the Straw Hat Luffy had firm eyes and raised his head slightly. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Boom! In an instant, a fiery red domineering burst out. The fiery red airflow that erupted from Luffy was like a comet, and it collided with Barrett's ferocious and domineering aura, causing the entire island to vibrate violently. The red and blue collide with each other, and the collision between the domineering colors and the domineering colors makes the expressions of the nearby supernovas change greatly. After a few seconds, the colors in the air continued to burst, and finally the sound of bang turned into broken stars, which actually cancelled each other out. At the same time, this unparalleled shocking scene instantly detonated the entire dimensional world. What a strong spiritual pressure, no. This is not a spiritual pressure, but another power system. In the world of the god of death, in the Xuye Palace, Aizen's pupil slowly contracted. It's an incredible power. Can you stun creatures just with momentum? In the world of tutoring, the Ulquiorra family, Valen, chuckled with interest. Oh, it seems that an interesting guy has appeared. In the world of One Punch Man, the S-Class hero of the Hero Association, Zio Tornado, became excited after a long absence. As a weak human being, this level is not bad. In the Hunter world, the Ant King Meru aim admired. In the video, Barrett and Luffy's Overlord color collision almost detonated everyone's attention, and the entire anime dimension was eagerly waiting. It seems that this battle should be the home ground between this humanoid monster and the Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 1.5 billion. For the local pirate world, this situation is even more numb to the scalp. Overlord is domineering, that is the power that can only be touched by the talent of an overlord, and it is even more difficult to be able to use it freely. At this moment, not only the senior officers of the Navy headquarters, but also the 4 emperors of the New World felt the crisis. Straw Hat Luffy, this is the 5th emperor of the New World. On the sea, the people of the Straw Hat Pirates started to discuss it like crazy. Luffy in a few years will be too good. The 1.5 billion bounty is really not covered. Usopp's eyes almost popped out. Sanji, what kind of momentum is that? Nami, Barrett, that guy is Roger's former crew member. Even the generals can't do anything about him. Hey, will I be so good in the future? Luffy was stunned for a while, then smirked a little smugly. I don't know the power of this momentum. When did I master it? Navy headquarters. I don't know when. Cart has become sweaty and looked around a few times with a very guilty conscience. The warring states marshal and the 3 generals did not notice his strangeness and were still watching the video with full attention. Fortunately, no one knows that Luffy is his grandson yet, otherwise things will be big. That was Douglas Barrett, the monster that made him feel so intractable. How outrageous this stinky grandson will grow up in the future. At the same time, under the gaze of countless anime dimensions, Barrett grinned and looked around at the pirate supernovas in front of him, and slowly raised his fists larger than a human head. Shocking famous scene 9 is finally about to begin. 13. The supernovas who were crushed shocked the strength of the animation world. In the picture, Barrett's grinning figure is gradually approaching, and the heavy sense of oppression is constantly sweeping away, making all supernovae nervous to the extreme. Even the characters from other dimensions held their breaths unconsciously and didn't even dare to let out the atmosphere. Every step of the man in military uniform seemed to smash the ground. Finally, after taking another step, Barrett's figure disappeared. SHH. The next second, without warning, at a speed that no one could see clearly, Barrett punched Luffy directly into the ground. Luffy didn't know what move he used in the middle, and his entire arm turned into a pitch-black color like armor, but he was defeated without any resistance. Immediately afterwards, Kid and his crew, Kira, were also slammed into each other by Barrett after holding their heads one by one. A few other supernovas wanted to resist, but were instantly blown away by punches. Even a human who could turn into a dinosaur was slapped out by Barrett. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was swept away. On the way, the whole picture is a distorted afterimage. Except for the powerful lost characters in other dimensions, ordinary humans can't even see Barrett's movement at all. The residents of the pirate world were even more shocked. These big pirates, with a bounty of over 100 million, known as the supernovas of the extremely evil era, have no power to fight back in the hands of Barrett. Absolute flesh, overpowering everything. Okay, so scary is this guy a devil? Naruto's body trembled in the Naruto world. In his world, the strongest ninjas he has ever seen are Kakashi Sensei and Momoji no longer. However, the terrifying aura of Barrett's appearance overwhelmed everything, and he even began to wonder if Akish-sama was this guy's opponent. In other ninja villages, the shadow-level powerhouses all looked solemn, and Rikish, who was proud of his physical strength, frowned tightly. He could see that the opponent's fleshly body had been tempered to an extremely terrifying level, and he was no longer in the same dimension as himself. In the world of One Punch Man, the S-class heroes of the Hero Association all look like they are on the verge of an enemy. With just a single punch, he can knock a person flying for a few kilometers, and stomping his feet can smash an island. This strength is undoubtedly a dragon-level monster. However, as anyone could see, this monster was just having fun. Barrett, not serious at all. In the picture, the battle is becoming more and more intense, and after clearly recognizing the horror of the enemy, all the supernovas begin to go all out. Under the restraint of a huge scarecrow, Barrett finally revealed a weak flaw, and was immediately bitten by the dinosaur, incarnated by Drake half sideways. Then, under the joint bombardment of the wind Mungerji and the magnetic fruit Kira, his body began to fly out of the sky, but his grinning face remained unchanged. At this moment, a burning red giant shadow rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Rubber fire fist gun! Boom! I saw Straw Hat Luffy rushing all the way, with his huge fists, approached quickly and slammed into Barrett's abdomen. In the next second, the entire screen burst into flames, and a roaring sonic boom resounded throughout the island. The gas and dust were swept away frantically, and this strong, almost human-like monster was bombarded for several kilometers and crashed into the edge of the island. Seeing this scene, countless powerhouses of the low martial arts dimension were dumbfounded. What the hell, can human fists become so big and they still burst into flames? And the human beings in this world don't seem to be normal. Not only can they become dinosaurs and scarecrows, but they can also become huge fortresses. Pirate World, Straw Hat Pirates, all crew members were stunned by the strength that Luffy showed. The two were shocked, and both Usopp and Chopper's eyeballs were already staring out for several meters. Fight, did you win? Luffy, when did you learn this trick? Before Zoro's shocking question could fall, he stopped when he saw Luffy, who was stunned. Well, it is estimated that this guy himself does not know what happened. Luffy in this period knows nothing about second gear, third gear or domineering. However, will this battle be over so soon? Of course not. This is a shocking scene 9. Play the famous anime scene, start the 9th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. At this moment, Aizen, Valen, Madara Uchiha, Meru Ain, the bosses of various anime worlds, are all staring. Also as invincible powerhouses, they can feel that something exciting is coming. Sure enough, under the dignified gazes of countless powerhouses in the heavens, Barrett's monster-like tall figure came out of the ruins. After the military uniform was torn apart, his tempered and powerful body was also exposed. How is it possible that after being hit by the punch just now, he was completely unscathed? This devil-like man kept grinning, and the overwhelming sense of oppression made everyone feel an incredible chill. It's good, but it's not enough. Whether it's exercise, strategy or awareness, it's all out of the woods. Exercising to the extreme is really powerful, let you see it. In the trembling of countless worlds, where its invincible strength first appeared. 14, fourth gear, Orochi. Boom. Under the unbelievable expressions of countless audiences, just one face-to-face, Straw Hat Luffy, who had just been enjoying the scenery for a while, was directly blasted out. Immediately afterwards, the deafening domineering resounded through the audience again, and this time even the air began to distort. Where it was just a little more serious, and Kid and others, who were so imposing, couldn't stand firm at all. What are you chasing? Kid, with red hair and thorns, roared angrily as his body continued to sink under the pressure, his eyes fixed on Barrett. What I'm after? Of course it's the strongest in the world. Under the shocking situation, Barrett burst into laughter and then explained his plan without caring. This time, the One Piece World Expo used the treasure of One Piece as a bait to gather all the supernovas here, and its purpose was just to warm up. At this time, the Demon Slaying Order has been launched, and a large number of navies will come to encircle and suppress it immediately. From beginning to end, Barrett has only one thing to do, and that is to completely smash the Admiralty. No matter it is a general or a marshal, as long as you dare to stand in front of you, you will never mind. Defeat all enemies and become the strongest in the world. In the picture, Barrett explained his plan while crushing the supernova, and his pride and courage shocked countless audiences of other animation dimensions. What a savage, unreasonable and meaningless plan. This man is simply fighting against the world. Although it sounds extremely outrageous, the tragic end of the supernovas is a perfect proof of the invincibility of this man and the end of his opposition. 10 seconds later, the entire army was wiped out. Looking at the battlefield, where no one can stand up, the entire anime dimension fell into silence. At this moment, countless audiences in the world of lone martial arts were grateful. Fortunately, Barrett was not born in their world, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. As for those bosses who are dedicated to destroying the world, all of them cast an admiring look at Barrett. After I completely rule humans, I will especially allow you to exist. Full-time Hunter World, and King Meluane said. It's much more interesting than those rigid on Myoji. In the world of the grandson of the slippery ghost, Yu leaned on the throne and laughed. That's great, but how can you just conquer a world? Valen's eyes narrowed in the Tudor world. Under the watchful eyes of countless anime dimensions, Barrett's combat prowess is overwhelming, and he still enjoys it. At least to outsiders, that world probably has no means of dealing with this monster. It seems that even the Straw Hat Boy, with a bounty of 1.5 billion, has no chance of winning. The gap in strength is simply too great. However, just after Barrett's victory, when he said, "This is the power that one needs to become the Pirate King," a powerful figure suddenly tore through the ruins and rose into the sky. Since your goal is One Piece, then I absolutely cannot lose. After encountering a formidable opponent who also aimed at One Piece, Luffy immediately became anxious and rushed over regardless. It's that Straw Hat Boy again! At this moment, many audience members exclaimed. With such a big gap in strength, he still fought so recklessly alone. Has he ever considered the consequences? However, this time things seemed to be different. As the bursting smoke dissipated, a brand new domineering form was exposed in front of everyone. At this moment, the blonde evil man in the pirate world who was seriously watching the video, Doflamingo, one of the 7 Wuhei, suddenly had cold hairs all over his body and his pupils contracted violently. Seeing this scene, he finally understood how he lost in the future. No accident or coincidence at all. But there is no power to fight back at all. At this moment, I saw Straw Hat Luffy's black hair rising into the sky. His skin was covered by the armor of red flames after being armed. His body was rendered with black cloud patterns, and even his eyeshadow was the same burning form. He was wrapped in a layer of white smoke, with red lightning flashing around him. This image suddenly shocked the entire dimensional world, especially the pirate world, and the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates exclaimed, "Shift for Snake Man!" 15. The fourth gear is fully open, the strength of the 5 emperors. Shift for Snake Man! When this red figure broke through the ruins and jumped into the sky, almost the powerhouses in the entire pirate world were shocked. I saw a layer of white smoke wrapped around Luffy's body, and a red thunder flashed faintly around him. There is also the thorn head raised high. The image of domineering and evil has conquered countless fans of anime dimensions in an instant. Armed and domineering, coupled with the development of devil fruits, can he increase his aura to such a level? I see. Is this how you will defeat me in the future? Let me see your strength. Katakuri fell into contemplation on the 4-emperor Ant's Cake Island. Straw Hat Boy, the 5th emperor. Tayanesha, one of the 7 Wu-Heis under the king, had a hint of fear in Doflamingo's gloomy complexion. Ho ho ho, is this the younger brother Ace mentioned? If only he could be my son. White-beard pirates, Whitebeard left in anticipation. Luffy, you've grown to such a level before you know it. Located deep in the rebel stronghold, Sabo pressed his hat with relief. At the same time, the figure of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy who had not yet grown up, looked at the future with longing eyes. If you have such strength now, you won't make your companions cry anymore, right? In other words, what kind of ability does the 4th grade snake have? I'm looking forward to it. At this moment, not only the audience, but even Barrett in the video was a little surprised, and then showed a look of surprise. Ah, the power of the devil fruit and its full-blown domineering power. I'm afraid this form won't last long, right? His original intention was to warm up this group of supernovas of the extremely evil era, and the main focus is of course the slaughtering order from the Navy. However, the taste of this dessert seems too wonderful. Yeah, take the call. In the sky, Luffy admitted this fact very honestly. Then, his whole body muscles and bones were violently compressed, making a somewhat penetrating creaking sound. Immediately afterwards, the 2 red arms shot out like serpents. Eraser Jetarochi! Bang bang bang! The next second, the sonic boom resounded, dazzling. I saw that Luffy's outstretched arm actually started to turn and accelerate in the air, and every time he turned, the jet of air drove the sonic boom, which shook the air with a crackle. After continuous jetting and accelerating, the phantom, caused by the punch speed, became faster and faster, hitting very hard after dozens of consecutive turns. All of a sudden, Barrett didn't even have time to react, and was sent flying to the ruins of the island. What was even more shocking was that before the opponent stood up, Luffy, who was chasing after him, attacked again. Eraser Black Mamba! Boom boom boom! In the form of a big snake, Straw Hat Luffy's widely stretched fists landed on the ruins, near Barrett like a hail of bullets. The incomparably terrifying speed of the fist rubbed against the air of Mars, and almost no one could see how many punches he had punched at this moment. The gravel on the island kept falling and collapsing, and Barrett was slammed and unable to move. At this moment, Kato and Ant of the 4 emperors both looked solemn, the white beard laughed, and the eyes of the red-haired Shank showed emotion. On Cake Island, Katakuri was sitting on the chair like a mourning wife, her face gloomy like never before. He simulated an immersive battle scene, and found that even if he saw all the powers of seeing and fruit, it would be difficult for him to escape the terrifying shadow of this snake man form. This is the strength of the 5th Emperor, Straw Hat, Monkey and Luffy. Seeing this scene, almost half of the residents of the pirate world stared out their eyes. They stared blankly at this scene, some couldn't believe what happened. Douglas Barrett, this is a super strong man who dares to be an enemy of the world government alone, and even the current 4 pirate emperors dare not respond to his edge. And in this video, he was actually suppressed by a newcomer. However, although he is a newcomer, he is the 5th emperor of the New World. Naval Headquarters. If I remember correctly, the Straw Hat's bounty should now be 100 million, right? Play the famous anime scene. Start the 10th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. In the conference room, the warring states marshal asked slowly, and guard next to him immediately showed some bad eyes. He wanted to stop it, but was afraid of revealing his identity, so he could only pretend to be stupid without saying a word. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the top navy to directly change the reward. Straw Hat Luffy, a new bounty, 1.5 billion. Family, my schedule is not very good, so I'm really sorry for the late update. But don't worry, there are still several more updates later. Asking for support, evaluating the monthly ticket and rewarding it are all the motivation for the author to update, begging the family. 16. Parrot's ability is awakened, and the entire animation dimension is frightened. As expected of 1.5 billion, it's quite strong. In the picture, Parrot, who stood up with a group of black mamba snakes, made a rare compliment, and then his figure suddenly disappeared in a flash. The next second, under the shocking gaze of countless anime dimensions, Straw Hat Luffy was directly knocked out. Under Parrot's terrifying strength, even Luffy's fourth-grade Orochi form was beaten without the ability to fight back, flying around like a sandbag. Every punch can produce a sonic boom, which is overwhelmingly powerful, once again making all audiences have a new understanding of this monster. The fifth emperor, is this the end? Parrot in the picture roared with laughter. It's you who's finished. At the same time, feeling the mad consumption of physical strength and domineering, Luffy tried his best to make the strongest blow. This is the strongest punch he can use so far, and it is also the move that will defeat Katakuri in the future. In the next second, his jetted arm continued to accelerate and twist as if it had life, and made a sharp roar like a dragon. Eraser King Cobra. In the face of the unparalleled power in front of him, Parrot's warm-up finally ended. I saw that his sturdy arm was directly covered with a layer of black armament, making his skin like a hard armor invulnerable. At this time, many experts in the pirate world were surprised to discover that this was the first time that Parrot used domineering. Facing the devil fruit and the fully armed Straw Hat Luffy, he had been fighting with only physical strength before. This monster is not human at all. Boom. In an instant, the arms crossed. In the next second, the gas explosion, generated when the two sides collided around the island, and all the nearby gravel and buildings were blown away. Straw Hat Luffy and Parrot flew backwards at the same time and disappeared from the line of sight, and the long-awaited battle was temporarily over. Looking at the blasting and roaring gas explosion, the entire animation dimension fell into silence. Finished? Who won? Among them, the audience of Pirate World was particularly concerned, and Zolanami Sanji and others on the Straw Hat Pirates held their breath and said nothing. Although the future Luffy has grown to an incredible level, will he really be able to defeat that humanoid monster? At the same time, on the Navy side, countless Navy soldiers were eagerly waiting with shocked expressions. Obviously Straw Hat Luffy is a pirate, but for some reason in their hearts they hope that this boy can win. It's not bad, but unfortunately, I'm afraid I still can't see the full strength of this human being. At this moment, in the virtual Night Palace, in the world of death, Aizen shook his head regretfully. In the eyes of ordinary people, evenly matched battles, with back and forth, in his eyes, are nothing more than one-sided crushing. Whether it is muscle state or breath, it can be seen that Parrot has never been serious, from beginning to end. Even that last blow was just a level of play. In Fairy Tale World, the Black Dragon Ulquiorra, who is the final boss, closed his eyes boringly and went back to sleep. He had already seen almost all of human beings' petty fights, and he didn't know where he could rank, and whether there were any more powerful beings in other dimensions than himself. I guess it's not over yet, right? 9 should be more shocking than 10. In Dragon Ball World, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, snickered smugly. His level can be said to be completely different from the bosses in other worlds, and he can basically see the terrifying energy hidden in Parrot at a glance. Although it is far inferior to himself, it is still at a level that can easily exterminate planetary creatures. Therefore, he can feel that this famous scene is not over yet, and there should be more interesting pictures hidden later. I just don't know how many famous scenes I can rank inches. Is it directly occupying all the seats in the back? Well, the third is the scene where he destroys the Saiyan planet, the second is the scene where he conquers the universe, and the last is the scene where he defeats the god of destruction in the future. If it weren't for this, the author of this video would be dead. Thinking of his majestic image, King Frieza laughed wildly again. Sure enough, after a brief black screen, a new video screen appeared again. I saw the fifth pirate emperor, Straw Hat Luffy, fell to the ground motionless, while Barrett was completely unharmed. After that, using the ability of the fusion fruit, he merged with the warship and turned into a giant robot. Then, with just one blow, the entire island was shattered, and the entire Earth was torn apart. The powerful and domineering power completely enveloped everything, and all the supernovas lost their combat power. Seeing this scene, the entire pirate world was silent, because the strength that Barrett showed at this moment had surpassed the four emperors and generals. Whether it is Kato or Auntie, they are both solemn, and I am afraid that there will be another strong enemy in the new world in the future. No one could have imagined that after so many years in prison, he still retains this level of fighting power. However, from now on, the core highlight of the shocking scene 9 has only officially begun. Douglas Barrett, the ultimate awakening of the combined fruit. I saw that the purple fluid emerging from Barrett continued to spread and cover, swallowing all matter within a range of hundreds of kilometers. Whether it was warships, houses, stones, earth, woods or rivers, all disappeared, replaced by a dark mountain behemoth with a volume of more than 10 kilometers. With this invincible posture, he will completely crush the Navy's demon-slaughtering orders and generals, marshals, and 5 old stars. Cover the sky, darken the sky. In the Naruto world, the 9-tailed beasts are all stunned. This giant human incarnation is probably hundreds of times bigger than them. In the world of the god of death, Aizen in the Xuye Palace showed a very appreciative look. In the fairy tale world, the black dragon Ulquiorra opened her eyes in shock. The whole anime dimension is shocked. Is this he still human? Is this still an opponent that humans can solve? At this moment, the hidden combat power of Douglas Barrett shocked all the audience to the point where they lost their ability to speak. 17. Impress, Luffy is my lover. Warships, houses, plants, stones, mountains, and streams were all swallowed up by the undercurrent of purple-black liquid. Under the watchful eyes of countless animation dimensions, Barrett turned his human body into a monster hundreds of kilometers long. The ability of the fusion fruit awakened, causing him to absorb all nearby substances. Now, let alone a few mountain ranges, even the entire island is crumbling under his power. Comparable to the power of natural disasters, the sky and the earth are torn apart at every turn. This time, it seems that in front of Barrett, except for the sun, moon and stars that cannot be touched, other life is no different from dust. Luffy, how can you beat such a monster? Usopp stammered in fear of the Straw Hat Pirates. Is this the powerhouse of the New World? Sanji next to him silently lit a cigarette, seeming to doubt his life. Not only the pirate world, but other anime-dimensional characters also collapsed. In the Naruto world, the tailed beasts, who are synonymous with destruction, shivered. In the fairy tale world, the black dragon Ulquiorra silently took a few steps back. In the world of One Punch Man, the giant brother was so frightened that he could not afford to kneel. At this moment, no matter how arrogant the beast was, he felt a strong sense of oppression in front of Barrett. A mere human being can cultivate to this point. Barrett's ability almost shocked the entire animation dimension, and countless powerhouses in the low martial world are willing to bow down and bow their heads. As expected of the shocking famous scene 9, I have no regrets in my life just seeing this scene. However, just when countless audiences were shocked and shuddered, the picture changed, and several figures appeared under Barrett's body. On Daughter Island, Boya Hancock, who was looking at the video expressionlessly, was slightly taken aback. How could he appear in this video? As one of the 7 seas under the king, known as the world's most beautiful woman and the pirate queen, she seems to be eagerly looking for something in the video. At the same time, at the base of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo even spit out a sip of tea. The same goes for Navy Smoker and Trafalgaro and Bucky the Clown. How could the few of them who couldn't get together in 8 lifetimes get together, and they couldn't figure out the current situation at all? For the art pirates, Trafalgaro looked puzzled at first, then his expression gradually became shocked, and he was the first to understand the situation. Wait, I got it. Doflamingo was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy, and there should be some help from me. That is to say, we are allies. Play the famous anime scene, start the 11th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. At this moment, not only the characters in the video, but even the audience outside the venue opened their mouths in surprise. It seems that this group of powerhouses from various forces are ready to join forces. They all look very strong. Shouldn't they be on the same level as the previous group of supernovas? Definitely, that's the Pirate Empress. Her aura is completely different from other people. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, that should be the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. I don't know if I can beat Barrett this time. The whole pirate world is talking about it, and even someone who knows the secret directly reported Sabo's identity. After all, this is a video linking all anime dimensions, and almost every character on the camera will be heatedly discussed. There have even been infos from other anime dimensions who were stunned by the beauty of the Empress, and even more exaggerated, they vomited blood and fainted. It turns out that this is the Pirate Queen, and her appearance is really extraordinary. However, Luffy, who was watching the video, could no longer take care of other things, and his mind was completely locked by a figure. Staring at the blonde man in the video, he burst into tears unknowingly. Sabo, he's still alive! Suddenly, Luffy roared as if he was ill, frightened all the companions around him, and looked over with strange eyes. Not only Luffy, but Ace, who was chasing Blackbeard on the sea, was so excited that he couldn't believe what he saw. There is no doubt that that is Sabo after growing up, their sworn brother. He did not die under the artillery bombardment of the Tianlong people. However, before they were surprised for long, something more bizarre happened in the video. Barrett. I saw Straw Hat Luffy roaring on the stage again, his bloated body madly straight in the air like a cannonball, and rushed towards Barrett the size of a mountain. Regardless of his appearance, he was completely unafraid of life and death. This time his form looks a bit funny, but the power seems to be more powerful. But it was still meaningless. He was slapped by Barrett in full form and flew to the place where everyone gathered. Sure enough, power is not a dimension at all. Seeing this scene, many residents of Pirate World felt desperate. Such a terrifying monster, I'm afraid even the Navy can't solve it, right? This world is about to be destroyed by Barrett. However, in the next second, something incredible happened to countless people. After seeing Luffy fall, the beautiful-looking Pirate Empress ran over in a hurry. And the opening is a shocking speech. Dear, are you all right? Daughter Island, Boya Hancock. 18. The strength of the Empress shocks all female VOSS. Dear, are you all right? I miss you so much. In the video, when the Empress approached Luffy with a worried and admiring look, almost half of the people in the pirate world were dumbfounded. What's the matter? You must know that this is the famous Pirate Queen. As the most beautiful woman in the world, she is also a proud tyrant. Usually, no matter who he is condescending and arrogant. How can he have a crush on a silly boy with an arrogant attitude of looking at people with his belly button? On Daughter Island, Hancock's 2 snake men sisters were so shocked that their tongues were about to fall to the ground. As sisters, they are most aware of the female emperor's disgusting attitude towards men. It is impossible to imagine the possibility of the Empress being emotional. As for Boya Hancock himself, he was even more confused, and various question marks appeared in his heart one after another. Will this Straw Hat Boy be his lover in the future? Oh, it's Hancock. Long time no see, how are you? What's even more incredible is that Luffy made the Impress fall in love with just a casual greeting. Ah. You have to worry about me first over physical injuries. I have no regrets in my life. In line with the context of the Impress, the background of the video constantly shows love bubbles. She squeezed her blushing cheeks, looking like a little girl in love. There is no doubt that the Impress is ill. This is lovesickness. What? On Daughter's Island, Boya Hancock is so dumbfounded. How terrifyingly charming this man is, he can make his future self sink into it and cannot extricate himself. After that, Luffy also greeted several people around him one by one. Even if he saw Sabo, he was only slightly surprised, and there was no cry of life and death. Hey, did Luffy and Sabo meet at that time? One Piece, Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and several other characters who know their relationship all have the same doubts. After all, at this time, they didn't know that Ace died on the top of the battlefield, let alone that Sabo won the burning fruit in Doflamingo's territory. After a while, the chat was over. At the same time, everyone present raised their heads and looked at the huge mountain behemoth, full of fighting spirit. At the same time, the discussion, in various dimensions, has also reached its peak. Is there going to be a final battle? I'm looking forward to it. Naruto Naruto shouted excitedly in the world of Naruto. The powerhouses, from other dimensions, let all these mortals feel the pain. Stronger than any enemy I've defeated before. In the world of One Punch Man, the bald Saitama clenched his fist lightly. He has defeated countless ghost-level and even dragon-level monsters, but without exception, he has not been able to arouse any interest in fighting. The younger brother of the giant, the Asura Unicorn, the Deep-Sea King, no matter what kind of powerhouse, could not resist his light punch. Douglas Barrett, wonder if this man can be his opponent? Under the watchful eyes, the final battle of the fanatical action officially begins. Barrett is still expanding his size there, and Trafalgar has figured out a way to deal with it. Well, before we start, let me talk about the combat plan. The most troublesome thing is Barrett's invincible arrogance, but I can use my abilities to make his arrogance reveal a momentary flaw. The activation of my ability is the signal, first weaken his size, and then everyone will launch a general attack together. Swish! The next second, before Luo's voice fell, Straw Hat Luffy, who had recovered his physical strength, once again changed into fourth gear and rushed out. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in dismay. This kid really doesn't know the lesson. But they also knew Luffy's character for a long time, so they followed them one by one without hesitation. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I saw a figure passing by at high speed in the air, and the constantly switching mirrors made the audience of all dimensions very enjoyable to watch. It feels that the physical strength of this world is particularly powerful, and everyone's running speed is so fast that no one is seen. Although he was not at the scene, he could clearly feel the joy of the howling wind around him, as if he was there. A group of rabble, what's the use even if they join forces? Whether it is a pirate or a navy, as long as it stands in front of me, I will kill it. This is the strongest proof in the world. Boom. In the next second, with a deafening strong roar, Barrett's huge arm smashed everything in the range directly, and even the fourth gear Luffy was smashed out. This time, Luffy, who was rolling and climbing, smashed into countless town buildings and trees and forests all the way, and flew upside down for a distance that ordinary people could not see with a naked eye. Seeing this scene, Pirate Queen Boya Hancock's heart was broken, and her beautiful face began to distort. You dare to hurt the person I love, it is unforgivable. The voice fell, and the queen, in the video, accelerated while roaring. The afterimage of her legs made her travel more than 10 kilometers to Barrett in almost an instant. Seeing this terrifying speed, many spectators have opened their mouths wide and their pupils stared, showing disbelief. In particular, the editing of this clip is based on the female emperor's perspective, so they can feel the terrifying speed of the scene's rapid reversal more closely, as if they are riding a roller coaster. The physical strength of this woman is too outrageous. In reality, Oya and Cook, on Daughter Island, had already cried out in shame. What is your future self guarding the world saying? How did Straw Hat Luffy become his beloved? In the next second, something completely dumbfounding happened. Seeing that the Empress's slender thighs lightly tapped, her figure jumped a few kilometers directly and flashed across Barrett's heart. Big fragrant feet. Boom. At this moment, the deafening roar made all the audience cover their ears subconsciously. Play the famous anime scene and start the chapter 12 with Niu Tau versus Xiao Wu author Superman Eater Rabbit. Oya Hancock, who was wearing high-heeled shoes, kicked Barrett's chest heavily, and the blast of shock resounded throughout the island, causing the clouds to collapse and let Barrett's tens of kilometers of tall body sway back. What a shocking scene, kicking down an island-sized monster with just one blow from the flesh. At this moment, the powerhouses of other anime dimensions were dumbfounded, especially the female bosses such as Yuyeyu, Ez, Kagaya Otsutsuki and others, all showing shocking expressions. The strength of this pirate queen is probably more powerful than her man. Addition rules. 3,000 flowers plus one more. 300 evaluation votes plus one more. 30 monthly passes plus one more. 3 different rewards plus one more. A new book needs a little support, and the author has the motivation to update. I beg for the support of my family. My brother is grateful, thank you. 19. 5 people join forces to shock the dimensional world. Boom. The clouds vibrated violently, and after the Empress kicked Barrett's body crookedly, countless powerhouses of the anime dimension were dumbfounded. Regardless of the tension or the picture, this situation has refreshed the cognition of many creatures in the lone martial world. Such a huge island monster was repelled by the Queen's kick. At this moment, Feathered Fox, the grandson of the slick-headed ghost, General Ez, who cut the red eyes, and Kagaya Otsutsuki of the Naruto world, are also powerful and beautiful female bosses, and they all cast their votes on Oya and Cook. A look of shock and admiration. This woman's demeanor and appearance are simply peerless elegance, unparalleled in the world. Many residents of Pirate World even knelt directly on the ground to worship and pay homage. They are extremely fortunate that the Empress can be regarded as a person who is on the side of the people as the king of Kyohei. In the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji directly vomited blood and fainted, causing the worst injury in his life, by blood loss. There is no doubt that the Empress is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen in his life. On the bow of the Mary, Luffy stood up excitedly, as if he was happy to have such a powerful companion in the future. This shocking chick has captured the hearts of tens of billions of fans on the spot. However, Oya and Cook of the Pirate World is immersed in the huge social death, and he has no time to take care of other things. She is guarding the whole world and shouting such shameful words, this planet probably has no place for her. No, not just the whole world at all, but the entire dimensional world. So, let alone this planet, even escaping to other universes is useless. Straw Hat Luffy, what kind of magic does this man have? Meanwhile, the video continues. I saw that Barrett, who was kicked back, showed a huge flaw and was immediately shackled by the sand crocodile who was hiding in the dark and was preparing to attack, and summoned a large amount of sand to trap half of his body, and then was caught. Sabo and Smoker's fruit abilities combined to shatter an arm. The Flame Dragon King mixed with a white glowing mist bomb to form a huge flame cloud dragon that smashed half of Barrett's body into pieces. The dazzling, incomparably cool moves cooperated with the countless viewers who watched it, and even their breathing became much faster. This is a scene that many human beings have never seen in their lifetime, and it deserves to be selected as a shocking scene 9. How is it possible that is the ability to burn the fruit? In the world of pirates, Ace was stunned. Others may not be able to see it, but how could he, the current fruit-burning ability, not recognize it? Why does Sabo have his own devil fruit ability? It is impossible for the same devil fruit to exist in the world at the same time, unless... Thinking of the purpose of chasing Blackbeard on this trip, Ace couldn't help but feel a little dignified. The white-beard pirates, Whitebeard and the captains, looked at each other and realized a certain possibility in the future. All captains are dispatched. Immediately look for traces of Ace. It didn't take long for Whitebeard to issue the captain's order, and the fleet of up to tens of thousands of people began to march forward. A new burning fruit appears, indicating that the previous user has died. It is unimaginable that Fire Fist Ace, the second leader of the Whitebeard pirates, will die soon. At the same time, Sabo, who was in the Revolutionary Army base, was also inexplicable. How could he use the flame move in the video? However, the battle has come to the end, and for whatever reason, they have to read it first. In the naval headquarters, in the high-level conference room, Garp's expression was extremely gloomy. The strong domineering he exuded from his body shook the whole building to the verge of collapse, causing the warring states marshal and the three generals to look over in surprise. Why did this old man suddenly go crazy? It's a waste of effort. Do you think you can beat me like this? In the picture, Barrett, whose arm was broken, laughed wildly without caring. He has tempered his arrogance for decades day after day, and he can kill all the strong men on this island with just one arm. However, this flaw was enough for Luo's ability. Operating room? With a sound under the incredible expressions of countless audiences, the blue light that quickly covered sent several figures to the same place at the same time. Pirate Queen Boya Hancock, Vice Admiral Smoker Smog, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army Sabo, the torn-up clown Bucky, plus Luo himself, a total of 5 figures, appeared and very at the same time the waist of an extra-large body. The ability of the surgical fruit caught Barrett off guard, and there was no preparation for it at all. Except for Bucky the Clown, who was panic-stricken and confused, the other 4 were all ready to attack. At the same time, the love arrows, made by the Impress, with sweet fruits, Sabo's Dragon Claw Flame Impact, Smog's White Smoke Fist, and Luo's Space Slashing ability, all 4 rays of light, converged in the same direction. Boom! The next second, the cloud layer was impacted and burst, and the shocking light covered the entire line of sight. I saw that Barrett's body of more than 10 kilometers was cut off by this blow, and a large amount of sand, gravel and rubble that had been fused broke and splashed in the sky. Flickering in the air, the 5 figures passed straight through Barrett's body. This scene made countless audiences in the anime dimension almost stare out their eyes, and their emotions were agitated. This combined attack is too powerful. Is this still a level that humans can do? It feels like even this sky is shaking. That clown laughed at me. Is he a funny character? However, this time, I'm afraid even that Barrett can't do anything right. Seeing this scene in the world of the Blade of Ghost Slayer in the Infinite City, Ghost danced Suji Wu Miserable and the 6, Winding Ghost Moon shivered. Full-time Hunter World, Chimera Ant Nest, and King Meru Ain seems a little surprised. As for Catwoman, Butterfly and the 3 guards Yuki were even more dilated, refreshing their understanding of the highest human combat power. In the world of the God of Death, Aizen and a group of 10 blades watched with relish, apparently completely substituting them into this video. I'm really looking forward to it. The struggle of mortals is really interesting, and I can't wait for the shocking scene after being selected. Naruto World, Madara Uchiha left. Linked to the battle scene of the comprehensive dimension, a huge wave has been set off in all the worlds, and no matter what character wants to appear on stage, they will show a fierce limelight. At this moment, the handsome, combined attack of several powerhouses in the pirate world has raised the shock value of the fanatical action to a whole new level. I don't know what kind of famous scene will appear next. 20. Beyond the Death of Ace, the Great Ape King Spear. I didn't expect that there would be such powerful humans in other dimensions. In the world of One Punch Man, in the S-level high-level conference room of the Hero Association, the Silver Fangs, Taigu looked shocked. At the beginning of the video, all the heroes of the Hero Association unanimously rated Barrett as a dragon level. But since Barrett's fusion and evolution, the horror displayed has subverted their cognition. There is no doubt that this is a complete god-level strength. And these combined attacks of human beings can even defeat the gods. The always arrogant little tornado next to her also had a solemn expression. Although her psychic power could destroy the forest, it couldn't shake the entire mountain range. Douglas Barrett, this monster, is bigger than her abilities can cover. And even such a monster was it defeated by the alliance of these 5 people? Oh, no, I forgot that there is a funny character in it, that is, the 4 team-up. Because the combination of Impress, Smog, Sabo and Luo is too shocking and wonderful. Even blasting through the dark clouds in the sky, almost all the audience thought that Barrett was sure to lose this time. However, at this moment, Orochimaru of Naruto World showed a somewhat evil smile. If he remembers correctly, the cover of this shocking scene 9 is the Straw Hat Boy, which means that guy is the protagonist who defeated Barrett. So, even such a terrifying combination can end this monster. Douglas Barrett, what a wonderful man, if only he could have his body as his own. Sure enough, at the moment when his body was severely injured, Barrett directly released an extremely strong domineering, wrapping all the substances within the fusion range again. I will only play some tricks. I can destroy everything with one blow. Play the famous anime scene and start the chapter 13 with Niu Tau versus Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Bang bang bang. Swept away by the hurricane, caused by Barrett's arm swing, the Impress and the others all smashed into the ground like cannonballs, and the crisp sound of bone squeezing made one's teeth sour. What the hell, is it okay to be injured like this? Douglas Barrett, this man is a complete monster. I'm afraid that there is no human being able to stop him in that world. At this moment, not only the audience of countless dimensional worlds were shocked, but even the Navy and pirates on that island were completely desperate. They simply threw away their weapons and gave up the fight, even those with the rank of Lieutenant General were no exception. Moving scourge, that's the perfect word to describe Barrett. This is the invincible power that can face the naval demon slaughter order. Only mortals like them are irresistible, and the despair spreads rapidly, and even the viewers watching the video feel the same. At this moment, the world suddenly changed color. Hearing the sound of breaking through the sky constantly resounding high in the sky, the Impress and others hurriedly raised their heads, and a large number of Navy pirates moved their gazes upward and immediately discovered the bright red color above the sky. Wait, that's Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy, who has been offline for a long time, is finally online again, but he didn't escape from the battle before, but has been accumulating strength in the distance. By blowing wildly into his body, one of his rubber arms inflated like a muscle balloon. 10 meters, 100 meters, a kilometer, and finally covered the entire sky, and Luffy's bloated muscular arms turned into an indecent shape, like a strange-shaped product given by the old eighth. Although it looks a bit funny, as long as it is strong enough. Barrett. The next second, Luffy's roar resounded high in the sky. He dragged his muscle balloon and rushed towards Barrett's mountain body in the form of a 4th speed bouncer. He was clearly holding a giant iron ball comparable to a mountain range, but his body continued to roar with sonic booms in the air, causing the eyes of countless audiences to widen. What the hell, can you break the sound barrier with something that big? What will happen if you are hit by this punch? Not only the horrified crowd on the island, but audiences from countless dimensions were shocked. Suddenly, the picture in the video turned gray. During the final attack, a very short memory emerged in Luffy's mind. The Chambered Islands, the scene where the companions are scattered one by one. Advance the city prison and lose sight of Magellan. On the top of the battlefield, Ace died in front of him. The tragedies that have happened, scene after scene, flashed through Luffy's mind. In just a few scenes, audiences from other dimensions and pirate world also learned about Luffy's experience. pain, unwillingness, regret, powerlessness, all kinds of negative emotions once defeated Luffy, but it also allowed him to complete his transformation and growth in 2 years. Since then, he has deeply understood the fact that if he fails, he will lose his companions. Beyond the death of Ace, to come here today. I swore that from now on, I will never lose to anyone. The color of the picture returned to normal. Under the shocking eyes of countless dimensional characters, Luffy, who was roaring, smashed a huge muscle iron fist on Barrett. At this moment, Wang Shikiuhei, the 3 generals of the Navy, the 4 emperors of the New World, and countless powerhouses in the pirate world all felt suffocated. As we all know, Luffy's combat power will be enhanced countless times in the pirate movie version, and the lost characters defeated are all ancient powerhouses who are absolutely impossible to touch porcelain in the original work, such as Golden Lion, Vonderwald and Black Wrist Zephyr et al. Therefore, the movement caused by this domineering blow made even Whitebeard tail. Rubber rubber, dig dig, great ape chain gun. Boom. In the next second, a deafening blast of air resounded through the sky, and the entire island began to sink violently. The terrible movement on the island caused the generals Chizuru and Fujitora on the outer edge of the ocean to look over at the same time. At this moment, countless human beings looked up at the sky tremblingly, which was a shocking scene of a huge body like the Barrett Mountains, being shattered to pieces. The audience of countless dimensions was silent, staring at this scene in a daze, speechless. This blow beyond the gods completely destroyed Barrett's ambitions. This is shocking famous scene 9, Straw Hat Luffy. 21. Defeating Barrett, the end of an era. Rubber rubber, dig dig, great ape chain gun. Boom. With a shocking blow resounding throughout the island, Barrett's huge body exploded like a goddess scattered flowers. The explosion of air resounded through the sky, and the earth was torn apart. The movement comparable to a nuclear explosion caused the powerhouses on this island to look over one after another. General Chizuru, General Fujitora, and Hawkeye Mihawk all showed horrified expressions that did not match their identities and force. Strong like a devil, even a monster that can fight against Roger, the Pirate King, was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. At this moment, a large number of Navy and pirates stared at the sky, their eyes splitting, and their bloodshot pupils were full of shock and gratitude. Sabo looked relieved, the impressed flushed, and even the Sand Crocodile who was once defeated by Luffy and Rob Lucci of CP9 were inexplicably proud. Before you know it, Straw Hat Luffy has grown to this point. At the same time, after this punch, the audience of countless dimensions fell into a sensation. The frenetic action pushed the emotions of all the audience to the peak, their hearts trembled and their blood boiled. I'm going to burn. In the fairy tale world, the fire dragon Natsu was burning with hot flames, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. From now on, Luffy will be my idol. One Piece, it sounds more handsome than Naruto. Naruto in the Naruto world began to shout. Has he completely transformed after the death of an important family member? He is probably only in his early 20s now, and the future is simply unmeasurable. In the world of One Punch Man, the 4th-ranked Atomic Samurai among the S-class heroes spoke in admiration. All the dimensional worlds are fiercely discussing, and even many evil bosses are moved by it. The villains who had cheered on Barrett before were all discouraged, and they were all overwhelmed by Straw Hat Luffy's overwhelming arrogance and will. Madara Uchiha, Veilan, Yuyeyu, Heilong and other powerhouses are no longer as aloof as they used to be. Among them, the most intense discussion is naturally the pirate world. Through the short memories in Luffy's mind, everyone also knows his experience along the way, the scene where his brother Ace was killed by the General Akainu, and some fragments of the battle. The white-haired pirates were unforgivable, and almost all the members were boiling. The Navy's high-level complex is complicated, and Garp almost couldn't hold back the idea of killing Akainu on the spot. This time, the world may be plunged into chaos. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, all the crew members were shocked by Luffy's strength. Especially the eyeballs of Usopp and Chopper the reindeer have been out of their sockets for several meters. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and others couldn't restrain their throbbing, and the feeling of bursting went straight to the sky along their spines. Witnessing Luffy's powerful strength 3 years later, no one can be more shocked than they who have accompanied Luffy all the way to this day. In the future, their captain is the 5th Emperor of the New World. However, having no time to take into account the sensation of the entire dimensional world, Luffy himself just sat in the boat with a dazed expression. Is Ace going to die? In the memories, he was kneeling in front of Ace's body and crying, with tears streaming down his face. As if to save himself, Ace was pierced in the chest by a Magma Man in a Navy uniform. Powerless, remorseful, unwilling, and dead, Luffy can feel his own despair, even in the future scenes separated by time and space and dimension. No matter how strong you become, the price of failure is so heavy. This kind of thing, I will never let it happen. The confusion was quickly dispelled, and Luffy's expression became firm again. From the bottom of his heart, he sincerely thanked this stock-taking video for letting himself know this information in advance. If so, then he has the ability to change this future. 2nd year, 3rd year, 4th year, domineering, these skills that he does not know yet. He will master them one by one, and then become countless times stronger than now. Meanwhile, shocking famous scene 9 is still not over. Surprisingly, Barrett, who was defeated in the 5th state, still had the power to fight. His domineering dark purple demon form and Luffy's 4th gear were smashed. Barrett's whole body was covered with domineering armor, and the skin that had been tempered and even compressed and discolored made Kato of the 4 Emperors and Beast show an unparalleled look of fear. Boom! Boom! Bang bang bang! I saw 2 figures flickering and interlaced in the sky. Except for the burst of gas explosions, I couldn't see the figures at all, but they showed a little Dragon Ball style. The sky crumbled, the air rushed to the sky. Staring at the screen all the time, the powerhouse of countless dimensions has a solemn expression, and cold sweat soaks his back unconsciously. No one intervenes in the middle, because this is the battle of belief between the two. By this time, Barrett's belief had been defeated, and his power had gradually fallen into the disadvantage. I'm the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Immediately afterwards, with a sound of passionate music, Luffy shouted out the iconic classic quote again. In the face of the brainless Straw Hat Luffy, the powerful Barrett was finally completely shot down into the sky. Play the famous anime scene and start the chapter 14 with Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author Superman Eater Rabbit. I saw that Barrett's eyes were slack in the fall, his body was bruised, and his powerful domineering gradually dissipated. Like a flying meteor, it attracted countless powerhouses to look here, all speechless. Another symbol of the era ended. Boom! At the limit of the last second, Luffy's domineering arrogance was also exhausted, and his entire body flew into the distance like a punctured balloon, and was caught by Oya Hancock, who came at a high speed. Looking at Luffy with an innocent smile, the impressed face turned red, and her whole heart began to beat violently. The amplitude and movement were comparable to thunder, making everyone speechless for a while. What is the ultimate public execution scene? However, it was finally won. At this moment, countless audiences were excited for Luffy and their blood boiled. Not only did he defeat the mighty Barrett, he also got the beacon as bait, which is where the treasure of Roger the Pirate King is located. All of a sudden, the 4 Emperors of the pirate world were dumbfounded. Kato and Ling, Whitebeard and Shanks all showed extremely surprised expressions. This kid actually got the beacon of One Piece? In this way, could he not be able to? I don't need this kind of thing. I want to become the Pirate King by my own power. Boom. The next second, Luffy in the video crushed the beacon without hesitation. All of a sudden, the Marshal Warring States, the Admiral of the Navy, the King of Kiwei, and the 4 Emperors of Pirates all showed stunned expressions, and even Wu Liaoxing spat out the tea with a proof. The whole pirate world is stunned. What did this kid do? My God, who will stop Straw Hat Luffy? I commented, that is the treasure of One Piece. Does he know what it means? I'm speechless. This is naturally dumb. You really have the style of Luffy. Seeing this scene, countless pirates were wailing, but Fire Fist Ace showed a rather relieved smile. It's like something Luffy would do. It's amazing that the future Luffy can grow to be so powerful. In this way, it is absolutely impossible for me to die easily. At the same time, on Daughter Island, impressed Boya Hancock was stunned in place. For some reason, she felt that her cheeks were a little hot, and then she covered her gently beating heart in surprise. What's the matter, are you sick? As long as she thinks of Luffy's pride and style of crushing the beacon in the video, her mood becomes uncontrollably hot. Obviously I am not interested in any man. I really want to see Luffy with my own eyes. Seeing Boya Hancock's appearance, the expressions of the two Snake sisters next to him became subtle. After a while, the extremely entangled Queen was worried about Luffy's situation in the video. Now that the Navy's slaughtering order has been launched, General Chizuru rushed to the scene, and it seems that there is a new general named Ulquiorra. After defeating Barrett, how can Luffy successfully escape this island? 22. Shock, the fire fist that explodes the dimension. In Naruto world, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and many other genin companions were almost speechless with excitement. The shocking and famous scene inventory video has refreshed their cognition. It is the first time they have seen such a handsome and majestic battle scene. It is hard not to become a fan of Straw Hat Luffy. All the movie-level powerhouses and members of Akatsuki's organization were all excited, and even Madara Uchiha was shocked. In the fairy tale world, all the magic guide guilds are boiling, especially the fire dragon Natsu. A fairy tale has been breathing fire everywhere, and the guild building has been messed up by him. Akunarokia, the black dragon who is the source of evil, fell into silence and said nothing. Originally, in his eyes, humans are just ants that can be destroyed by breathing. However, the strength shown by Douglas Barrett and Straw Hat Luffy in famous Scene 9 is already a serious threat to him. In the world of the God of Death, although the captains of the 13th Division of the Guardian are not too noisy, their expressions are also full of enthusiasm, and they can't wait to enter the video to fight side by side with them. After a frenzy of action, Straw Hat Luffy has become the most popular character in the entire anime dimension. The Commander-in-Chief, the Old Master of Yamamoto Moto Lyse Shizukuni, suddenly opened one eye with some doubts and asked expectantly, "Why isn't the video over yet? Isn't this battle over yet?" The wonderful and gorgeous combined strikes, the super huge great ape chain gun, the dazzling final pair of punches, and various shocking and enjoyable fighting scenes made his old heart rarely ignite. So, after this, what else? As the captain's voice fell, the attention of all Death God captains turned to the video again. After Luffy defeated Barrett, the seal on the island's mountains was lifted, and all the pirates fled in a panic. However, the Navy's warships have already surrounded this island with airtightness, and a dozen lieutenant generals and powerhouses use the moon to walk in the air, to the extent that not even a fly can fly out. Luffy. The pirate queen on the shore, Boya Hancock, is looking out to the sea with great concern. At the same time, there were many surviving Navy soldiers standing beside them, but they did not pay attention to this pirate queen, which also made the audience understand the meaning of the title Kyuhei under the king more. As a pirate, he was able to act recklessly and above board. But apart from the impress, other pirates are not good. All the pirate ships are in a hurry to avoid the Navy shells, looking very embarrassed. It was obviously such a critical moment, but Luffy had just gone through a big battle, so he couldn't use his arrogance at all. The other pirate supernovas were also very weak after being beaten by Barrett, and could only be beaten passively unilaterally. The situation was very bad. Oops, it's a yellow monkey. At this moment, with a few terrified exclamations, all the pirates in the vicinity turned tail, looking up at the sky like a morning concubine. Admiral, this title is a nightmare for pirates. Swish! accompanied by the flickering light. A middle-aged man in yellow clothes, with a sloppy expression, appeared in the sky. He is the general representing the top combat power in the pirate world, Chizuru. After this man appeared, the tension and oppression of the pirates rose sharply, and they all hugged their heads and ran away, and there was no desire to fight at all. At this moment, even the audience outside the stadium could clearly feel their fear. Is this the general that Barrett mentioned before? It's really good. In Naruto world, Madara Uchiha's voice was solemn, and he couldn't even see the trajectory of Chizuru's movement. So fast. In the world of One Punch Man, Sonic was completely stunned. After seeing Zoo's ringing and the impress rush, he was already almost shocked, but the speed of the yellow monkey has once again refreshed everyone's perception of the world's ability system. Under the attention of countless dimensional people, Kaibu, who was floating in the sky, spoke slowly. Have you been kicked by the speed of light? 8-foot Kairingo are you? Wow. In the next second, a huge cross-flash erupted headed by Chizuru's body, and the dense meteor shower fell towards the dozens of pirate ships below. General Chizuru, he actually wanted to wipe out all the pirates with one blow. What the hell is the speed of light? Could he exceed the speed of light? Another master beyond imagination appeared. Just when the audience of countless dimensions was shocked, the pirates in the video fell into despair. Straw Hat Luffy's expression is also a little ugly. The battle with Barrett has just burned out. He can't use domineering now, and he can't stop the general's attack at all. Luffy. Seeing this scene, impressed Boya Hancock was also in a hurry, and she was about to rush out to find Kaibu. Not only the impress in the video, but even the impress who was watching the video showed a panicked look for the first time, unable to imagine what happened to Luffy. I don't know since when she has really regarded Luffy as her important person. Video continues. The light of Baki Kairingo Ayu is getting closer and closer, but in an instant. At a critical moment. Fire punch! Sabo's voice resounded through the sky. The next second, accompanied by a high voice, the fury of fire devoured all the flashing meteor showers. Two huge fire roads directly divided the sea surface. After isolating all the naval forces, a bottomless fire road spread out on both sides of the sea. At this moment, all the pirates looked back in disbelief. After a while, Luffy also showed a surprised smile and waved his arms wildly towards that side. I saw two flame-gushing figures stand side by side above the cabin. One is the real Sabo, and the other is Ace formed by the Flame Phantom. When they were young, the three of Sabo Luffy raised their glasses to form a friendship. He went to sea but was bombarded by Tianlong people, lost his memory and joined the Revolutionary Army. Years later, when he saw the news of Ace's death, his memory returned, and he and Luffy were both kneeling on the ground and crying. Play the famous anime scene, start the chapter 15 of the Bullhead vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. At that time, Sabo's heart was even more regretful than Luffy's, and he was even more unwilling. At least Luffy went to stop it himself, and he didn't do anything, just like a fool sleeping in the stronghold and eating. At this moment, Sabo personally blasted a path of fire for Luffy. Then, the passionate music sounded, the Flame Phantom dissipated, and Sabo pressed his hat low-key. There will be an expiration later, Luffy. Under the trembling gazes of countless audiences, the entire picture was gradually swallowed up by the light of flames. Shocking famous scene 9, One Piece Frenzy Action, Straw Hat Luffy vs. Ghost's successor Douglas Barrett. 23. I was shocked and numb, and the comprehensive dimension is still unfinished. There will be an expiration later, Luffy. With a sound of passionate music, dozens of pirate ships, headed by the Straw Hat Pirates, began to travel on the Road of Flames. At this moment, countless navies were isolated from the huge fire road. Their faces were shocked but powerless. Surprisingly, the General Chizuru was just watching silently, without any intention of chasing him at all. Immediately afterwards, under the trembling gazes of audiences in all dimensions, the entire picture was gradually swallowed up by the light of flames. Shocking famous scene 9, One Piece frenzy action, Straw Hat Luffy vs. Ghost successor Douglas Barrett. As a line of burning subtitles appeared in their minds, the audience of countless dimensions was burned to the point of trembling, numbskulls, an unfinished business. Seeing the picture of Sabo and Luffy ace toasting and fraternizing, everyone knew the brotherhood between them. Especially the last fire fist that broke through the sea not only means that he regained Ace's ability, but also inherited the opponent's will, which is a perfect ending for the fanatical action. Inventory of the famous scenes that shocked the heavens 9 exploded the entire comprehensive dimension. In the fairy tale world, the fire dragon Natsu breathed fire and excitement. In the world of tutors, Sawada Tsuneyoshi seemed to have flames burning in his eyes. In the world of Disciple of the Red World, the burning-eyed Shanna accidentally crushed the bread in her hand. As the users of the flame ability, they can feel the strong will that burns like a fire. So they are brothers. My goosebumps are getting up. I really look forward to the future development of this world. Straw Hat Luffy should become stronger in the future, right? No, there will be his famous scene in the future. I don't know what the next famous scene will be. I can't wait. At this moment, countless dimensions are being discussed fiercely, and the hearts of all the audience are boiling with enthusiasm. In the world of One Punch Man, countless heroes burst into tears, and even the high-ranking S-class heroes were moved. Although Luffy is not a hero or even a pirate, that sounds a little evil. But his act of saving countless people is no different from a hero. In the world of Death Note, Yagami wrote Douglas Barrett's name as a test, and then found that it seemed to have no effect on characters in other worlds. In the world of the passerby heroine, Ying Lily's bed has been covered with high-definition illustrations of the pirate Queen Boya Hancock. Not only Straw Hat Luffy as the protagonist, but other characters who appeared have also gained numerous fans in countless dimensions. Barrett's popularity is unexpectedly outrageous among the villains, which has aroused the fanatical pursuit of countless pure villains. In particular, Hungry Wolf, who only appeared in the middle and late stages of One Punch Man, was even more excited to take to the streets and beat up a few innocent heroes who were patrolling at will. At the same time, the world of pirates. Beast Kato and Lingling, Whitebeard, Red-Haired Shanks, and the four emperors of the New World were all shocked by Luffy's future strength. The expressions of the captains under Whitebeard were different, and Marco showed extremely anticipation. Ace's brother, I really want to fight him. On Big Mom's Cake Island, Desert 4-Star and other ministers were speechless. Wano Country, where the 100 beast pirates are stationed, the 3 major disasters and the 6 sons of the sky, are full of fear, and have already regarded Straw Hat Luffy as a future imaginary enemy. The Red Hair Pirates, all the crew members, left and cheered, obviously proud of Luffy's strength. On Daughter Island, the pirate Queen Boya Hancock was flushed, unable to calm down her beating heart. Dressrosa, Tanesha Doflamingo's face was distorted, and there was an unprecedented fear in his eyes. The future Straw Hat Luffy, with a bounty of 1.5 billion, the 5th Emperor of the New World. The shocking famous scene 9, the impact on the world of pirates, can be described as a bolt from the blue. After this, the high-level officials of the naval headquarters had an extremely important meeting. In my opinion, we should arrest Straw Hat Luffy before he grows up. General Akainu, Sakaski said with a serious face. Wait, but as you can see, Straw Hat Luffy didn't do anything out of the ordinary in the video, and he also saved a group of Navy. APG on the side discouraged it. Yeah, he is very loud among ordinary people now, and it will be very troublesome to shoot him now. Wang Yuan said slowly. What Chizuru said makes sense, not to mention ordinary people. There are countless soldiers in the Navy who have become fans of Straw Hat Luffy. It is really not good to do it so quickly. This is also what makes Marshall the Warring States a headache, because even after watching this video, he likes Straw Hat Luffy a little. After the fanatical action was broadcast, in the eyes of countless people, the good and evil of the pirates and the Navy became blurred. If you worms are so reluctant, then I will destroy the Straw Hat Pirates myself. Atenyu Sakasuki angrily clapped the table and stood up, turned his head and was about to leave the conference room. However, at this moment, the heavens and the world suddenly released new news, which shocked everyone. The various high-ranking naval officers in the conference room showed their astonishment one after another. The winner of the 10 shocking scenes will be rewarded with Ichigo Kurosaki, a virtual ability, ghost magic, and a bull-headed form experience card. Reward the winner of the 9 shocking scenes, Straw Hat Luffy, the 2nd level ability, the 3rd level ability, the arm color domineering ability, and the 4th level form experience card. Seeing this information, Atenyu, who was about to hunt down the Straw Hat Pirates, had several question marks in his heart, and then his body was extremely stiff and sat back to his original position. Although he can carry out his absolute justice without hesitation, he will not go to the territory of the 4 emperors to die. The future 5th emperor, the terrifying strength shown by Straw Hat Luffy in the video, is not something that Atenyu can win if he wins. That 4th gear should be the terrifying scene of smashing Barrett's body. Recalling the picture of the fanatical action, Atenyu couldn't help but feel a little terrified. 24. Shocking famous scene TOP8. The winner of the 10 shocking scenes will be rewarded with Ichigo Kurosaki, a virtual ability, ghost magic, and a bull-headed form experience card. Reward the winner of the 9 shocking scenes, Straw Hat Luffy, the 2nd level ability, the 3rd level ability, the domineering ability, and the 4th level form experience card. At the same moment, audiences in countless dimensions received these 2 messages. The bullhead form experience card, without a doubt, refers to the violent monster that has no reason at all. As for the 4th gear, it should be the funny and shocking bouncer. In addition, they have acquired abilities that will only be possessed in the future on the basis of the original. For example, the domineering ability and the blurring ability are things that Ichigo and Luffy have not been able to master at this stage. What's funny is that this reward message actually made the General Atenyu, who was about to be dispatched, abruptly sit back in his seat. Thinking of the final scene of the frenzy action, Sakasuki felt a little terrified in his heart. As an admiral, can he really defeat the Straw Hat? That is the monster that can fight with Barrett in the future. Even his own magma ability can't break Barrett's domineering, right? At this moment, he knew that the future was Atenyu who killed Ace by himself, and suddenly began to feel the consequences of falling into the hands of the Straw Hat Boy. Something similar happened in the world of Reaper. In the Void Knight Palace, 10th Saber Miles was planning to go to the present world to directly kill Kurosaki Ichigo, to eliminate this threat for Aizen Sama in advance. However, the release of the comprehensive inventory reward caused him to quickly return to his original position and act as if nothing happened. No matter how violent Yami's character is, he is absolutely reluctant to confront that Minotaur. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates. On the merry, after getting the 2nd and 3rd gears and the domineering skills, Luffy just exerted a little force, and his arm began to swell violently. Muscles and bones expanded frantically at a rate visible to the naked eye, and soon became larger than the body of a giant clan. Ah, Luffy's arms are getting bigger. Chopper and Usopp looked at Luffy, who used the muscle balloon, and their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Is this the ability to become gigantic? It really is extraordinary. Sanji and Zoro were stunned in shock, and the sense of oppression when they saw it with their own eyes was several times stronger than in the video. By the way, Luffy, what about the 4th gear experience card? Nami asked curiously. Like, in my head. After acquiring the new ability, Luffy, who was enjoying himself, muttered in a somewhat uncertain voice. In his mind, a black shadow card with a strong and domineering posture floated slowly. It seems that with just one thought, one can become a bouncing man in a frenzy. That is the ability developed by oneself in the future. Great, with this experience card, I have more power to protect my companions. Thinking of Ace's death, Luffy's expression became more and more determined. A single experience card is not enough. He must master the use of the fourth gear as soon as possible, so that he can deal with the future powerhouses in the new world. At the same time, seeing these two pieces of reward information, countless audiences were boiling. Play the famous anime scene and start the chapter 16 with Niu Tau versus Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Did they acquire the ability of the future ahead of time? God, I really want to be selected for the shocking scene, so I can quickly become stronger. Hey, there are 10 scenes in total. All dimensions are included in them. The chances are too slim. If only I could become this great in the future. In the dimension of the heavens and the world, countless passionate protagonists in chasing dreams are mourning. The next video is shocking famous scene 8. It will definitely be more shocking than the frenetic action. This alone can exclude countless low martial worlds in advance. After all, even the final bosses of many dimensional worlds can't reach this level, and the chosen sons who have not yet grown up don't even have to think about it. I don't know which world the next shocking scene will be. One Piece World, Marshal Sengoku of the Naval Headquarters, Akainu, Kaibu, Ice Pheasant, Garp and other high-level executives are all waiting with bated breath for the release of the video. One Piece Roger's peak strength is definitely stronger than Barrett and Luffy. Will the next famous scene be an image of Roger's life? In Naruto world, Madara Uchiha's forehead slowly dripped a drop of sweat, and she became nervous unknowingly. I don't know if his future plan is successful. If it is successful, he should also be successfully selected. Isn't it shocking enough to subvert the entire ninja world on your own? In the world of the God of Death, Aizen Suoyuju calmly leaned back against the throne of Xuye Palace. Aizen was very sure that she would definitely be on the list, but not necessarily 8, most likely the one in the finale. In the world of One Punch Man, the bald Saitama was eating instant noodles with a calm expression, but Genos, on the side, was shaking with excitement. Genos, stop kicking the table. The noodle soup was almost spilled on the table, Saitama shouted with dissatisfaction. The S-Class heroes of the Hero Association are also in the same mood, and almost everyone is fantasizing about the scenery of their own selection in the famous scene. At this moment, the entire dimension is waiting with full attention, and the characters in countless anime clasp their palms tightly. Who is the protagonist of the next famous scene? To what extent can a famous scene that is more shocking than a frenzy action? Under the spotlight, shocking scene 8 was finally released. 25. Aizen vs Moonless. Pirate World, Straw Hat Pirates. Sure enough, it's still a bit unimaginable Luffy can actually become so strong in the future. However, according to the bounty, I should become very strong in the future. Sanji said with some envy and some unwillingness. The bounty of 330 million Bailey is astronomical. In the past, the Straw Hat Pirates did not have a total bounty of 200 million. In a few years, the total bounty of the entire Straw Hat Pirates may exceed 3 billion. HMPH, I'm definitely better than you anyway. Leaning on the edge of the boat, the green algae head Zoro said while pouring wine into his mouth. He was still a little unconvinced. Why is Sanji's bounty a little higher than his own? But talking about his strength, Zoro couldn't help but start to fantasize. In a few years, how far is he from the world's one great swordsman, Hawkeye? In the past, he has always regarded Hawkeye as an invincible opponent in his life. But not long ago, after seeing 10 shocking scenes, after Kurosaki Ichigo fought Ulquiorra, he also shifted his goal of becoming stronger to those two. Niu Tau and Xiao Wu. Those two monsters are obviously fighting with swords. Not only that, their strength is far beyond their own, maybe even stronger than Hawkeye. Their combat power has simply refreshed their cognition as a swordsman. Could it be that it is a world where fighting with swords is very popular? It would be nice if we could get a deeper understanding of that world. Just as Zoro was contemplating, Sanji retorted, "You kid, my bounty has already surpassed yours, which means that I must be stronger." Fart, obviously I'm stronger. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Nami stopped in time. Look at it, a new video has appeared. Before he finished speaking, a brand new cover appeared in everyone's mind. At this moment, the world of pirates, the world of death, the world of Naruto, the world of fairy tale, the world of Dragon Ball, the world of One Punch Man, the world of pure love, and countless anime characters all widened their eyes. After all, no matter who they are, they hope that their moment of prestige can be remembered by the comprehensive dimension. At the same time, the world of the God of Death. In the Soul Realm, the captains of the 13th Division of the Guardian, headed by Yamamoto Matoye Shizukuni, are lined up in 2 rows and are holding a meeting. What do you guys think about the last video? Yamamoto Shizukuni asked in a serious voice. With all due respect, the world that those two are in seems to be completely different from the dimension we are in, and there is nothing to be particularly concerned about. Reaper Captain Kinshuri analyzed seriously. Whether it is ability, fighting style, or the concept of the world, it is not the same as the soul world. That's right, what we need to pay attention to is the battle between that kid Ichigo and Ulquiorra, to see if we can judge the strength of that guy Aizen by the 4th blade. Zaraki Kemba, who was also the captain, left. After witnessing the battle between Ichigo and Zaio, Zaraki Kenpachi felt ecstasy in his heart. If even the 4th blade has such terrifying combat power, then the strength of the previous one should be even stronger, and I don't know if they are enough to fight on their own. However, at this moment, in a breath of time, many captains showed surprised expressions, all of which were aware of the new cover that appeared in their minds. At the same time, in the entire comprehensive dimension, all the audience saw this cover at the same time. For a moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro yelled, "Bastard, Aizen!" It turned out to be that traitor, Aizen Saozuke. The Grim Reaper captains present instantly recognized the man who was most prominent on the cover. Aizen Saozuke. He wears a white robe and has short brown hair. That indifferent and arrogant, condescending attitude is still so annoying. The current Aizen is definitely the #1 enemy of the soul world, and it can even appear on the cover of 8. It seems that Aizen has become the king of the virtual circle, as he said. It is not difficult to predict how seriously Aizen will be damaged by the soul world in the future. The 13th Division of the Guardian Garden, even if they do their best, they will get rid of Aizen. Damn, how could the protagonist of 8 be Aizen? All of a sudden, the hearts of many gods of death began to panic. Why was Aizen selected for this shocking scene? Could it be that he will destroy the entire soul society in the future? However, at this moment, Tsuchiki Hayukaya, who was staring at the cover with a solemn expression, suddenly froze, and then asked, "Who is that figure behind Aizen?" Behind Aizen? Until this time, many people gradually realized the strangeness of this cover. I saw a black figure standing behind Aizen, and no one could see his appearance. He was surrounded by black smoke, his skin was wrapped in dark bandages, and his waist-length black hair was scattered. Since half of the man's body is hidden and bathed in dark shadows, it is impossible to identify the man's identity from a cover alone. Who is this guy? Several Death God captains looked at each other, each showing a confused look. At the same time, all the worlds had a heated discussion about the identity of Aizen and the mysterious shadow. Is this the protagonist of the 8 scenes this time? Is that shadow his opponent? In the pirate world, the warring states marshal and the 3 generals held their breaths. The worlds know. One swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, narrowed his eyes suddenly as if he had sensed something. As for Luffy and the others of the Straw Hat Pirates, they even looked forward to it. These 2 guys seem to be swordsmen. Since it is a famous scene of 8, it should be stronger than the previous 2. It is really exciting. In the world of One Punch Man, the 4th-ranked S-class hero Atomic Samurai smiled. He was very confident in his swordsmanship, and even thought he was the strongest swordsman in the world. It wasn't until the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Ulquiorra that his confidence was completely disintegrated. That kind of overwhelming power that destroys the mountains and rivers and reverses the sun and the moon with one sword is simply not something that I can contend with. By the way, why don't these two people look like good people? Naruto scratched his head in Naruto world. He couldn't tell which of the two guys was the righteous side and which was the evil side. Obviously, this guy in white clothes is a good guy, and this black figure who looks terrifying and scary at first glance must be a bad guy. Sakura left aside. In any case, I have seen 10 and 9. There should be no more famous scenes that can shock me. Standing aside, Hatake Kakashi muttered to himself thoughtfully. The first two famous scenes have far surpassed the Battle of Shadow-level powerhouses, and Kakashi's heart has long been shaken. Therefore, he just doesn't believe that there are other famous scenes in the world that can shock him even more. At this moment, all the dimensional worlds are discussing the two people on the cover, and the shocking scene 8 has officially kicked off. 26. Aizen, I will stand in the sky. 8. Play the famous anime scene. Start with Volt's Head vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 17. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. In the world of the God of Death, in the virtual circle of the virtual Night Palace, Lan Ran sat on the throne and showed a strange smile. Aizen was a little surprised by this order. At first, he thought he could be ranked 1. However, 8 is also fine, at least the entire dimension can see its terrifying strength. To be honest, no matter it was the picture of Ichigo Kurosaki vs. Ulquiorra or the picture of Luffy vs. Barrett, Aizen couldn't make any waves in Aizen's heart. No matter how shocking it is, the gap between these people's strength and own is still very obvious, and it is impossible to threaten him. Aizen didn't care too much about his opponent, he had almost perfect confidence in his own strength. Then, under the watchful eyes of all the dimensional characters, the shocking famous scene, ranked 8, was officially broadcast. Goodbye, everyone. The video begins with an extremely indifferent voice. Above the blue sky of the Soul Realm, 3 arrogant and domineering figures are constantly rising into the sky. Aizen Soijuk, Ichimaru Jin, Tozen once. In the cracked sky, one after another, strange creatures, with huge bodies and hollow gaps, appeared in their bodies and opened their hands to catch them. Big imaginary. This kind of monster, with a white mask and a pure black body, frightened the viewers of many worlds in an instant. When did they see such a deformed monster, the weaker heart almost vomited. On the ground below, a weak white-haired man stared at the sky angrily and roared. Aizen, have you fallen? You actually chose to join forces with Dakshu. Answer me, why did you do such a thing? Regardless of the captain of the 13th Division, Shiroukite, couldn't understand what he thought. Why did Aizen and the other 2 Death God captains kill Room 46, take away the Bengyu, and betray the Soul Society? Next second. Under the surprised expressions of countless audiences, he originally looked very quiet and amiable. Even some gentle brown-haired men showed extremely cold-blooded contempt. Fuzu, pay attention to your tone, you are too arrogant. I did this, of course, to pursue a higher realm. As Aizen spoke softly, she gently took off her glasses and combed her curly hair. No one is invincible from the beginning, so are you, so are I, everyone is, even the gods. But from this moment on, the unbearable blank period for the throne of the sky is coming to an end. With a click, the glasses in Aizen's hand shattered instantly and melted into the wind. His very mild-looking brown curly hair looked like it had been coated with hairspray, and it was combed into an extremely arrogant mess. I will replace God, and then stand in the sky. The words fall. The screen freezes. The 3,000 worlds fell silent. After a few seconds, countless dimensions fell into a sensation. In the world of pirates, Thunder God Anlu flashed crackling lightning and thunder all over his body, and laughed angrily. Extremely arrogant. Aizen, such an arrogant guy, he actually looks down on God. Want to replace God? At least you have to have the corresponding strength. Hey, this guy seems to despise all of us. In my opinion, even Roger wouldn't dare to say such a big thing, right? Wang Yuan whistled and joked yin and yang. In Nine's video, Kizuna also appeared in an extremely exaggerated way. Unsurprisingly, his glittering fruit and kicks known as the speed of light also attracted the attention of many dimensions. Now, Chizuru is even more confident in his own strength. And then, now there are people who claim that they are invincible as soon as they appear on the stage, which is really arrogant. Aizen's calm tone of looking down at all beings as if narrating the facts suddenly aroused the anger of many dimensional powerhouses. Replacing God? Stand in the sky! This time, many powerhouses hidden in the depths were blown up. Oh? Is it Aizen? Human, I remember you completely. In the world of Digimon, the expression of the evil Kurosaki was extremely cold. How mad, how arrogant, how ignorant of human beings can say such low-level words. The world of Saint Seiya, the zodiac sign, the whole body was shrouded in golden light, and the Virgo Shaka sat cross-legged in the air. He closed his eyes and said, It's the first time I've seen such an interesting human being to say that I can replace God. In the world of enchantment masters, the demon fox princess of the Hainan Tower gave a sly smile a few times. God. Is it possible that he is stronger than the dragon? Will he be afraid of the god-destroying Magister? However, I really want to fight this strong man. In the fairy tale world, the fire dragon Natsu, burned again, woke up. This kind of brainless man, you should really let him taste the illusion of your pupil technique. Let him know what it means to be a person outside a person. There is a heaven outside the sky. What do you think? Poetry asked. Laughing to death, tiny ants. In the world of destroying beasts, the emperor, shaped destroying beast, bathed in the starry sky and sneered disdainfully. In any case, Aizen's classic statement caused an uproar throughout the anime dimension. Everyone wants to see with their own eyes how strong this guy who claims to be able to replace God is to be so defiant. Only, at this moment, the anime characters in the various worlds of the heavens have not realized it yet. This man, named Aizen Soiju, will soon make all dimensions completely remember his existence and never forget it. Chapter 27, All the Staff Swear, the group fights Aizen. Aizen Soiju. This man, to replace God. In the video, this arrogant guy only used an understatement to ignite the fighting spirit and anger of the entire anime dimension. The evil Cherubimon, Hades the Hades, the Emperor Destroyer, the Black Dragon Akunarokia, King Asakura and others all showed their disdain. Arrogant human beings dare to try to surpass the gods. How ignorant, how ridiculous. However, it is undeniable that he has also successfully attracted the attention of the entire dimension. At this moment, the audience in the heavens, including many world-destroying powerhouses, held their breaths, wanting to see whether this guy has the strength to match it. Blue die. At the same time, in the world of the God of Death, the captains of the 13th Division of the Gaia looked extremely solemn, and their nervousness became stronger and stronger. By witnessing the previous memory events again, they once again felt the unparalleled sense of terrifying oppression that Aizen had. Aizen, this guy is really unfathomable. What will happen to the corpse soul world? In the video, the screen switches to the top of a bustling city. The modern city is full of high-rise buildings and a lot of traffic, but it is strange that there is not even a single pedestrian on the street. At this moment, one after another, in black and white uniforms, with swords on their waists, the Shinigami captains confronted Aizen Valley. After going through all the hardships, they finally defeated all the 10 blades, and they can kill the abominable traitor Aizen. All the captains had strong and excited killing intent in their eyes, and the air of the entire city area, which had been intensified by the riots, was shaking. However, after seeing the city, the audience in the world of death couldn't hold back on the spot. Wait a minute. Why is the place where they are like Kukyu's a town? My god, how did he come to our world? He won't slaughter Kukyu's a town? In the school, Kigo Asano looked at the empty city in the picture and couldn't help but shouted while holding Kurosaki Ichigo's arm. Ichigo, please save us quickly. Hey, you idiot, didn't you see that even Ichigo was fighting hard before? Give me enough time. Orihimanu's friend, the tomboy Arizawa Ryuki, chipped Asano out. Then, the atmosphere quieted down. However, everyone's faces were a little ugly. Shadoteyu, Ishigayuan, Inu Orihin, Kuchiki and others. At this time, the mood was terrifying to the extreme. Unexpectedly, as the protagonist of shocking famous Scene 8, this self-proclaimed Godazin actually came to the empty city. Don't worry too much, the captains of each team are very strong, and they will definitely protect everyone in my place. After a while of silence, Ichigo Kurosaki smiled lightly and comforted him. Different from the panicked reaction of everyone, he was actually relieved when he saw the picture of the captains surrounded by blue dye in the video. The 10 blades in the virtual circle under Aizen's seat are not present, which also means that Aizen is the only enemy left at this time. You must know that he has seen the strength of the captains of the 13th Division of the Guardian with his own eyes in the Corpse and Soul world. With so many powerhouses present, are you still afraid that a mere blue die can't be done? Moreover, now that I also have the experience card in the form of a bull's head, it shouldn't be much worse than Aizen. Video continues. Aizen, I'm here to tear you into pieces. I saw Xuye Palace, who was wearing a white lion's head, roared, and then a violent airflow that was visible to the naked eye suddenly erupted around him. The twisted Ryatsu light almost formed substance, shaking the entire Kakuza town to the verge of collapse. Solution. Big Red Lotus Ice Wheel Pill. Boom. In an instant, an ice blue torrent bloomed, the cold air condensed, and the icy aura changed into a pair of frosty armor wrapping around Hitsuge Tashiro's body. In the next second, a pair of fantastic ice crystal dragon wings suddenly opened behind him, an unparalleled gorgeous form, like a dream. For the first time, the ability to interpret the world of the god of death has been shown in the eyes of the dimensions of the heavens. Play the famous anime scene, start with a bull's head versus Xiao Wu Chapter 18. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. It's so cold. For just this moment, the people watching the video couldn't help clenching their trembling hands, and their eyes widened inconceivably. What kind of freezing power is this? This ice cold infiltrating the bone marrow is simply like being there. At the same time, almost all dimensional creatures were forced to face this chill. Wow! It's so cool. In the world of the Scorching Fire Brigade, Senra Hibuka said very comfortably. They face the spontaneous combustion of the human body every day and live in scorching heat. The ability to face Hitsuge Tashiro is like an air conditioner that has been refrigerating for a while. What a strong freezing ability! In the world of pirates, Admiral Akiji stood up abruptly. He could feel that Hitsuge Tashiro's freezing ability was indistinguishable from his own, and seeing that other worlds also had similar abilities to his own, Shinji couldn't help feeling a little sympathy in his heart. The other ice-type abilities, General Ud's, Gray the Fairy Tale, and Camu of the Zodiac Aquarius, were also shocked by this. However, it has not yet waited for everyone to react in the form of Hitsuge Tashiro's swastika. In the picture, a humanoid creature with the appearance of a civet cat slowly raised a huge blade and said the same lines as Hitsuge Tashiro. Solution. Black Rope God's Condemnation Kingmain. Boom. The world was turned upside down, and the incomparably powerful force instantly crushed countless high-rise buildings into dust. In a blink of an eye, a huge creature about the size of a hill wearing black samurai armor stood up from behind Kamamura Zujin, raising the sky with smoke and dust. Seeing this scene, Madara Uchiha of Aki's world immediately shuddered and her scalp became numb. The energy emitted by this giant armored puppet is actually more powerful than Susanoo. Immediately afterwards, the captain of the secret mobile team, the Broken Bee exuding heroic spirit, put the dagger to his mouth and said coldly, "Desperate to kill the enemy, the bee." buzzing. With the sound of a wasp chirping, the short sword in her hand gradually turned into a finger prick attached to a golden chain. The picture flashed, and the captain of the 8th Division, Jingle Chenshu, fell lightly behind Aizen and pulled out 2 black shadow blades from the shadow. The flowers are chaotic, the flower gods cry, the wind is chaotic, the demons sneer, the flowers are crazy. The battle is coming. All the Shinigami captains showed their incomparably powerful abilities, and even the masked lords who fought side by side liberated their Zanpakuto. The former captain, Hirako Mako, twirled the blade in his hand and said with a wry smile, "Fall down, go against the Buddha. Break him. Iron Dragonfly. Crush him, Tengumaru. Play it, Jinshaluo." At this moment, the gods of death erupted, and countless Zanpakuto simultaneously erupted with amazing spiritual pressure. The energy fluctuations, from all directions, seemed to crush everything on Aizen's body. Gang fight! At this moment, everyone watching the video almost exclaimed. You must know that not long ago, they just saw the queen of the pirate world, Sabo, and others work together to defeat Parrot. But you must know. The target of everyone's attack at that time was an island-like, towering super beast. After watching the video, everyone can feel how powerful these dead gods wearing swords are, and each of them have the strength of a naval admiral. But right now, this absurd scene has to make everyone wonder, are they really planning to gang up on one person? After all, as long as a normal person can judge, how powerful are these death gods wearing swords? Each of them possesses strength no less than that of a naval admiral. Xiao. His appearance is no different from ordinary people, and his body shape and temperament are also different from the body of a monster like Parrot. So, how can this guy deserve so many strong people to put down his body and confront him alone with despicable means? Chapter 28, Swordsmanship to Kill Gods. Boom. With Ichigo Kuroshi's anger erupting, the icy blue freezing air almost froze the entire sky. All the heavens, the whole world, all trembled violently under the cold air emanating from the Dahongli and Vinglanwan. At this moment, countless people with freezing ability turned pale in shock, and even the appearance of Aquarius Cameo of the Zodiac became a bit dignified. As for those ordinary viewers who just love the anime world and don't have any fighting ability, their mood is even more horrified. At this moment, bathed in the dreamy ice feathers, Ichigo Kurosaki slowly raised his head. Aizen, with my next offensive, you won't even have the chance to cast the mirror. As the white-haired boy's voice fell, his figure flickered and disappeared. With wings, derived from the big red lotus ice wheel pill, Toshiro drew countless dreamy and beautiful ice crystals in the air and flew to Aizen in a flash, and then... climb! Cut off with a knife! Vinglam Gianki and Aizen's Zanpakuto collided fiercely. Buzzing. Sword light flickered, sparks splashed. Ichigo Kuroshi's continuous slashing speed has almost reached the limit of the human eye, as if pushing the enemy into a desperate situation with continuous and crazy stabbing. The pinnacle of swordsmanship. Terrifying freezing ability. There are also gorgeous weapon forms. 3,000 worlds are in a Ulquiorra. What a terrible swordsmanship is this, the ability called swallowing? In the world of pirates, Hawkeye Mihawk suddenly widened his eyes. Ichigo Kurosaki has the determination to kill the opponent every time he swings his sword. Wherever the sword passes, the slash is endless. Not only that, it's more like a strange sword manipulating people's movements rather than a person swinging a sword. Is their ability related to weapons? This kind of weapon that seems to have life has far exceeded the concept of the world of pirates, and even the Supreme Sword and 12 workers are beyond the reach of it. Such a slender body actually burst out with such powerful power. This guy's inner muscles must be stronger than that of a head. He is simply a devil of muscles. Black Clover World, Black Bull Knights, Ashtar roared excitedly. This famous swordsman not only has the ability to freeze, but the angle and strength of the slash are perfect. This proves that he has extremely skilled combat experience. How could this be? He obviously looks so young. One Punch World Atomic Samurai just felt a little weird. Hitsuge Taoshiro's appearance is obviously the same as that of an ordinary teenager, but it seems that he has gone through 100 battles. In the face of his dazzling swordsmanship, the entire dimensional world did not even dare to breathe. Whether it is a swordsman who is proficient in swords or a person with freezing ability, they all feel an invisible sense of oppression in front of this white-haired boy. However, in the picture, floating above the clouds, all the captains of the Death God who were wearing the same black and white robes as the white-haired boy, all of the same rank, looked solemn. Even though Hitsuge Toshiro seemed to have suppressed Aizen, they did not dare to relax for a moment. All of them are on guard against Aizen's mirror flowers. Suddenly, in the process of Aizen's slash against Hitsuge Toshiro, a huge dark samurai blade fell from the sky. Kamamura left formation and launched a sneak attack. The black rope condemns Qingming. Boom. In an instant, the unbelievable sword pressure slashed down with a destructive force. The black beam slammed the earth into two halves, and the whole world was twisted into black and white lines. At the same time, the thunderous sonic boom almost shattered everyone's eardrums, and the raged smoke also blocked the sight of everyone present. That's great! That's what I should do, the future me. Good luck! Looking at the shocking scene in the video, the 17th Captain Kimura Zujin showed a look of surprise. Even if he attacked Aizen in a despicable way, he must not have the opportunity to launch a mirror image. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Have to guard. Kamamura Zujin's sudden sneak attack and his exaggerated slash made all the characters in the anime dimension stunned, and their jaws almost dropped. The Aizen who claimed to surpass God, wouldn't he just be chopped to death with a knife? No, it shouldn't be possible. As a shocking famous scene 8, it will never end so easily. What's more, the image of Kamamura Zujin is completely a beast, and the gap with the shadow image on the cover is really too big. This beast actually attacked. Doesn't it know what shame is? Uchiha Saju said coldly with a surprised expression. Look, Aizen is indeed the good one. He looks so handsome, he must be good. Sakura pouted angrily. No, in the face of a powerful enemy who claims to be God, they should do whatever they can. Narashikamaru's rational analysis. Play the famous anime scene, start with Adult Head vs. Zaio Chapter 19. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. However, they seem to be very wary of Aizen's ability to use that ability, called Kyuka Suzuki. That name sounds a bit like an illusion. Would such a powerful swordsman be afraid of such a crooked way of illusion? Naruto Uzumaki, who had not been tortured by illusion, was somewhat incomprehensible. Mirror Flower Shiryu. Nuralasheng was shocked in the world of the grandson of the slippery ghost. How could this guy who looks like a villain have the ability to have the same name as his family's unique trick? The flower reflected in the mirror, the moon floating in the water. There is a high probability that Aizen's Kyuka Suzuki is also a skill used to deceive the enemy's vision. The video was still playing, so Aizen couldn't have died so easily. Countless anime dimensions are paying attention. Under the indifferent and dissatisfied gazes of the godlike powerhouses, Aizen Soyuzuk's vigorous posture slowly emerges in the smoke. Unscathed, with a sneer on his face, his understatement once again aroused the anger of the crowd. Iron Dragonfly. Tengu Miru. Shinshaluo. At this moment, the members of the masked corps surrounded Aizen and swung their Zakudo towards him at the same time. Even Kamamura Zujin didn't hold back any longer and rushed into the sky with the black-armored giant and slashed towards Aizen together. However, at this moment, there was an inexplicable smile on the corner of Aizen's mouth. Do you want to beat me with numbers and brute force? It's so beautiful. In this case, let's take a look at it. What is the real power? Swish! In an instant, his figure appeared in front of Kamamura Zujin like a teleportation. Then, with a wave of his arm, he slashed down with an understatement. Under his slash, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen, and no one responded. Click. The next second, together with a vertical line. The black blade in the hands of King Ming of the Black Rope, its huge body like a hill, the Zanpakuto of Kamamura Zujin, and the arm of Kamamura Zujin were cut in two in an instant. The blood splashed wildly, and the heart-piercing scream stunned everyone, and countless dimensions fell into silence. How is this possible? In the Naruto world, Uchiha Itachi has been completely sluggish. He can feel that the Black Rope Scourge Ningguang has a strength no less than his own Susanoo. How could he be cut off by such a knife? In the world of Inuyasha, Sesshomaru had goosebumps all over his body, showing a split-eyed look. In the world of the Blade of Ghost Slayer, all the column-level swordsmen were frightened by this sword and froze in place, unable to move. In the world of pirates, Hawkeye Mihawk unknowingly put on a posture of blocking with a knife, and a drop of cold sweat slowly fell on his forehead. Seeing this scene, all the powerhouses who used swords in countless dimensions were stunned. Time and space have stopped flowing. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Aizen Saojuk, is this man really still human? This kind of swordsmanship can slay the gods. 29. Aizen, the sky is colorless. 4 strong men were wounded with one sword. How devastating is this? Facing this sword that made time and space stand still, the members of Kamamura Zujin and the Masked Legion had no power to fight back at all. At this moment, the power of Aizen Saojuk's sword made the 3,000 worlds silent. The atmosphere gradually fell into silence, and countless strong faces were solemn. After that, more and more viewers stopped discussing and disdain for Aizen's arrogant behavior. At this moment, as bystanders, they have no choice but to witness the power of Aizen. Tengu Miru! Jinshaluo! Aizen grabbed the golden rope flying from behind and didn't even look at it, but in the next second. Catcha, 2 streaks of blood splashed into the sky. Finkieo Laojuro Nekawulu, who came 2 blood men at the same time, fell from the sky with dull faces and stepped into the footsteps of the left formation of Koma village. Iron Slurry Dragonfly. Seeing that her comrade was defeated, Liza Ichimaru was bruised and stabbed Aizen with her spear. The weird thing is, no one could see how Aizen made a move, but a shocking sword wound suddenly appeared on Lisa Izamaru's back, and blood spattered into the sky. The girl suffered an irreparable damage in an instant, and fell to the ground with a pale face, completely crushed. At this moment, Aizen once again shocked the entire dimensional world with absolute domineering strength. No way. Aizen obviously didn't use the sword. If he killed them with swordsmanship like just now, I can still understand. But Aizen obviously didn't use the sword. Looking very confused. This guy's slash is very similar to my consciousness slash. In Sabertooth World, Miyamoto Musashi, who had just been resurrected, was taken aback. After all, even his own consciousness slash makes the enemy feel pain, rather than directly killing people and causing substantial damage. Could it be that this man has really surpassed the gods? Mirror Flower Shiryu. Mirror Flower Shiryu's ability, is it impossible to kill the opponent out of thin air? In the world of One Punch Superman, the Atomic Warrior looked horrified. As a swordsman, having such an exaggerated ability is too perverted. The superpowers of countless dimensions are watching the screen with bated breath, but they don't see clearly when Aizen showed the mirror. Teacher, I have never seen such a superpower. If I do encounter it, wouldn't even the teacher be helpless? Genos yelled and couldn't keep his calm expression any longer. In the worldview of One Punch Man, there are also many superpowers. However, without any medium and without any precursor, the means of directly beheading the enemy is simply unheard of. Huh? Are you saying that Aizen used superpowers? The bald Saitama was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, he suddenly said with some relief, I see, Genos, can't you see this guy's sword swing? What? Swinging the sword? Did he swing the sword? Genos' breath choked. All the characters in the comprehensive world, the low martial arts world and the high martial arts world see something completely different. It seems that my swordsmanship has not yet reached the real limit. The power of Aizen may not be that kind of mirror at all. In the world of pirates, Hawkeye Mihawk's hands trembled slightly. No wonder this guy claims to be able to replace gods. With such a shocking sword swing speed at the limit of human beings, can he really cultivate to this level? In the world of Soul Eater, the ghost god Asura's face changed greatly. This Aizen is more like a pure monster than a human being. Sesshomaru, a white-haired and white-robed man in the world of Inuyasha, said in shock. In the Saint Seiya world, the Virgo Shaka of the Zodiac even opened his eyes directly. Because he has to make sure that he can see every picture in the video clearly. The video continues. Not only the Masked Legion, Shatterby, and Kyoryu Shinsu also participated in the siege against Aizen. Under the leadership of Hitsugaya Toshiro's frozen sword, Rogue finally found an opportunity to assassinate Aizen. 2 hit kills. Broken V stabbed Aizen's chest at a lightning-fast speed. Did it succeed? It's a pity that, in the face of the toxin of the V, Aizen actually grabbed the arm of the V as if nothing had happened. Aizen's spiritual pressure far surpasses Broken V countless times, so of course such toxins can't work on him. In an instant, Jingle Shunshu unexpectedly emerged from the ice seal made by Toshiro and stabbed the blade into Aizen's body like a ghost. There are shadows on the ice. Jingle Shunshu actually succeeded in the sneak attack. The 13th Division of the Gotti Division, who were watching the video at the same time, burst into ecstasy. Originally, they had difficulty breathing because of Aizen's strong sense of oppression. Unexpectedly, Captain Jingle Shunshu actually found the best time to attack. Shadow? Could it be that the shadow on the cover is Jingle? Glancing at Jingle Shunshu next to him, Broken V guessed in surprise. Meanwhile, in the video, the battle situation was changing rapidly. After Jingle Shunshu succeeded, Hitsugaya Toshiro also flew wildly and easily pierced Aizen's body with a sword. Puff. The next second, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Aizen's mouth, looking remorseful and extremely unwilling. Aizen, we are going to lose the battle. Seeing this scene, both the members of the 13th Division of the Protectorate and the 10 Blades of the Xuye Palace felt a little stunned. The invincible Aizen was defeated. The powerhouses of all dimensions also showed extremely surprised expressions. This man who claimed to surpass God was seriously injured so easily. Such a scene seems to verify a famous saying, evil overcomes righteousness. At this moment, countless comprehensive dimensions began to cheer and celebrate. After all, neither the decent and passionate protagonist nor the world-destroying boss of the villain camp can't stand Aizen's indifference and arrogance. However, in the next second, Aizen's icy voice rang out again. The sky is actually colorless. Play the famous anime scene, start the 20th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. It doesn't deceive you, it's just that it's so nice to deceive itself. The next second, when they saw the real scene in the video, the members of the 13th Division of the Gotti collectively lost their voices. The pupils of Shaka in Virgo in the Zodiac shrank, Sesshomaru in Inuyasha's hand holding the natural teeth was shaking constantly, and Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman, almost failed to stabilize the black knife. All Heaven's Dimension, completely dumbfounded. 30 through the looking glass. The sky is actually colorless. It doesn't deceive you, it's just that it's so nice to deceive itself. As Aizen's indifferent words fell, countless audiences fell into shock. Seeing is believing. But at this moment, what everyone saw, is it really real? In the next second, the powerhouses of the All-Heaven Dimension widened their eyes incredulously. Everyone saw the weak girl who was frozen and impaled by Hitsugaya Toshiro, injected with poison by Broken V's, and her throat was cut by Jingle Shunshu with a shadow blade. That's right, it wasn't Aizen, but a girl who was too weak to fight back. With blood on the corner of the girl's mouth, she fell into Hitsugeya Taoshiro's arms, with a desperate expression. She is Hitsugeya Taoshiro's childhood sweetheart, Hinamori Tao. From beginning to end, this innocent girl just watched the battle below and did nothing. In order to make fun of others, doing such an act. Aizen, I'm going to kill you. Taoshiro raised his head, and the hysterical roar shook the sky. Seeing this scene, the captains of the Gati 13th Division were completely angry to the extreme, especially Hitsugeya Toshiro was on the verge of collapse. My future self will kill Hinamori Tao. When exactly? How is it possible? When did Aizen become Hinamori Tao? Not only the captains of the 13th Division of the Gati, but the entire dimensional heavens, countless audiences and powerhouses in the anime world were stunned. Playing everyone with applause, can this ability still be called an ordinary illusion? It is not an exaggeration to call it the play of the gods under the watchful eyes of everyone. Because, not only the characters in the video, but also the audience, who are extremely attentive, are also being played. This is Jinyu Xuye. These guys, are still ridiculous as always, and they will not make any progress in the future. In the world of the God of Death, in the Xuye Palace, Aizen, who was sitting on the throne, did not have many mood swings, but only showed a faint smile. He was too familiar with himself to fully understand what would happen in the future. For him, the strength of these gods of death was not worth mentioning to him. They can live until now, just because they still want to play. Meanwhile, what about the blue guy in the video? He actually stood unscathed in the place where Hinamori was originally. Aizen, when did you start Kyoka Suzuki? Hirako Mako asked shudderingly that his Zanpakuto reverse stroke is also an illusion-type Zanpakuto which can reverse other people's perception of up, down, left and right. However, he didn't even notice that Aizen had activated the mirror. How could his Zanpakuto not have the slightest changes and ups and downs at the spiritual pressure level? Surrounded by the crowd once again, Aizen looked at the captains who were already in disarray with playful eyes, and the mocking expression gradually revealed a touch of playfulness. Oh, you should know, Kyoka Shuyu's ability is complete hypnosis, which can change everyone's 5 senses. So you might think that even if the 5 senses change, you can always detect subtle differences. But if I can accurately measure every hair, the frequency of every breath, and the intensity of every breeze that is exactly the same as reality. That is to say, even if I kill your relatives, I can make you not aware of it for the rest of your life. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, will live in yourself, satisfied and happy, lives and be complacent. Boom. Under the attention of all the people, as Aizen's voice fell, the powerhouses of countless dimensions felt their scalps numb like 5 thunders. The whole body trembled, goosebumps rose, and the cold air ran down the spine to the sky. Also possessing a slick ghost named Jinyu Xuye, Nura Lushing felt a deeper despair. It turns out that for Aizen, this is what the real Kyoka Xuye means. In the Naruto world, all the pupils who possessed the pupil technique were like being struck by lightning, frozen in place and covered in ice. Uchiha Itachi, who had watched the shocking famous scene twice in a row, but his expression was always calm and did not change, his expression changed greatly at this moment, and his expression was shocked. He never knew, or even could not imagine, that illusions could be manipulated to such a terrifying level. In Konoha village, the young Sakura's mood was almost broken. She was wrong. Big mistake feature. Not only is this Aizen not a good person, he can't even be called a villain. Because this man simply does not have any xingxing that can be associated with human beings. I love, like a god. Just like what Aizen said before. The sky is actually colorless. It didn't deceive anyone, only its own eyes deceived itself. The invincible is not Jinyu Xuye, but this godlike man. At this moment, in the dimension of the heavens, countless audiences trembled, and the fear of Aizen in their hearts continued to rise. 31. Decisive battle, collapsing Yulan Ren and fighting Moonless. The entire animation dimension is shaking, and the audience in the trillions is horrified. The names of Aizen, Soyushu, and Kyoka Suzuki resounded throughout the heavens in just one video. It is very possible that this man is really above the gods. Aizen, I'm asking you, when exactly did you cast Jinyu or Shiryu? In the video, Hirako Mako asked, holding back her fear. Then I have to ask you, when did you have the illusion that I didn't use the mirror? Aizen responded indifferently. His arrogant words made Hirako Mako froze in place. However, Hitsugeya Toshiro was already extremely angry at this time. No matter what the mirror, he flew over again at Aizen. Aizen. Crack. I saw Aizen wield a sword. Hitsugeya Toshiro splattered 3 feet of blood and was cut into 2 pieces together with the ice dragon wings. Having almost had enough, Aizen's expression became dull at a speed visible to the naked eye. How come? How is this possible? In the Soul world, all the Death God captains who saw this scene showed incredible expressions. As captains of the God of Death, their strength has been cultivated through thousands of trials and hardships. How could they be defeated so easily? What happened next, however, was even more unbelievable, almost like a nightmare. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, 4 knives. With Aizen, he swung a few knives at will. Hitsugeya Toshiro. Broken V. Hirako Mako. Jingle Spring Water. Among the gods of death, the strongest captains went one after the other and were severely injured. At this time, Aizen didn't want to play with this group of ants anymore. According to the time calculation, the collapsed jade in his body was almost awakened. It's useless, it's impossible for these guys to defeat Captain Aizen. At the same time, Ichimaru Jin, who was watching the battle from afar, his voice sounded like a narration. Beware of Captain Aizen's Kyoka Shiryu? No, it's impossible. Because Captain Aizen is invincible and has no dead ends. All the abilities of Captain Aizen are far superior to each of you. Especially the strength of the spiritual pressure is completely different. Ichimaru Jin's understated words caused 12 earthquakes in everyone's minds like thunder. The screen turns. In the 13th division of the Guardian, Yamamoto Yuanjie Shizukuni fell in a pool of blood full of magma and fell into a coma. Shunjin Yachi, Kurosaki Ishin, and Urahara Chiju were struggling to avoid Aizen's attack. The imposing manner of these 3 people is much stronger than that of the previous Death God captains, but they still look weak and pale when facing Aizen. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. Play the famous anime scene. Start the 21st chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Because the Aizen at this time is slightly different from the previous image. He was covered in a layer of snow-white armor, and his dreamlike posture was as if he had turned into a butterfly, and the terrifying spiritual pressure was even higher. Aizen is their next state. This also means that the plan of the 13th Division of the Guardian to stop Aizen has been completely disintegrated, and the Soul world has been defeated. Aizen's collapsing jade has awakened. Previously, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was regarded as the savior by everyone, was even more difficult to resist the offensive of Ichimaru Jin. It is impossible to defeat. The original Aizen is already invincible. After Genju awakened, Aizen was even more impossible to defeat. Looking at the scenes flashing in the video, all the animation dimensions were silent, and the 13th Division of the Guardian of the Soul Realm couldn't even say a word, and the heavy breathing of everyone was clearly audible. They just saw that even the old man of Yamamoto Yuanjie was defeated by Aizen. And no one is Aizen's opponent. There is no one who can catch the sword in Aizen's hand. Could it be that the future Corpse Soul world was really destroyed by Aizen? Depression, despair, fear, palpitations. The power of Aizen made the hearts of all the powerhouses of the anime dimension fascinated with a layer of fog. Soon after, the battle was over. In the incomparable despair of everyone, Aizen went to the present world where countless humans live. At this moment, the bridge between the Soul Society and the present world completely collapsed. As Aizen descended onto Kuzacho, the entire space of the earth began to distort under the pressure, and the substantial Ryatsu seemed to crush all living beings into pieces. The streets, the entire city, are all comatose humans, and no one can stay awake in front of this existence. Because the Ryatsu that Aizen unintentionally radiated was so terrifying, all the human beings in the entire country were stunned in an instant. Aizen, the world is going to be destroyed. This guy is a real god. In the world of death, Higo Asano, in the empty town shed, tears of despair, and he is already preparing to write a suicide note in advance. Several people, including Shadow, Ishigayuan, and Kuchiki Rukia, were also extremely pale. Aizen killed everyone who dared to fight against her. Now, who can you expect to save the world? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was watching the video, was breathing more and more quickly, as if he was about to be overwhelmed by the enormous pressure. Aizen's horror even overshadowed Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise at his father's strength. He originally thought that his father, Kurosaki Ishin, was an ordinary human being, but he didn't expect to be able to fight Aizen for so long. But now, he has fully understood the power of Aizen. Even if you have an experienced card in the form of a bull's head, it is not worth mentioning in front of this invincible Aizen, a ridiculous and ugly dying struggle. And not only that, just like Ulquiorra was able to use the second stage return blade, the spiritual pressure on Aizen was still increasing. With every evolution of Bengyu, he in the picture will show a new attitude. Finally, until the purple energy beams covered the entire Kuza town, and behind Aizen, a pair of dreamy wings slowly spread out. Collapsing jade blue dye appear. Come on, come and stop this monster. Why is it? He obviously has no opponents. Why is he still getting stronger? In One Piece world, Straw Hat Luffy is shouting unwillingly at the despairing scene in the picture. However, as if facing Aizen's Ryatsu in person, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates trembled throughout their bodies. Even when facing Barrett in the video, they didn't have this sense of despair. A mere human being makes me fearful. In the world of the grandson of the slippery ghost, Yu's body undulated violently with a look of fear and unwillingness on his face. Although he couldn't admit it himself, he couldn't deny in his heart that this man had probably surpassed the gods they once were in this world. What a pitiful world, it's about to be destroyed, right? In the world of tutoring, the final boss Bailan sighed with lingering fears. I don't know if the oppression caused by Aizen Saoju was too shocking, and he actually began to feel sorry for the world. And seeing the shocking scene of Aizen's Ryatsu covering the earth, the Emperor-type destructive beast bathed in the atmosphere is no longer as contemptuous as before. Fortunately, such an evil guy doesn't exist in our world. The young girls in the love world were almost frightened by Aizen. In the Zodiac, countless golden saints looked dreadful. What a horrible guy. Kurosaki Ichigo is the protagonist in the 10 shocking scenes, but he can't even do anything against Aizen's subordinate Ichimaru Jin. At this time, the disparity in combat power has made it impossible to look directly at this disaster. There is no doubt that this city, this world, this earth, is about to be destroyed. At this moment, the weak of countless dimensions knelt down and surrendered, and the strong of countless worlds were forced to admit it. Because, in the dimension where Aizen is located, he is the true god without a doubt. There is no strong man who can stop this man. And this is the shock brought by this famous scene 8. Unlike the previous violence and blood, this time is bottomless despair. Seeing this video, many ordinary humans in Kuza town couldn't help but start to kneel and beg for mercy, calling Aizen a god, hoping to escape. But at this moment, the picture in the video seemed to freeze for a while. Suddenly, a calm background voice slowly sounded. To trade with Zanpakutos will means to give up everything. Even from now on, can I no longer pick up the sword and become immortal? Even so, it's worth it. In an instant. Boom. The most classic words in The God of Death, the two lines of big characters were suddenly engraved in everyone's mind like the movement of a nuclear bomb explosion. If I don't have a sword in my hand, I can't protect you. If you keep holding the sword, I can hug you. Then the screen flashed. Under the bleak music that gives goosebumps all over, a teenager with orange bangs and a black robe stood in front of Aizen in the shape of a butterfly. His hair has grown a little longer than before, and countless black chains are wrapped around his arms. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to be about to fall asleep. He half squinted his eyes and said lazily, Aizen, I don't want to destroy this place, so let's fight in another place. 32, above Aizen. In the screen, appearing in front of Aizen was a boy with orange bangs, covering his eyes and wearing a black robe. Facing the awakening of Bengu, the blue dye that has turned into a butterfly. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's lazy expression seemed to be about to fall asleep, casually. But compared with Kurosaki Ichigo's rambling, the world of the heavens in the Anim dimension experienced a short lag and completely exploded the sky. How is this possible? Is this Kurosaki Ichigo? He seems to have completely changed his appearance. In the world of death, everyone in the school looked at Kurosaki Ichigo at the same time, shocked. Even if they are in class at this time, facing the crisis that the world is about to be destroyed, they don't care about the content of the class. It seems it's really Ichigo. Even though his hair has grown longer, his height is a little taller than before, but it really is Ichigo. Ryugi Arizawa said happily. This time, is Ichigo going to become the savior again? Staring at the orange-haired boy in the picture, Ulquiorra couldn't help being a little obsessed. Ichigo, he must have paid a great price to protect everyone. Like the title that appeared earlier in the video said, with a sword in hand, it cannot protect you. Put down the sword, I can hug you. Ichigo, just keep moving forward, no matter what you choose, there is nothing wrong with it. This time, facing the most desperate moment, facing the overwhelming pressure of Aizen, while everyone in Pusa Town fell into despair, it was Ichigo Kurosaki who brought a glimmer of hope to everyone. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo in this posture, the captains of Gotti's 13th Division fell silent. Once upon a time, the reckless boy who came to the Soul Realm just to rescue Kuchiki Rukia was the only one who could stand in front of Aizen at the last moment. Obviously, even Captain Yamamoto was defeated. Although I don't know what method Aizen used to defeat Yamamoto Yuanjie Shizukuni. Unfortunately, to lose is to lose. For example, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Broken B, Kyoryu Chunsu, and Kamamura Zujin couldn't even hold on to Aizen's sword. Even Urahara Chizuke, Shunjin Yachi, and even Kurosaki Ishin, who served as the Shinigami many years ago, are no match for Aizen at all. Play the famous anime scene and start the chapter 22 with Niu Tau vs Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Aizen has become a symbol of invincibility. Do not. Perhaps it is because of this young man's indomitable belief that he wants to cut everything off, so he can replace all the gods of death and fight Aizen. Sure enough, Ichigo Kurosaki is the black shadow that appeared on the cover. Ichigo Kurosaki, I remember your name. In the world of One Punch Man, the cosmic overlord Boros sat in the spaceship and said in a serious tone, perhaps the planet that I traveled to this time is the location of Aizen Soayu and Kurosaki Ichigo. The world of swordsmen. Really looking forward to it. I don't know if they can cut themselves off. Aizen, cheer me on. I must defeat Kurosaki Ichigo and then kill all the civilians in that world. Why can't the villain boss defeat the hero? In the world of One Punch Man, the hungry wolf roared furiously. Because he was too excited, he rushed to the street and beat up a few innocent heroes. As expected of Ichigo. I knew you were fine. In One Piece world, Straw Hat Luffy laughed heartily. Because Kurosaki Ichigo himself also appeared in this shocking scene, he also sympathized with Ichigo and hoped that the other party could defeat Aizen. A savior? Although it sounds boring and secondary. However, every world needs a savior. In the world of Death Note, Yagami wrote the name of Aizen Saojuk 1,000 times on Death Note, only hoping that the sinners will be punished. It's just a pity that the curse of crossing dimensions still doesn't seem to work. Facing such a powerful enemy, you have such a relaxed expression. Ichigo Kurosaki, you really are an arrogant human being. Iskander praised the world of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of arrogance. Let me look forward to it. A decisive battle between the strongest humans. Li Chan, who was in the demon world, said with a mad laugh in the sky. Anyway, all the characters of the anime dimension are known. At this moment, standing in front of Aizen, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods, was the boy named Kurosaki Ichigo. Lord Aizen, Ichigo Kurosaki, is actually this nasty guy again. We must kill him as soon as possible. The sixth-blade Grinjo shouted loudly. Yeah, Aizen-sama, we should dispatch the entire army immediately. Kill this scourge in the cradle. The fifth blade, Nutella, also suggested. Aizen, I can't feel Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual pressure anymore. It's like I can't feel your spiritual pressure, Aizen. Could it be? Tozen wanted to look solemn. To shut up. What's the nature of being so panicked? Is it possible? Do you really want me to be defeated? Aizen sat on the throne and said indifferently. Everyone can't feel Aizen's spiritual pressure. That's because their own spiritual pressure is no longer in this dimension. In fact, not only top blade, but also I couldn't feel Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryatsu from the screen. But this is absolutely impossible. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo should have given up his ability as a god of death and enhanced his physical fitness. Ridiculous, really crooked. Sure enough, Aizen in the picture also showed a disappointed look. Ichigo Kurosaki, I'm really disappointed you actually chose to give up all the spiritual pressure and convert it into physical enhancement. Your proposal is also invalid. Because, before Kakuza show is destroyed, I will kill you. Swish! In an instant. Before Aizen's voice could fall, he was shoved out by a huge force. Under the unbelievable gazes of countless dimensional audiences, Ichigo Kurosaki's domineering palm rushed towards the sky, while pinching Aizen's cheeks. In their moving sight, all the surrounding scenery is rapidly distorting and disappearing. The world is turned upside down, and the world is turned upside down. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In a short period of time, the two figures flew to a deserted desert far away from Kusa town. Boom. In the next second, Aizen's body was smashed into the ground heavily, raising the sky full of dust. At this moment, the powerhouses of countless dimensions opened their mouths in shock, but were completely unable to make any sound. How is this possible? This is the Aizen who claims to surpass the gods. The ultimate monster that can kill a Captain Reaper with one sword. With a fusion of the collapsed jade form, Aizen's strength is many times greater than before. However, it was Aizen whose strength and force were so terrifying that he showed such an embarrassed appearance under the gaze of countless dimensions. Audiences who had previously regarded Aizen as a god, their free views and cognition were shattered again at this moment. What? Sitting slumped in the huge pothole, Aizen himself was stunned, unable to understand what happened. In the Void Night Palace, Aizen, who was watching the video of the future, suddenly stood up from the throne with an unprecedented shock on his face. Aizen, let's start. Then, I will resolve this battle in an instant. Under the horrified gaze of the two Aizen overlapping, the new form of Kurosaki Ichigo said with a cold expression. At this moment, the words as heavy as 1,000 catties made the strong men of countless dimensions tremble with chills and numb their scalps. Although I don't know what the price of Kurosaki Ichigo's transformation into this posture is. But this price will definitely make him thoroughly above Aizen. 33. The two who surpassed the gods, the decisive battle that shocked the dimension. How is this possible? Actually beat me with pure brute force. In the picture, sitting in a collapsed pothole, Aizen's expression shook violently. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo has given up all his Ryatsu, all of them have been converted into the ability to improve his body. But even so, he almost crushed his face just now. There is absolutely no chance of any reaction. Moreover, this speed. Aizen glanced at the distant city in shock. How far did they fly in an instant? Aizen, stand up. I will solve this battle in an instant. Facing Kurosaki Ichigo's provocation, Aizen stood up slowly, panic dissipated, and once again regained his calm expression. Solve this battle in an instant. Ichigo Kurosaki, I admit, I'm a little surprised by the improvement in your physical abilities. However, compared to me, who has been combined with Vengyu, whether it is spiritual pressure or just physical ability, you and I have a dimensional gap. The voice fell. Whoa! The next second, a dream-like crystal light filled Aizen's whole body. In an instant, he dissipated in place like pollen, and came behind Kurosaki Ichigo like a twinkling butterfly. After merging the Vengyu, Aizen saw Yuzhu has surpassed the realm of death and emptiness. This is neither Shenryu, the god of death, nor is it a virtual ringing. Rather, it may have exceeded the speed of light's ability to move. Aizen quickly slashed out a sword. The dazzling sword light was like a meteor that pierced the sky and instantly collided with a black sword in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand. Chun! With a sound of sparks rubbing against the blade, the time between the two seemed to be suspended. Immediately afterwards, only a boom sound was heard. A few miles away, a huge mountain range was blown up by a terrifying sword and evaporated into dust. How is it possible? How is it possible to do such a thing? In the pirate world, Hawkeye Mihawk's Hawkeye instantly condensed into a gap. How is this possible? A mountain range was shattered by sword pressure alone. Even smashing mountains with a sword blade is still within the scope of his understanding. No, although it is too exaggerated to smash mountains with a sword blade, at least he can understand. Crazy, are they still human? This is the power of God. In the world of Rurouni Kenshin, Hyuken Kenshin's expression has been shocked to the extreme, completely unable to understand the scene in front of him. Play the famous anime scene, start with a bull's head versus Xiao Chapter 23. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Swordsman. This has clearly reached the level of a sword god. In the world of Inuyasha, Sesshomaru and Inuyasha slumped on the ground at the same time. Otherwise, let's give up using swords. In the world of Naruto, the 7 people of Ninja Sword showed a bitter smile. God bless me to get love. In the world of pure love, there are already some useless anime male protagonists who worship Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen 3 times and pray as gods. Can a collision between blades really make a mountain disappear? Yes, it really can. Next, the entire anime dimension was silent, and they could only watch the blades of the two rub against each other. Swish, swish! Countless mountains were uprooted. The terrain of the entire desert has changed amazingly. A radius of dozens of miles, devastated. Every time the swords in their hands collided, a huge mountain would be blown into ruins by the strong wind, burst out of thin air, and then dissipated with a wind. Famous Scene 9 just had a heart-pounding battle. However, 8 makes the shock leap to a whole new dimension. Every time the swords of Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen Saoju collided, a mountain range the size of Barrett turned into dust in the distance. Barrett has officially become a unit of measurement of combat power. The naval headquarters, the 13th Division of the Guardian, the Xiao Organization, the Einang Building, the Zodiac, and the Chimera Ant Nest, this scene made the masters of countless powerful organizations in the animation dimension tremble. No matter who won the final battle, Ichigo Kurosaki and Xiao Wu will be remembered in the hearts of all viewers. Under the sword-blade confrontation between the two, everyone held their breaths, not even daring to breathe. They can be said to represent the ultimate kendo of all anime dimensions. Okay, the game is almost over. Through the previous confrontation, I have fully understood. Ichigo Kurosaki, there is indeed a dimensional gap between your evolution and mine. As long as I swing the sword with a little bit of force, you'll be crushed to pieces. During the frantic collision of the blades, Aizen laughed proudly. Now, he only used 1/10 of his power. He has already figured out the degree of evolution of Kurosaki Ichigo, and this kind of combat power is not worth mentioning, and it is not worth wasting his time. Boom. At this moment, the butterfly wings behind Aizen spread out more than 10 layers like a fallen angel and slashed towards Kurosaki Ichigo with one sword. But in the next second, just under the unbelievable gaze of the heavens and the world, in Xuye Palace, everyone including Aizen and 10 blades were stunned together. Not only the virtual circle, but even the captains of the 13th Division of the God of Death's Guardianship suddenly widened their eyes. At this moment, countless animation dimensions, billion trillion audiences exclaimed at the same time. I saw that the entire desert area behind Kurosaki Ichigo collapsed under Aizen's full-strength sword. Hundreds of kilometers of terrain evaporated in one fell swoop, creating a hurricane that made it hard to open your eyes. However, it was so terrifying, comparable to the blow of a god, but Ichigo Kurosaki lightly pinched it with 2 fingers. How is this possible? How could such an incredible thing happen? At this moment, Aizen's whole mind trembled, her body trembled, and her back was gradually soaked with cold sweat. Under the cover of orange bangs, Ichigo Kurosaki slowly opened his eyes, and his voice was indifferent. Aizen, what's wrong? In front of you, did something happen that you couldn't understand? Don't tell me you haven't found it yet. The sword that shattered the mountains before is not your power, but my power. 34. Kurosaki Ichigo, God of War. Aizen, what's wrong? In front of you, did something happen that you couldn't understand? Don't tell me you haven't found it yet. The sword that shattered the mountains before is not your power, but my power. As a unique villain in the dimensional world, Aizen certainly wouldn't be afraid because of this kind of thing. He was just a little shocked because of the unexpected. He quickly regained his calm, and Aizen smiled faintly, and his voice became several times colder. Ichigo Kurosaki, don't show off in front of me with such a victorious tone. Boom. The next second, a huge spiritual pressure burst out from Aizen's body. The deep purple airflow storm rushed out of the sky in an instant, shaking the entire sky. At this moment, the immersive people seemed to be smashed by the wind, and every cell in the body was wailing. The faint glow, the curved coat of arms, the unruly, the crazy bearing emerge. But deny the paralysis. Instantly obstructs the long sleep, the crawling steel princess, the mud puppet that self-destructs one after another. Join it. Play it. Cover the earth and know the powerlessness of your body, the dirty waves, the crazy boat. What is Aizen doing? Is he reading poetry? While Aizen was singing, many characters in the anime dimension were a little baffled and looked puzzled. As a powerful swordsman, why did Aizen suddenly start reading poetry at this time? Boil. Numbness. Flicker. Sleepless, the steel princess is eroded, and the clay puppet crumbles. Assemble. Against the enemy. Fill the ground and make him feel powerless. Destruction of the Way 90, Black Coffin. The chant finally ended, and Aizen cried out. The spiritual pressure, composed of black and purple rays of light, shot straight into the sky and turned into a dark coffin to wrap up Kurosaki Ichigo. This is the black coffin that I condense all the spiritual pressure, fully sing, and even the space can be distorted. As Aizen's voice fell, all the protagonists of Long Ocean in the magical world were dumbfounded at the same time, and their faces were dull. Magic that can distort space. This kind of magic has completely surpassed the forbidden spell in their cognition. Black Coffin. Aizen is not only a swordsman, but is even magic so powerful. In the reincarnation world without a job, Rugus felt for the first time that his proud magical talent was a waste in front of Aizen. If he were to fight against a guy like Aizen, I'm afraid he would be so scared. In the world of fairy tale, the 12 shields of the Guardians were all shocked. In the world of Zero's familiar, almost all the magicians were scared to pee, and their hands trembled so much that they couldn't even hold their wands. In the Black Clover world, the pupils of the Magic Emperor kept shaking. How terrifying is this destructive magic? At this moment, countless magical dimensions were horrified, unable to believe what Aizen said. However, seeing that the world was gradually being sealed by a black coffin, Ichigo Kurosaki's expression didn't waver at all, as if he didn't take anything in the world to heart. Suddenly, a few images flashed in his mind, which was his experience all the way to the present, as well as the various powerful enemies he had defeated. The first scene, where the Zanpakuto is obtained. The scream of the first swastika. Also, the feeling of desperately wanting to protect my comrades. Several scenes flashed in succession, and someone's voice rang in my heart. So, forget your fears and look ahead. Go ahead, don't stop. Retreat will only age. The coward will invite death. Click. The next moment, in the shocking eyes of all the n-dimensional characters that will be remembered for a lifetime, they saw. The dimension is broken, the space collapses, and the darkness gradually recedes. The terrifying black pavilion that Aizen Saoju launched with all his strength turned out to be torn apart like a broken eggshell. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing on the original ground with a dull color, just kept waving his hands lightly. Boom! In an instant, the heaven shook. This understated blow not only shattered Aizen's self-confidence, but also made the entire heavens feel the extreme shock of scalp tingling. 35, The Last Crescent Moon. Play the famous anime scene, start with the Bull's Head vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 24. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Since Aizen came out and claimed to replace God. His swordsmanship. His Ryatsu. Jinguashiyu and Bengyu awakened, shocking countless dimensions. The overwhelming power without dead ends is the beginning of Aizen's step-by-step ascension to the altar and above all creatures. But, from the moment Kurosaki Ichigo appeared in front of Aizen in this image, it was when Aizen fell into the abyss. Ichigo Kurosaki is smashing the oppression and despair that Aizen brought to everyone step by step. He single-handedly destroyed everything in Aizen. Just like what Ichigo is doing now, he just waved his hand lightly and completely cut off Aizen's black coffin. In this situation, everyone was shocked. This is giving up everything you have. Final battle. You guy. Why exactly? At this moment, whether it is the blue dye in the virtual Night Palace or the collapsing jade blue dye in the video, they are involuntarily absent-minded and furious. How could such a thing happen? How could the power of human beings surpass Bengyu? Catch my sword. Smash my ghost way. Is that what makes you so proud, Ichigo Kurosaki? With the angry roar of Aizen in the video, the cracked jade above his head cracked. Collapsing jade blue dye has evolved again. Boom. The next second, the purple beam instantly rushed into the atmosphere. The terrifying green magic power surged out, turning into sharp wings like teeth. Ah! Accompanied by Aizen's loud roar, his Ryatsu once again increased dramatically. At the end of the evolution, Aizen's face also showed a black demon mask, showing a terrifying posture of complete depravity. The bottomless malice enveloped the whole world, and the audience in countless dimensions began to tremble. However, at this moment, Aizen's breath suddenly choked, and he suddenly felt Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryatsu. How come? How could he suddenly notice Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryatsu? It turns out that Kurosaki Ichigo did not give up his Ryatsu, but because he has reached another dimension. Is that so? So then you still can't forgive me. My Ryatsu is actually a mere human behind. However, now I am above you again, Ichigo Kurosaki. Aizen could no longer bear the arrogance of Kurosaki Ichigo riding on top of his head, and the incomparably violent Ryatsu distorted the air in a radius of 10,000 miles. The teeth of his wings opened a small mouth slightly and suddenly shot a beam of flame towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Boom! For a moment, under the absence of all the dimensional characters of the heavens, they saw what could be called a world-destroying scene. A huge mushroom cloud rose from above the town of Kakusa. The mountains and rivers are broken, the sun and the moon alternate. The red lotus of the flame covered 100 miles in an instant. Is this a natural disaster? In the dimension of the heavens, many soldiers of the army with nuclear weapons all bow down and burst into tears. To deal with the gods, even if you gather the power of the whole world, you can't do anything, right? Aizen's blow completely overturned the boundary between the low and high martial worlds. In the world of One Punch Man, all the heroes are dumbfounded, as if witnessing the birth of the gods. If such a weirdo appeared in their world, would the concept of a hero still exist? Do not. They should all be killed by Aizen in an instant. Aizen Soijuk, this is an existence that can make all human beings despair. His strength, his arrogance, and his horror can never be explained clearly in just a few words. The world of death. Everyone in Kakusa town began to pray, hoping that Ichigo Kurosaki could defeat this monster. Ichigo Kurosaki is everyone's last hope. This is also the final battle between him and Aizen. Please, Ichigo. No accident. Ulquiorra closed her eyes and prayed. Mighty human beings, I wish you a prosperous martial arts. In Ayasha world, Chikyo faithfully blessed. The last hope you can't give up easily. In the ReZero world, Beatrice sighed while holding the book. Facing the dimensionality reduction blow like a natural disaster, everyone could only watch Ichigo fighting alone. With a mortal body against the gods. After the flames dissipated, the figure of Kurosaki Ichigo also appeared in everyone's sight again. Half of his clothes appeared to be burned, as were his arms. However, at the juncture of life and death, Kurosaki Ichigo's expression was extremely calm. Seeing this, everyone knows that the critical moment is coming. This battle should be decided. Aizen, is that enough? I'm tired of hearing your nonsense. Kurosaki Ichigo's flat voice rang out slowly. He's just a high school student, and he doesn't really care about the gods of death and zoo, the conspiracy of Aizen, and the secrets of the Soul Society. Even if he fights to the death, what he wants to protect. It's just my family and friends. If someone dares to destroy this beauty, then let yourself cut it off with your own hands. If the existence of Aizen is a rain that swept the world, then he will never let any drop of rain fall on the ground. In the dimension of the heavens, the world is silent. Under everyone's attention, wisps of faint blue light rose from Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Black flames and blue cold snaps intertwined, and eventually, all the energy around him turned into a black cloud of smoke. Turned into a black shirt. At some point, his hair had turned into black waist-length hair, and his body was covered with black bandages. Until Kurosaki Ichigo's image completely overlaps with a pose on the cover of the video. At this moment, the spiritual pressure gap between the two was pulled out to a whole new dimension again. Once again, I can't feel anything. Following Aizen's somewhat desolate voice, Kurosaki Ichigo slowly raised his arm. At this moment, he is Zenyu. Zenyu is him. This is. Finally, the crescent moon is rushing. No month. 36. We are invincible in front of us. In the picture, Kurosaki Ichigo frantically spewed black clouds of smoke from all over his body, and Wayu's posture was officially displayed in the eyes of the world. The bandage covers the whole body, and the chain wraps around the arm, which completely coincides with the shadow image on the cover of the video. Once again, I can't feel anything. Play the famous anime scene. Start with Adult Head vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 25. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. It's like neither Death nor Zoo can feel my spiritual pressure. They are not in the same dimension at all. At this moment, Aizen's voice was a little desolate. Has this guy evolved to a higher dimension than me? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ichigo Kurosaki. As a mere human being, you have surpassed me without authorization. Aizen Saojuk. At this moment, this man who claimed to be above God and standing in the sky actually started to roar. The people guarding all dimensions showed his embarrassment and for the first time. Facing the hysterical Aizen, Kurosaki Ichigo remained silent. With pity in his eyes, his arm turned into a black blade and slashed forward. Ichigo. Farewell. Just then, Zanpakuto's voice echoed in Kurosaki Ichigo's ears. When this sword is cut out, Kurosaki Ichigo will lose all Ryatsu and become an ordinary person. This is the price he paid for defeating Aizen. But does he regret it? Do not. Ichigo held the sword in his hand precisely for the person he wanted to protect. Go ahead. Because we are invincible ahead. This is the crescent moon that uses his body as the blade to bloom everything. Because the moonlight shines its last brilliance. Since then, the moon will never appear again. Endless black begins to spread. At this moment, the eyes of all the audience and countless creatures turned into pure black. Why? I can't hear anything. Can't see anything. I can't feel anything. The strongest slash, making the world change color. Everything in the world seemed to be cut in half by this black crescent moon. Facing Wayu. Aizen was no longer able to make any sound. More than trillions of creatures are watching this scene. Everyone is witnessing with their own eyes the blue dye of the collapsed jade was divided into two by Wayu. The black slash that stretched for thousands of kilometers covered the entire sky area of Xuye Town. 3,000 worlds suddenly lost their voices. Is this move called Wayu? In the ReZero world, the Night Sword in the hands of Sword Saint Reinhardt fell to the ground with a bang. Even if he had the protection of the world, it was impossible to block the attack of Wayu's severing concept. It seems that I can only seal the sword. In the world of enchantresses, Huohi, the mummy of Imanglu, silently threw away the samurai sword in his hand. After seeing this scene, he finally understood how small the power he was after. In the world of Death Note, the overly shocked Yagami even almost wrote his name in the Death Note. The last crescent moon, no moon. In the pirate world, Hawkeye Mihawk slashed out with a black knife in his hand. He wanted to try if he could imitate Wayu, but in the end, he just cut off a mountain range. I am afraid that no swordsman in the 3,000 worlds can survive in front of Wayu. This is the most terrifying slash across all dimensions, all concepts. If he folds his sword, there is no martial arts in the world. Last of the last. Just as everyone watched silently, the sky regained its color. Black, it's over. Kurosaki Ichigo's hair gradually turned orange. Accompanying his somewhat desolate look, the slashing moon in his hand shattered and disappeared with the wind. The king is chasing, splitting the shadows and shattering. The armor was vibrating, stepping on the bones and drinking the flesh. When it creaked, the heart was breaking down. Step alone, far away. Goodbye. Farewell. As the god of death, the life, with spiritual power, came to an end. From now on, return to mortals. After that, no month. In the next second, countless viewers stared at Kurosaki Ichigo's sad face, and the Zanpakuto, which was scattered in the wind, turned into a line of characters and was engraved on the screen. Shocking famous scene 8. Rengu Lanyan vs. Yu Ichigo. 37. Yu shocking ending, the next famous scene. Shocking famous scene 8. Rengu Lanyan vs. Yu Ichigo. The Zanpakuto drifted away in the wind, and the picture slowly disappeared. Compared with the frenzy and shock after the previous two famous scenes, this time, almost everyone was silent in place, unable to speak for a long time. Kurosaki Ichigo gave up everything he had and used his body as a sword to cut out the last crescent moon. After that, no month. When they first saw that scene, countless viewers only felt their scalps numb, and the shivering feeling went straight to the sky along their spines, and their blood boiled. However, after the refreshing, inexplicable disappointment covered the whole mind. At the moment when the final scene ended, Ichigo Kurosaki's lonely expression made all the audience feel unparalleled heartache. Really, is this the end? Kurosaki Ichigo has completely lost his spiritual power. Could it be that he can no longer fight? Why, as the audience, are they so unwilling? After the shocking scene 8 ended, Ichigo Kurosaki's fans had already spread all over the world, and hundreds of millions of viewers were saddened by his ending. How could this story end like this? Ichigo saved us. In the world of death, after the video ended, Higo Asano cried while hugging Ichigo Kurosaki's thigh. Many people in Kakuzucho cried with joy. Ulquiorra put her hands in her arms, showing a look of relief. Will I lose my ability and become immortal? At the same time, recalling the scene in the video, Ichigo Kurosaki looked a little lonely. Since then, I have lost all my spiritual power, and I will probably no longer be able to see the messy souls and voids, and those gods of death, in the corpse soul world. Obviously it was my wish to grow up, but why do I feel so sad? Her heart tightened as if she was crying. However, he never regrets it. From the moment Kurosaki Ichigo held the Zanpakuto, he made up his mind to protect the people around him. If you are fighting to protect, to defeat Aizen, don't say it's incapacitated, even if you die. Not to mention, since he knew that such a scene would happen in the future, he would definitely work harder to cultivate and improve his spiritual pressure in order to fight against it. Maybe at that time, even without the moonless form, Aizen can be defeated. The Soul World, the 13th Division of the Guardian. Play the famous anime scene, start with a bullhead versus Xiao Wu Chapter 26. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. As the shocking scene 8 came to an end, everyone felt a strong aftermath. If there is no Kurosaki Ichigo, they may really be swept away by Aizen alone. Grateful and unwilling. At this moment, all kinds of emotions flooded into the hearts of the captains. Yamamoto Yuanlige's white eyebrows raised a few times, and he said soothingly, "Okay, don't feel bad. There is no scene of 10 blades in the picture, which shows that you have done well enough and have done your best. It should be regrettable, it should be me, the old man who didn't do anything." At the same time, Yamamoto Yuanlige Shizukuni secretly made up his mind. If the Aizen Legion really dared to invade reality, he would immediately launch the swastika. The residual fire sword would vaporize those ignorant guys in situ. With Aizen's level of ability alone, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of the residual fire Tachi. Therefore, Captain Yamamoto was very sure that Aizen must have used some special means to defeat him. That's right. Yamamoto Yuanlige Shizukuni was defeated by Aizen's specially made broken-faced Prince of Fire Extinguishing. The Prince of Extinguishing can absorb flames and is the biggest nemesis of the flame-type Zanpakuto. However, this scene did not appear in the video. At the same time, in the depths of the virtual circle, compared to the 13th Division of the Goddess, who felt fortunate, the faces of the 10 blades on the Xuye Palace side were extremely pale. Not to mention Aizen-sama, even they themselves couldn't help but want to scold themselves for an incompetent rubbish. They didn't even appear in the video. No doubt they must have been defeated long ago. At the same time, even Aizen, a self-proclaimed god, sat on the throne with a gloomy face and said nothing. Until this moment, Aizen still had a hard time imagining his defeat. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could I possibly lose to Kurosaki Ichigo? Aizen questioned herself frantically in her heart. But of course he wouldn't show his rage in front of 10 blades. The self in the video is already deaf enough. Of course, it is also difficult for him to obliterate Kurosaki Ichigo in advance. Because, not to mention that the Soul Society will definitely be the key protection target of Kurosaki Ichigo, and the rewards for shocking famous scenes will be distributed quickly. Reward to the winner of 10 shocking scenes, Ichigo Kurosaki, a moonless form experience card, and lose all spiritual power after use. What kind of game bug exists? Looking for trouble without moon? Isn't this suicide? Aizen wanted to be a bit rotten. Is the path I'm following wrong? Don Zion wanted to whisper to himself, a little confused. It's great, it's great. Ichimaru Jin, who was an undercover agent, squinted his eyes and was ecstatic. In addition to the corpse soul world, other anime dimensions are also being discussed wildly. Because Kurosaki Ichigo's moonless posture not only shocked the entire world of death, but also shocked the countless audiences of the heavens. Ichigo Kurosaki, you are my idol from now on. Naruto Uzumaki burst into tears with excitement in the Naruto world. And a day ago, his idol was Straw Hat Luffy. Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki. In the world of Death Note, Yagami, who lost his temper, screamed frantically and started writing countless numbers of Ichigo Kurosaki on Death Note's name, followed by a long life. Ichigo Kurosaki, I believe he will be able to recover his spiritual power. Pirate World, looking at the somewhat lost crew members, Straw Hat Luffy sat on the bow and smirked. Certainly. Compared with Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen has also become a topic of crazy discussion among the villains, and has even become a god in the eyes of countless evil people. However, the first 3 shocking scenes were all invincible. This also made many villains angry to the extreme. Aizen, my Aizen. Why did you lose? What bullshit, Kurosaki Ichigo? What bullshit, why you kill me? In the world of One Punch Man, the eccentric Hungry Wolf was furious and ran into the street and punched an innocent hero to death. Aizen, I really want to fight with you with all my strength. In the world of Gintama, the 7th division of the Spring Rain Cosmic Pirates. Night Rabbit Shenmui's squinting eyes slowly opened, revealing an incomparably evil smile. Aizen, I thought about treating you as the same kind, but unfortunately, you've fallen. In the world of the Psychic King, King Asakura, who was sitting on the shoulders of Duoling, announced with a cold face. No matter how strong Aizen is, he will lose to humans in the end. It's really embarrassing for us. If it were us, it would be impossible to leave any way out for weak humans. In the world of exorcism, the apostles of the No clan talked while drinking tea gracefully. Hearing this, the first apostle, Duke Kyankian, also laughed slyly. Don't worry, I have a hunch that the next famous scene must be the scene of evil devouring the world. 38-dimensional chat group is established. All Heavens Dimension, it has been a while since the end of the 8 shocking scenes. There are still many people who are still immersed in the battle between Ryu Ichigo and Rengu Aizen. Pirate World. I don't know if Kurosaki Ichigo has recovered his spiritual power after that. It would be great if we can learn from him. Straw Hat Luffy said with some regret. Although Luffy, you are also very strong, but don't provoke people in that world, especially that Aizen. It's too scary. Nami next to her was terrified. To be able to make Kurosaki Ichigo willing to give up all his spiritual power to deal with the ultimate enemy, one can imagine how terrifying it is. I have a disease that will kill me if I stay in the same world with Aizen. As long as Yuza thinks of the battle scene between Dengu Aizen and Wyu Ichigo, he will feel dizzy. Not to mention facing such a strong man in person. I am afraid that even talking to them will make me scared to death. Luckily, right at this moment, all of them received a voice prompt in their minds at the same time. Dimensional chat group has been established. Straw Hat Pirates joined the chat group. Douglas Barrett joins the chat group. Admiral joins the chat group. Shibuya joins the chat group. As soon as he entered the group, Luffy saw many familiar names entering the group one after another. For example, Douglas Barrett, Admiral Chizuru, Ichigo Kurosaki and others who will appear in shocking scenes in the future. Not only that, but there are many four emperors and kings under the seven Wuhei, and even the naval hero Garp has come inches. What happened? Luffy, this stinky boy. Garp from the Navy headquarters couldn't help scolding. Although he really wanted to teach Luffy a hard lesson, he didn't dare to expose their relationship. After all, other high-ranking naval officers were also here. The 13th Division of the Guardian Garden joins the chat group. 10 Blades of the Virtual Circle joins the chat group. Ulquiorra, Ishida Yuan, Shadow Teiyu, Tsuchiki Rukia, Asanjin Renji joined the chat group. After a while, the characters from the world of death also came inches, looking at the virtual chat group. In their minds, everyone looked around in confusion, unable to understand. Immediately after, under the Kinky Wuhei, Impressed Boya Hankook joins the chat group. When everyone saw the head portrait of the Empress, they all opened their mouths wide, shocked. She is indeed one of the most beautiful female characters in the anime dimension. This woman is truly incredible. Even everyone in the world of death couldn't help but pay attention to her avatar for a while. Play the famous anime scene, start with the bull's head versus Xiao Chapter 27. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. At this moment, Sanji actually vomited blood happily and passed out. Of course, everyone has not forgotten. In the picture that is about to appear in the future, Impressed Boya Hankook seems to have become the lover of Straw Hat Luffy. However, the two of them don't know each other at this time. Ah, is it Boya Hankook? How are you? Straw Hat Luffy didn't feel embarrassed at all and greeted him on the spot. It's Luffy. Seeing Luffy talking directly to herself, the Empress only felt flushed and hot, and her heart beat faster. However, how could Luffy greet him directly in front of everyone? He was dying of shame. At this time, Aizen Soizu joins the chat group. Ichigo Kurosaki joins the chat group. Seeing these two famous figures, the powerhouses of the pirate world couldn't help but suffocate for a while. It was only at this time that many people realized that even the characters from another world came in one after another. I see. Can this chat group allow dialogue and communication between different dimensions? The Navy headquarters had just held a high-level meeting to discuss whether they would encounter other dimensional powerhouses in the future. I didn't expect it to appear so soon. It's Aizen, I'm going to be unable to breathe. In reality, Usopp screamed frantically from Aizen's horror. Ichigo, have you recovered your spiritual power? Ignoring Usopp's tricks, Luffy asked excitedly when Ichigo Kurosaki's name appeared. Luffy, in fact, that picture shows me in the future. I don't have that powerful spiritual power at all. In the public, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little embarrassed, but he answered subconsciously. After all, in the broadcast screen, Luffy still makes everyone feel good. A picture of the future? Same as me. Luffy was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed happily. So the current Kurosaki Ichigo hasn't lost his power yet? That's easy to say. Now that he knows the future situation, he will definitely be able to change the final situation. As it turned out, that picture was indeed a scene from the future. Seeing the conversation between the two, everyone in the world of pirates and the world of death suddenly realized it. Ichigo, these guys should be the existence of Straw Hat Luffy's dimension. We are talking to people from other worlds. In the world of death, Asani Renji asked in surprise. Well, most likely yes. Kurosaki Ichigo also nodded in shock. Chimera and Legion joins the chat group. The Phantom Trout joins the chat group. Imanglu joins the chat group. 12 Shields of the Holy Guardian join the chat group. Zaio join the chat group. Zodiac Signs join the chat group. The Noah family joins the chat group. Ginna Team joins the chat. Next, as more and more members entered the chat group, many people's nicknames and avatars became more and more exaggerated. Until the Emperor Destroyer joins the chat group. When everyone saw that the avatar was a planet-level monster sitting above the atmosphere, they all felt a chill and the scalp was numb. What's up with this guy? His volume is almost comparable to a continent. Even that Douglas parrot turned into a speck of dust in front of him. 39. Aizen, who was insulted by many villains, as more and more people joined the chat group. The members of the chat group will soon exceed 100. Of course, the most dazzling stars among them are of course Straw Hat Luffy and Kurosaki Ichigo, and many fans chatted with them feverishly. In addition, another existence that attracts everyone's attention is the pirate queen Boya and Cook. Because her appearance is so beautiful that almost all human beings will be amazed by this woman. This woman has a perfect appearance. What a beautiful lady. Jingle Shenshu praised. Boya and Cook. She's a goddess. Jiraiya from Naruto World also had a mized lead. However, everyone is also very curious when so many M-dimensional characters join the group chat. Besides the impressed Boya and Cook, will there be other female characters who are extremely beautiful? So, when rummaging through the member list, Jiraiya soon found a beautiful girl with fair skin and black hair in a JK school uniform. Unlike Boya and Cook's luxurious style with no dead ends, when Zile also saw her, he was stunned by her delicate face and charming eyes. It's called Yu. Look, I found another very beautiful young lady. Zile also hurriedly announced in the chat group as if he had discovered a new continent. After being inexplicably mentioned, Yu chuckled enchantingly and asked, "Why, do you, an old man, also want to please my concubine? After all, my concubine still prefers something like Aizen. Besides that, I also welcome Kurosaki Ichigo-san very much." Feather-clothed Fox is both frivolous and charming, no less than Boya and Cook's avatar, which made the chat group explode at once. It turns out that in addition to the queen, there are such beautiful women in the chat group. She has a tail similar to a fox behind her. She is simply a fox spirit. It's so beautiful. Sanji's nostrils spewed blood again. However, at the same time that many strong men were captured by Yu, a disdainful word came, laughing to death. She is really a superficial woman. Even a loser like Aizen can look at it. The arrogant words caused 1,000 waves with one stone. In an instant, everyone saw the head of the person who spoke. It was a black-haired dwarf. He wore black bracers on both hands, a red shirt, and a saber around his waist. It seems he seems to be a swordsman too. As for his name, it shows the 7 deadly sins of the world, the 10 commandments. Worship God, Jaredellus. Jaredellus said with great disdain, "If it were me, I would not have given Kurosaki Ichigo a chance to struggle. I would cut off his limbs in an instant, and cut off his head as a trophy. Who is this guy? It's so insane." The powerhouses of many M dimensions are extremely shocked. He could actually let out such arrogant and shocking farts after seeing the power of Aizen Soijuku and Kurosaki Ichigo. He was simply a fool without a head. At this moment, everyone didn't even know how to answer. Aizen Soyuzuk of course also saw Jaredless's speech, but of course he didn't care about the jokes of ants, and said, boring, lightly. Because the above speech was too explosive, the chat group was cold for a while before anyone spoke again. No, you're wrong. In the face of insignificant humans, they should be made aware of their cowardice and slowly struggle in pain. The reason why Aizen failed is only because he is not strong enough. No family, Millennium Gun also began to point the country. Aizen, you really don't deserve to be with me. In the world of Saint Seiya, Hades, the king of the underworld, said aloofly. Aizen, you precious thing, I'm going to eat you raw. The mad hungry wolf cursed without reason. The words of these supervillains almost shocked everyone. Could it be that these guys are the protagonists of the shocking scenes that will appear later? Even if they saw Aizen's terrifying strength, did they disapprove in their hearts? In any case, because the first three famous scenes are all villains fail, this also makes many characters who think they are villains feel ashamed and humiliated. Next famous scene, the villain must win. Just under the tense atmosphere, the screen of the dimensional chat group suddenly went black. In its place is a brand new picture. Then, under the spotlight. Shocking famous scene 7, debut. 40, shocking famous scene TOP7. One Punch Man World, Z City. In a remote house, bald Saitama watched TV with a dull face, picking his nose. Play the famous anime scene, start the Bullhead vs. Xiao Chapter 28. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. At the same time, Genos, who was full of vitality, was cooking. Unknowingly, Genos' mind drifted 9 days away. With a continuous broadcast of the shocking scenes, all dimensions fell into madness, even the Hero Association on their side was no exception. The peerless beauty of the pirate Queen Hancock. Straw Hat Luffy's great ape King Gun. Barrett's mountain body. Ulquiorra's second stage returning blade. The gorgeous swastika of Captain Reaper. The Kyoka Shiryu, which is comparable to the gods, and the violent aesthetics of Naruto Ichigo. Aizen Saojuku brought despair to the world. And, in the end, Wyu, who seems to be cutting everything off. Don't think too much, even S-class heroes are not their enemies. Various shocking battle scenes shattered the free views of countless mortals, and their cognition collapsed. Then, it fell into the fanatical star-chasing segment. Everyone thinks that the most dazzling Straw Hat Luffy and Kurosaki Ichigo are the real heroes. This is also a matter of course, witnessing the powerful strength of other dimensional characters, no one can hold back the surging mood. The monsters began to destroy more frantically, and the members of the Hero Association also increased greatly, setting off an unprecedented wave of membership among ordinary citizens. No matter who it is, there is a heart to be selected for the shocking scene. Even Genos, the Devil Transformer, who is an S-class hero, is no exception. He has even begun to fantasize about the shocking scene of madly fighting with a powerful enemy after he was selected for the famous scene. Hey, Genos, is something mushy? Suddenly. It wasn't until Saitama's voice came from outside the living room that Genos woke up and hurriedly turned off the fire. Ah, sorry, I was in a daze. Speaking of which, are you not excited at all, teacher? What are you excited about? Saitama looked puzzled in the living room. Of course it's the powerhouses in the shocking scenes. They are the powerful enemies you've only dreamed of. The DC bell of Genesis' voice was raised all of a sudden. In his opinion, whether it is Douglas Barrett, who is comparable to the mountains, or Aizen Saojuku, who stuns the whole city as soon as he appears, they are all god-level monsters that are absolutely impossible to appear in this world. Even among the powerful enemies that the teacher has defeated, there is no such existence beyond the gods. Facing the god-level monsters of other dimensions, doesn't the teacher feel excited at all? Could it be that? The teacher will also feel fear in the face of the power beyond human understanding. A dream-strong enemy. Hearing this, Saitama repeated the word somewhat rigidly and then fell into a strange silence. In fact, I was only a little excited when Wu appeared at the end. My heart beat a little faster, and then there was no other extra feeling. Through the day-to-day training of the devil over the past few years, although he has gained absolutely invincible power, the feelings in his heart are gradually fading away. Especially things like fighting intent basically no longer exist. Perhaps for Saitama, the battle between Xiao Wu Capitulo and Ichigo Kurosaki is far from being able to rekindle his enthusiasm. Soon, Gino shouted again excitedly, "Teacher, the shocking scene 7 is about to be released." Wait. What do you mean? What is this cover? As soon as he finished speaking, Gino's expression gradually became stunned. Hero Association, a city. In the headquarters of the Hero Association, more than a dozen S-class heroes sat at the table with serious expressions. Small Tornado, Silver Fangs, Atomic Warrior, Child Emperor, Pig God, Metal Hat. Except for the absence of the First Blaster and the newly promoted Devil Transformer Genos, all the other S-rank heroes were present. Because it is an extremely special and important meeting, the Sweetheart Mask, the first of the A-level, is also there. At present, 3 famous scenes have been broadcast. In the picture, the soaring combat power has made the headquarters of the Hero Association panic. Therefore, the top level summoned the top heroes to deal with the follow-up videos. Really, let's gather together for this kind of shit. What's the point of panic, anyway? It's not from our world. The rebellious Metal Hat shouted with a displeased face. It's not a bad thing to be a little wary, and I don't know what kind of strange abilities other worlds have. If you want me to say, it's much more exciting than those comic books on the market now. Controlling the electronic machinery in the school bag, the young Child Emperor advised. HMPH, no matter what kind of weirdo, I'll easily get rid of it. The second among the S-class heroes, the Trembling Tornado, had a disdainful tone. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo's last moonless form emerged in her heart, a drop of cold sweat could not help but flow out of her forehead. Whether it is Ulquiorra, Douglas Barrett or Aizen Saojuk, in this world there is no doubt that they are god-level monsters. They had never faced such an exaggerated enemy before. However, if it is kilograms, maybe. Thinking of this, Xiaolonju glanced at the blonde, scarred man who frantically started the Emperor's engine next to him. The strongest man in the world, kilograms. I don't know if he can fight against the powerhouses of other dimensions. Look, shocking famous scene 7 is released. Suddenly, the muscular black man opposite the tornado screamed with excitement. Super Alloy Blacklight is a fanatical fan of shocking famous scenes. Every time the video is played, he never closes his eyes and forcibly refuses to miss any frame. Even if his eyeballs were about to burst, he would never blink. What's the hurry? I guess it has nothing to do with our world. Venerable Vest's expression was completely indifferent, but the next second, his expression suddenly froze. At the same time, the powerhouses of countless dimensions were stunned. What's going on? In the world of pirates, the high-level officials of the naval headquarters were speechless. In the world of Naruto, the young shinobi of Konoha village looked puzzled and showed extremely puzzled looks. In the world of death, Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions also had a big question mark above their heads. This is the first time such a bizarre cover has appeared since the shocking famous scene was broadcast. This time, not only was there no background on the cover, there wasn't even a single character. What is displayed on the entire screen is just a red fist. 41, stronger than a god. In the picture, a huge red fist covers the entire screen. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the audience of Anime Dimension was a little confused. This time the famous scene was released, not to mention the two sides of the battle, not even a single figure. What happened? Is it so mysterious? Without any characters or background, the whole picture is just a huge red fist. The color of this glove is even more red like blood, covering the entire screen. Fighter. Could it be that the famous scene this time was a fighting game? But in any case, it is clear that the shots that rock famous Scene 7 may be very different from the past. It's so strange, what the hell is this fist? In the world of pirates, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were puzzled, and Luffy touched his head in surprise. Speaking of fists, the Great Ape King Spear after he opened the fourth gear seems to be an extremely powerful fist. But no matter how you look at it, the fist in the picture is just an ordinary person's fist. The high-level combat power of the naval headquarters and the four emperors of the New World also felt inexplicable. In the Naruto world, the shadow-level powerhouses of various ninja villages frowned one after another, and the members of the Akatsuki organization looked at each other in dismay. In the world of the God of Death, the captains of the God of Death of the 13th Division of the Guardian and the 10 Blades of the Xuye Palace were choked up, and they really couldn't understand the mystery of this fist. In Fairy Tale World, the Guardian 12 Shields sneered and agreed that there was an accident in the shocking scene of 7. Fist? This kind of boxing match in the mundane world does not work in the magical world. At the same time, in the anime dimension, 999999999 anime characters are incomprehensible why there is an inexplicable fist on the cover. However, fact, is it really so? In fact, the moment the fist appeared on the cover. Play the famous anime scene, start with the Bull's Head versus Xiao Chapter 29. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Only in the extremely rare dimensional world, an 18-magnitude earthquake was set off in the minds of the rare powerhouses. Die. An invisible huge dead word was heavily engraved in the minds of all the powerhouses. The deafening momentum of the shelling almost numbed their 5 belly and 6 internal organs. No doubt. This is the resonance that can only be felt by the strongest and most terrifying existence standing at the apex of many dimensions. This is only after an unknown number of years of penance. Combat power and destructive power have reached the pinnacle of the king. To see this invincible power. Who is the master of this fist? What a terrible guy, I can't move my fingers under this power. I originally thought that the shocking scene was played with swarms of vulnerable ants, but this time it's finally a bit interesting. It's not in vain for me to wake up from the slumber of 10,000 years. In just a short moment, the surface of the skin of countless powerhouses flashed a wandering current, and the tremble and frenzy went straight to the sky, and it was impossible to restrain the excitement in the heart. The fanatical fighting spirit swept the anime dimension. In the world of Saint Seiya, the Virgo Shaka in the Zodiac suddenly opened his eyes. The man who was called the closest to the gods, but his eyes were bloodshot at this moment. In the world of One Punch Man, the Cosmic Emperor Oros, who was sailing in the universe, bounced directly from the throne. I have a hunch, this guy should be my dream opponent. As if feeling something, the fighting spirit in Oros' heart exploded. In the world of Destroying Beasts, the Emperor-shaped Destroying Beast, bathed in the starry sky suddenly did not sit still and accidentally collapsed on the surface, destroying more than a dozen countries under it on the spot. In the world of Xingyu, even a few Xian champion heroes were dumbfounded and an indescribable chill rose in their hearts. In the world of death, in the invisible empire of the soul world, a man named Yao Habak slowly raised his head in the shadows. In Dragon Ball World, the corner of King Frieza's mouth slowly cracked. It's interesting. It is completely different from the animation world with low combat power. At this moment, many top existences in the Heio animation world have solemn expressions and awe-inspiring fighting spirit. There are also many ancestor-level powerhouses hidden in the dark, who woke up from their slumbers and joined the ranks of appreciating the shocking scenes. At the same time, One Punch Man, Z-City. In the kitchen, Genos was puzzled by the fist pattern. After a while, the corner of his eye accidentally caught on the hanger in the living room. An unremarkable yellow tights, which is the heroic costume that Satana Sensei usually wears. Hanging beside the yellow coat were 2 less conspicuous red gloves. It stands to reason that he usually wouldn't pay too much attention to such things, but this time, his eyes paused for a few seconds. And many more. What happened? red gloves. Boom! At this moment, Gino's head was struck by lightning, and the depths of his eardrums continued to hum. An incredible chill ran down his spine to the sky, causing his scalp to go numb, and the chill spread to his entire shoulders. From a long time ago, he knew that Saitama Sensei was very strong. Whether it's a ghost-level monster or a dragon-level monster, they can't even hold a punch in the hands of the teacher. He has always believed that no matter how powerful the enemy is, the teacher can defeat it with one punch. Genos even began to believe that even if a god-level monster appeared on Earth, he would definitely not be a match for the teacher. But this doesn't mean that Genos has thought about. The teacher turned out to have surpassed the gods. 8 shocking scenes, Rengyu Aizen and Kurosaki Ichigo. It is already a battle to enter the realm of the gods. But how is this possible? 7 shocking famous scene. Is it actually Saitama Sensei? Doesn't that mean Saitama Sensei's strength is stronger than Ulquiorra, Douglas Barrett, Aizen Saojuk, and even a monster at the level of No Moon? Shocking famous scene 7. One Punch Man, Saitama. 42. The Overlord of the Universe is coming. The bustling city is full of high-rise buildings and is full of high-tech modernity. Meanwhile, dense crowds come and go. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. Wait, how could it be such a scene? Shocking famous scene 7. The scene at the beginning of the video surprised countless audiences. What appears in the picture is a modern city. The hurrying crowd on the street also didn't seem to know the danger. These pedestrians seem to be real ordinary human beings. Could it be said that the famous scene more shocking than the Vengil and Dying and Wyu will fight in such a crowded place? At this moment, it is impossible to imagine how many people will be affected. This is 7. Even 10 Ulquiorra's Thunder Spear could instantly evaporate for miles around. Wait, this is an ordinary city, right? In the world of death, Ichigo Kurosaki was slightly startled and his face was slightly stunned. In the world of death, degenerate souls occasionally attack ordinary people. However, you must know that the people who are attacked by the virtual meeting are basically people who are born with spiritual power, so most mortals have never seen the virtual in their lives. Not only that, but the number of phantoms is extremely rare. Coupled with the existence of the agent of death, that world is still very safe. It shouldn't be possible to fight directly in a densely populated place. It feels similar to our world, and you can develop the ability to block it. The eye-catching Shanna guest in the world of the Disciple of the Red World. Even if he is selected for the shocking scene, it is definitely impossible to kill so many people at once. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos. These humans are also unable to detect any sense of crisis, so their predictions should not be wrong. At the same time, most dimensional audiences think so. In this dense city that comes and goes, there is a high probability that it is just a cutscene. But in the world of One Punch Man, look at it. How can that be? The S-class heroes who were in the meeting suddenly widened their eyes, all showing an incredible look. This city, this building, and that iconic Heroes Association headquarters building. Isn't this the city they are in? Isn't this the Hero Association they belong to? Shocking, the location of the famous Scene 7 in their world. This shouldn't be a joke, right? That's the Hero Association, right? While watching the video, the B-level heroes and C-level heroes who were not eligible to enter the Hero Association headquarters to participate in the meeting felt a cold chill spread over their hands and feet. Then, in the next second, the blood flowed against the flow, and the unbelievable horror happened. Boom! With a huge air pressure whizzing past, most of the city instantly turned into dust. Hundreds of thousands of human beings were evaporated before despair was reached, and they were wiped out. In the picture, only the Hero Association headquarters building, made of special materials, still stands alone in the center of the city. A city, destroy it. Seeing this scene, the audience, from countless dimensions, screamed. Innocent ordinary humans were actually slaughtered by supernatural forces. Who is it? What kind of evil villain can do such a thing? Play the famous anime scene, start the 30th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. At this moment, the members of the Heroes Association stood up from the conference room one after another and looked at the pictures in the video with panic. Then, something beyond human cognition happened. With an unparalleled sense of oppression, a huge and luxurious space battleship slowly landed above the city. Not long ago, the cannonball that destroyed city in an instant also erupted from this battleship. This is the universe, aliens. We have spaceships and aliens in our world. In the world of One Punch Man, countless low-level heroes are pale and their legs are weak. At this moment, the various S-rank heroes in the conference room of the Hero Association headquarters clenched their fists tightly, sweating instantly. Spacecraft. The second in the S rank, the trembling tornado, showed an unprecedented solemn expression. She knew that she was far from touching the strength of the gods. So, this also means that the 7 protagonists who can be selected to shock the famous scene are definitely the evil side. Hundreds of thousands of people died in one fell swoop. The guardian forces of this world are too vulnerable. It seems that this time it is finally our evil forces' turn to show their power. In the world of Joho, Dio Brando laughed arrogantly. HMPH, this time there is finally a reliable guy. Jaredrus, the world of the 7 deadly sins, snorted coldly. Before that, even if he had seen the battle between Aizen Soyujuk and Kurosaki Ichigo, he believed that his fighting power was on a par with those 2 guys. Therefore, Aizen's defeat was not a small blow to him. These guys can't even handle mere humans, how can they be called evil? For Jaredellus, the evil side of course, does not mean irrational, mindless beasts. But since you want to become a real demon, you must have the fighting power to match it. Hurry up and kill all those bullshit heroes. After noticing that this famous scene was related to this world in the Hero Association, Hungry Wolf's expression was almost crazy, and he rushed to the street and began to beat up innocent ordinary people. Oh, is it a member of our Genet team? In Dragon Ball World, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, is finally a little interested. Just under the shocking expressions of countless dimensional audiences, there is also the frenzy of the villain. The Overlord of the Universe, the Dark Matter Pirates are here. 43 humans are low-quality ants, and the whole dimension is shocked. Under the shells of the space battleship, the area of A City 998 was destroyed. There was a devastated place in the site, and the ground was full of flesh and blood residues and ruins. This is a disaster. When there is no mercy and a tragic natural disaster comes, no one can be spared. This is the sadness of ordinary people. A child who was lucky enough to survive was hugging his father and crying. However, his expression of looking straight ahead suddenly became extremely frightened, as if he had seen some terrifying female ghost. What? Is there still life? Protect the spaceship. I didn't kill it. Clean it up. I feel good. Under the shocking expressions of countless audience members, a sarcoid monster with 5 heads landed on the ground. The flapping wings behind him allowed him to fly in the sky, and the 5 heads made different weird sounds at the same time. Meru Zagarudo. One of the 3 senior combatants of the Dark Matter Pirates of the Universe, disaster-level dragon. Is this guy Zora strong? I can't feel it at all. Is this the protagonist of 7? Is it a little weaker? In the world of the 7 deadly sins, all the 10 commandments showed contempt. It's ridiculous, even the shattered face of the Korean level is not as good as that. Can it be ranked higher than Aizen Sama at this level? In the world of death, the 10 blades began to laugh. Seeing this dragon-level monster, they felt that they could do it again. It feels like we can easily deal with it. In Naruto world, members of Akatsuki's organization couldn't help but look relieved. It seems that the previous 3 famous scene videos shocked them too much. Unexpectedly, the oppressive feeling of the 4th famous scene has been relieved a lot. Coupled with that strange fist cover, everything seems to be a problem, and sure enough, the ranking of 7 is a problem. At the same time, countless audiences felt pity. Compared to this kind of ordinary stuff, they still hope to see a shocking scene comparable to the battle between Wyu and Aizen again. Mirror Flower Water Moon. The last crescent moon rushes. No moon. What a shock, what a beautiful battle on swordsmanship. Video continues. In the picture, Naruto did not hesitate to attack an innocent ordinary person. His arm suddenly split and accelerated, stabbing out like a thorn. But in the next second, swish! Just as the father and son were about to die, a sword light flashed, instantly cutting the monster's body in half. Then, a blond man in armor appeared in everyone's sight. Ranked 4th among the S-class heroes, the apprentice of the atomic samurai, Aitetsu. When the spaceship arrived, he was waiting for orders outside the headquarters, but he didn't expect the sudden aliens destroyed City A in an instant. Is it you who destroyed City A? Aitetsu asked angrily while holding the hilt at his waist. Arrived in time at the critical moment, even in the face of this terrifying monster, without any fear. The handsome image of the man quickly gained countless fans and audiences. Could it be that he is the protagonist of this famous scene? Like Straw Hat Luffy and Kurosaki Ichigo? However, after seeing this picture, the real Aitetsu was sluggish. He is still a little self-aware of his own strength, so how could he be selected for shocking famous scene 7? At the same time, the various S-class heroes at the Hero Association headquarters also look complicated. Of course, they know that the A-level hero Aitetsu cannot be selected for this ranking, so the real protagonist should be someone else. Maybe it's one of the people who is currently in the meeting. Be careful. The Atomic Warrior looked worried. Is it really a battle in our world? Tondai was so shocked that the lollipop in his mouth fell to the ground. In this case, the protagonist must be a kilograms. The super alloy nigger suddenly shouted with a look of admiration. The next second, everyone in the conference room turned to look at the blond man with scars on his face, kilograms. In an instant, everyone felt unparalleled and shocked, and their scalps were numb. Sure enough, an existence stronger than Aizen and Wyu must be the strongest kilograms in this world. They have imagined the true strength of kilograms countless times. But no matter what, he never thought that he could be stronger than Dengu Lanran and Wyu Ichigo. Being stared at by everyone, Keiji's heartbeat vibrated wildly. Bang bang bang. The cracked Emperor's engine made people mistakenly believe that he was igniting a long-lost fighting spirit. However, at the same time, with the appearance of Aitetsu, the powerhouse of countless dimensions was shocked by his weakness. Left to death, this is really a heavyweight. In the world of the 7 deadly sins, Xiaolin, the real commandment wearing red armor in the 10 commandments, left outright. This one is even more of a post. In the world of pirates, Doflamingo had a sneer on his face. What kind of precious thing is this? 7 Sure enough, something went wrong. In the world of exorcism, the apostles of the Noah family looked at each other and then showed a rather strange look. Human low-quality ants. In the Soul Eater world, the ghost god Asura mocked with disdain. How dare such a weak swordsman claim to be righteous? In the world of Death Note, Yi Shenyu was dissatisfied and wrote Aitetsu's hero name on Death Note. Unfortunately, I don't know the other party's real name. Otherwise, Yi Shenyu really thought that she could write the other party to death. Play the famous anime scene, start the 31st chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. For him, only powerful beings like Straw Hat Luffy and Kurosaki Ichigo are the messengers of justice who stand on a united front with him. In the eyes of countless powerhouses in the dimension of the heavens, not only Iatetsu in armor, but even the five-headed monsters are completely ants-like existences. You know, this is the scene selected for shocking famous scene 7. How could it be born in such a weak world? Chapter 44, Shock. Funny famous scene TOP7. Just as the battle is about to begin. In fact, Mayor Zagarudo with 5 heads didn't cause much reaction when he first appeared. After all, he was a powerful monster with dragon-level strength. After that, the strength of Iatetsu instantly caused a nuke roar in the entire dimensional world. Weakness visible to the naked eye. Not to mention the captains of the world of death gods, even the weakest god of death can easily kill this guy. Rather, this guy is an ordinary person who knows a little about swordsmanship. What's more, in the eyes of those world-destroying bosses, this guy is simply an ant that can be killed by blowing air. Sure enough, Mayor Zagarudo quickly discovered how weak the guy in front of him was. Boom! It just waved its fist tentatively. The moment the two sides collided, half of Iatetsu's arm was smashed into pieces, and the tens of meters behind were pierced together. Compared with the powerhouses who appeared before, he is simply an ordinary human being. What, it turns out to be a weak race? It's too easy to kill. I feel good. Seeing this scene, Mayor Zagarudo seemed to have discovered something novel, and the 5 heads bulged out at the same time. The sarcoma continued to expand, causing his split head to turn into 5 different half-bodies, and his aura increased several times in a row. Facing the more terrifying sarcoma monster, Iatetsu clutched his broken arm, looking flustered and pale. I would die in a place like this. Iatetsu, who was watching the famous scene, was also a little nervous. No way. Since he can appear in the famous scene, he originally fantasized about breaking through himself, gaining new power, and gaining countless fans. Now, he won't really die. Well, next second. Swish, swish. The continuous flash of sword light directly smashed Mayor Zagarudo's body into thousands of pieces and cut it into thousands of pieces of meat. Seeing the scene of the disciple's broken arm, the angry sword light of the atomic warrior appeared on the screen. His well-trained sword skills can even cut things into atoms. After this, no, 3 silver fang. The 16th ranked metal hat. And the sexy prisoner ranked 17th also appeared in turn. The flowing water rock-shattering fist used by Ichigo with silver fangs drew a water-like sky-blue arc in the air and slammed the huge body of Mayor Zagarudo into the air. After this, metal hats and sexy prisoners also shot at the same time. They exploded part of the monster's body in turn. Seeing this scene, Zhu Iron was deeply shocked. As expected of a master, as expected of an S-class hero, he has the strength to fight against such monsters. In reality, Tetsuya also showed a grateful expression. I didn't expect an S-class hero to be so powerful. It seems that there is still a long way to go before I become an S-class hero. This situation has made countless low-level heroes and ordinary people feel reliable and at ease. It doesn't matter if aliens and spaceships arrive. If there is a hero association, it will definitely protect this world. In the Hero Association, everyone who saw their appearance was also delighted. There will definitely be countless teenagers falling in love with me now. The sexy prisoner laughed. As expected of me. The metal hat's voice was full of pride. The picture of the future, my swordsmanship has improved again. Atomic Samurai smiled. I didn't expect that at this age, I can still be beautiful again. Silver Fang's mood was still calm, but he sighed with some relief. In the video. In the face of many strong human beings, Mayor Zagarudo finally got serious. Soon, his body condensed into a huge flesh and blood giant. Unexpectedly, on this weak planet, there are actually creatures that can fight with all their strength. Only, when they saw the strength displayed by the characters on the screen, the audiences of all heaven dimension were shocked. It can only be said that it is worthy of shocking famous Scene 7. It shocked them from another level. Atomic warrior. Atomic slash. Swordsmanship that can divide things into atoms. In countless anime worlds, all swordsmen are confused. It feels like a slash of this magnitude can be blocked by a human being. Is it really possible to divide things into atoms? It's just what he thinks. At this moment, I am more attention Inuyasha, Sesshomaru, Hawkeye Mihawk, Kurosaki Ichigo, and even Kiritani Kazuo in Sword Art Online were shocked. If it is in the game world, Kiritani Kazuo feels that he can easily block it with his own attributes. Is that the flowing water rock-crushing fist? In the world of Baidu Shenklun, the tyrant brow left widely in the sky. What a weak boxing technique. I'm afraid that even one of his own cold hairs can't be broken, right? I would like to call you the weakest boxer on the surface. In the world of Sabertooth, Fan Mayonjiro left madly. In the Saint Seiya world, even the Bronze Saint Seiya looked surprised, not to mention the Silver Saint Seiya and Gold Saint Seiya. As for the powerful attacks of sexy prisoners and metal bats, they were directly ignored by the audience of Zhutian Dimension. Because they are ordinary people. No, there is one person who did not ignore. In the world of Death Note, Yagami wrote the names of sexy prisoners and metal bats on Death Note. How can there be such a weak bastard? It's a shame for the righteous side. He wasn't worried at all that the two of them would die. It is estimated that the two people in the video will soon die of a heart attack. At this moment, almost all anime dimensions are laughing at the fighting power of these heroes. Shocking famous Scene 7. The funny scene is almost there. At the same time, the Cosmic Emperor Oros, who was preparing to rush to the Earth in the spaceship, also showed a disappointed look. Is there really a strong man who can fight me on this planet? Chapter 45, there is a god in the lobby. Is there really a strong person who can fight me on this planet? These tiny humans are simply vulnerable. Sitting in a spaceship. Seeing the weak and odd-eyed performance of the S-Class heroes in the video, the Cosmic Overlord Oros, who was about to rush to Earth, showed an extremely disappointed expression. So many people will feel difficult when they team up to face Mera Zagarudo. The level of life that represents this planet is only at this level. Could it be that the fortune teller's prediction was wrong? At the same time, in the video, Mera Zagarudo burst out with all his strength, and his destructive power made the heroes such as Silver Fang instantly fall into the disadvantage. This guy is a real monster. No matter how it is destroyed, its flesh will recover in an instant. Slash, bat, punch, power, any attack has no effect. Is it difficult to completely smash all the cells of the other party? Play the famous anime scene and start the chapter 32 with Niu Tau versus Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. How can such a thing be possible? Many heroes only feel a headache. Soon after, when everyone was gradually feeling hopeless. Because a piece of meat from Mera Zagarudo was too slender, it was smashed by a metal bat and found a glass ball hidden in it. This glass ball is its heart. As long as it is destroyed, the monster can be defeated. After learning this, everyone resorted to their strongest moves. Flowing water shattering rock fist. Atomic slash. Dark Angel raid. Bang bang bang. With the cooperation of the Silver Fangs, the Atomic Warrior, and the Sexy Prisoner, the remaining glass balls burst at the same time. The dragon-level monster, Mera Zagarudo, also died on the spot, turning into a pool of withered flesh. Great. Seeing this scene, the people of the One Punch Man world cheered collectively, and countless low-level heroes showed their admiration. So shocking. As expected of an S-Class hero, he is completely different from everyone else. However, this moment. The S-rank heroes in the conference room of the Heroes Association headquarters were surprised and felt that something was wrong. It was so easy to win. It's just that I can't touch the edge of shock at this level, right? In fact, let alone the battle between Aizen and Mizuki. Even the violent aesthetics of Ulquiorra's Duongiron and Naruto Ichigo are tens of thousands of times more shocking than this battle. Although the S-class heroes are happy because of their victory, they still have a little self-knowledge. Sure enough, the real boss hasn't come out yet. You still have to rely on kilograms. Right at this moment. In addition to the world of One Punch Man, the other dimensions have almost fallen into silence. At this moment, not to mention the world-destroying boss, even many trash-fish characters were stunned. What the heck, I thought this guy, with infinite recovery, had some strength before, but I didn't expect to have such a big weakness. Isn't this courting death? What kind of precious thing is this? Don't you know how to protect your own weaknesses? You have zero combat experience. Laughing to death, is this the 7? In the dimension of the heavens, the powerhouses of countless worlds are ridiculing, frantically degrading the combat power of 7. But this is also a matter of course. Do humans feel shocked when they see ants fighting? It's just funny, right? This shocking famous scene really stretched my hips. Under the contemptuous gaze of countless powerhouses, the picture came to the rooftop area of the hero headquarters. At this moment, 5 figures are standing on the edge of the platform, watching the huge space battleship in the sky. 4 S-rank heroes are enough to deal with the weirdos on the ground. The key is the big guy in the sky. How can we defeat him? Ranked 5th among S-class heroes, Tong Dai, with a lollipop in his mouth, was a little speechless. After all, they are still mortals, and there is no way to fly to the sky. Even if you go by plane, you will be hit by a terrifying cannonball. Kilograms, as an S-rank top hero, what can you do? Super Alloy Blacklight turned his head and asked. I can't do anything, it's always in the sky, and there's nothing I can do about it. After being silent for a long time, Kilograms said in a calm voice. What, even Kilograms can't deal with it? As KG's voice fell, everyone in the Hero Association was stunned. They originally thought that Kilograms would be the protagonist of this famous scene. Is it actually someone else? At the same time, the small tornado in the video also went crazy. It's a shame you're still the strongest man on Earth. Now that a city is destroyed, you just sit there and don't care. It's unbelievable. Enough, I'll solve it alone. Hearing these words, the audience of countless dimensions tensed up again and stared at the picture with bated breath. Could it be that there was nothing wrong with shocking famous scene 7 at all? It's just that the main character hasn't come out yet. This green-haired girl dressed in lusciousness may have very terrifying strength. However, just under the spotlight. In the video, Genos, the devil-transformed man, was looking at the spaceship above, and a sentence slowly emerged in his heart. Teacher should have entered the spaceship by now. In this world, there is no opponent that the teacher can't win. Because, if even the teacher can't win, then human beings will be extinct long ago. In the body of the teacher, there are gods. At this moment, the words in Genos' heart swept through all dimensions like an earthquake. Is there a god in the body? This guy can really brag. But, if there is no real powerhouse, how did this battle enter 7? Who is the real protagonist? At the same time, many heroes were also taken aback. Genos, who is also an S-class hero with him, actually touted his teacher so much that he even compared him to a god. His teacher. Who is it? 46. Oros, the overlord of the universe, scared the entire dimensional world. My teacher, there is a god in the body. As the words in Genos' heart fell, countless dimensions fell into a sensation. After Aizen, this is another one related to the word god. Laughing to death, what does it mean that there is a god in the body? Ignorant mortals are simply blasphemy. In the world of the 7 deadly sins, Jaredrus, the god of the 10 commandments, sneered. It can be seen from the combat power of the shops at the beginning of the video that the level of life on this planet is at this level. It is estimated that even the paladins of the human kingdom are not opponents. How can they touch the realm of the gods? They really know. What kind of supreme honor does it represent to be related to the word God? Even himself, the son of the demon king, dare not claim to have reached the realm of God. God's realm? How arrogant. At the same time, the sin of arrogance among the 7 deadly sins, Iskander also looked disdainful. Even at noon, when he was the strongest, he didn't dare to say that he could compete with the gods. At most, he was invincible in the sky and the ground. Anyone with a god in the body. In the world of Saint Seiya, the Virgo Shaka in the zodiac murmured with his eyes closed. Even he, who was called the closest to God, would not judge the gods with such contemptuous words. How could the supreme God be subjugated to the body of a mere human being? But in the next second, Shaka's eyelids snapped open, his eyes widened to an extent that he had never seen in his life. He saw. In the picture, a cloaked head in yellow tights is running inside the huge battleship. The other heroes all stayed outside. He came in alone. Death World. In the invisible empire, Yu Hak slowly stood up from the shadowed throne with a gloomy expression on his face. This bald head should be the owner of the fist on the cover. It's not in vain that he watched the ants play for so long and finally waited for this guy. Play the famous anime scene and start the chapter 33 with Niu Tau versus Xiao Wu author Superman Eater Rabbit. At the same time, One Punch World. Sitting in the spaceship, Poros clenched his fists violently and the one eye on his face trembled wildly. The nameless powerhouse, the prophecy is correct. Come to my palace quickly and let's have a showdown. Just by watching the video, Poros can feel Saitama's terrifying mysterious power. Think about it carefully. Since this battle can be selected for shocking famous scene 7, it also means that the decision to make this trip is totally worth it. However, compared to the shock and excitement of a few strong people, the heroes of the One Punch Man world are a little confused. How could it be that guy? Is he C level or B level? Isn't this the bald cake man? His reputation seems to be very bad. He said he was cheating or something. Not even an S-class hero. How can he have a picture? Isn't this a bald man? I'm dying of laughter. Even the S-class heroes who were in a meeting couldn't understand it. After all, some of them didn't even know Saitama at all. The little tornado floated in the sky with his arms up and a disdainful expression on his face. With a straw in his mouth, the atomic warrior looked like he was arrogant, disapproving of what Genos had in mind. The pig god has been eaten. Flash FSH is wiping the hilt. Venerable Vest is exercising muscles. Among the people present, no one cared about the funny bald head in the video. If it is said that he is a god, then the word god is too cheap. Boom. After a few seconds, Saitama kicked the gate at the end of the battleship open and finally reached the final spot. After that, all dimensions also saw the existence, sitting on the throne. Overlord of the universe, Poros. The one-eyed alien creature with long purple-pink hair and a suit of armor exudes a terrifying aura all over its body. So strong. At the moment of seeing this person's existence, the whole world of One Punch Man fell into a brief silence. At this moment, the pig god stopped eating, Tondi stopped playing with electronic products, and the flashing FSH sword fell to the ground with a bang. Xiaolonjuan's pupils also contracted violently, and all the cold hairs on his body stood up. What terrifying energy is contained within its body? The power of Poros, visible to the naked eye, shocked the entire animation dimension in an instant. The Otsutsuji clan, Akatsuki organization, the 4 pirate emperors, the Navy headquarters, the 13th division of the Guardian, the 10 commandments, the 7 deadly sins, the 12 shields of the Protector, and the Phantom Brigade were all stunned. It's even more terrifying than the Demon King. Gyarados, the god of the Ten Rings, exclaimed in disbelief. In the dimension of the heavens, the powerhouses of countless worlds trembled under the pressure of auras. Not to mention ordinary people. Everyone shivered under the terrifying aura of auras. In the world of Death Note, Yagami Yu's fingers holding the pen were shaking, and it seemed that she had lost the courage to write down this guy's name. A tingling trembling came to my mind. The blood in the whole body seemed to be flowing backwards. In front of Boros, the overlord of the universe, it was so heavy that even breathing became extravagant. Shocking the famous Scene 7, directly raising the top combat power to a new level. Planetary combat power. This battle is not equal at all. Because even the dimensions they are in as living species are completely different. Earth, it's over. 47, One Punch. At the moment when Boros appeared, the entire universe fell into silence. Whether it is ordinary human beings or the powerhouses of the heavens, or the arrogant existences such as Aizen Soyujuka and Satsuki Kagaya who claimed to be gods were also shocked by the terrifying aura emanating from Boros. His body seemed to harbor life energy no less than that of a planet. Visible to the naked eye, it is suffocating. Funny famous Scene 7. Do not. At this moment, tens of thousands of strong men with a guilty conscience retracted their previously released wild words. Just the appearance of Boros has brought the power of shocking famous Scene 7 to a new level. If the powerhouses, in other words, still have the element of watching a play, so many heroes in the world of One Punch Man are so pale that they have no blood at all. In the conference room of the Hero Association headquarters, the S-Class heroes had a bleak face like a morning concubine. The moment they saw Boros, they already understood the difference. Especially the little tornado with psychic power, she froze in place almost without saying a word, shocked by the huge energy emanating from Boros. Under the trembling gazes of countless powerhouses, Boros stood up excitedly. Before the battle, sign up first. I am the leader of the universe Dark Matter Pirates, the overlord of the entire universe, Boros. Just the first sentence of Boros made the heavenly dimension into a sensation. Almost all the audience showed disbelief, especially the world that has understood the concept of the universe. Death World. Dragon Ball World. Naruto World. Countless humans were stunned. At this moment, even the world-destroying bosses who wanted to rule the world in many dimensions were dumbfounded. The overlord who rules the entire universe. No wonder his aura would be so terrifying. How small is the Earth compared to the infinite universe? The overlord of the universe? It's so funny. Hearing these words, Dragon Ball World Frieza sneered disdainfully. With such an ant-like existence, he didn't even know how many he had killed in the blink of an eye. Although he is a lot stronger than the members of the Ginna team, but that's all. I don't know how shocked the existences of other dimensions will be when they see their battle scenes. I'm a hobby, not a professional hero, Saitama. I don't know what purpose you came to Earth for. How dare you destroy the entire city, eh? Even when he heard Horus's name, Saitama didn't have much reaction, just asked calmly. Seeing this scene, the audience of countless dimensions showed incredible expressions. Is this baldhead named Saitama a fool? Couldn't he feel what a terrifying, desperate and suffocating monster standing in front of him? You know, even a 2-year-old can feel the power of Boros. Whether it is his appearance or the energy emanating from his body, it is terrifying to the point of immeasurability. In the video, Boros slowly walked off the high platform. There was once a prophecy. I was in space back then, but I was too strong. In the end, no one dared to challenge me. I felt extremely miserable because of boredom. At this moment, a certain fortune teller said, on a distant planet, someone can fight me with all my strength and satisfy me. It's been 20 years, how many years have passed before I came here? Although my subordinates thought it was a lie to avoid the flames of war, the moment I saw you, I was convinced that the prophecy was true. Come and give my life some excitement. As the figure of Boros wearing heavy armor kept approaching, the audience, in countless dimensions, began to tremble and even became so terrified that they couldn't breathe. Battle in space, the whole universe is invincible. Simply inimaginable. Play the famous anime scene, start the Bullhead versus Xiao Wu Chapter 34. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. The universe overlord Boros, his terror, has surpassed human cognition. I am afraid that there is no creature in this world that can defeat him. Boom. For a split second, no one could see what was happening. The deafening explosion of gas resounded directly in the entire hall. Boros' body flew out like a cannonball and slammed into the pillar at the end. You idiot. Just because I was too bored and wanted to stimulate, I ran to invade other planets. Saitama, whose fists were smoking, scolded speechlessly. How is this possible? In the end, what happened? After being sluggish for a long time, the entire dimension failed to make any movement. Admiral Akanu's mouth kept flowing lava, a look of dementia and fright. Kato of the Four Emperors slumped down on the chair and saw Saitama's punch. He even had the illusion that he was dead. In the invisible empire of the world of the god of death, Yuhabak has unknowingly shed a few drops of cold sweat. In the Soul Eater world, the ghost god Asura closed his coffin again. In the fairy tale world, the corners of the black dragon's eyes kept twitching. The shocked Yagami directly wrote her name on the death note. Then it took a full 50 seconds to react, and immediately wrote a piece afterward. Due to her hustle and bustle, Yi Shenyu even made a typo in the middle. Fortunately, he was able to prevent the accident with only a few seconds left before he died of a heart attack. The bald man with cape, Saitama, shocked the heavens with one punch. 48, a shocking battle beyond the gods. The power of One Punch shocks the dimension. Not only the audience of One Punch Man, but also the people and powerhouses of other worlds were dumbfounded. This funny-looking bald head seems to be unremarkable, but he actually knocked the cosmic overlord flying with one punch. He's not dead yet. Suddenly, the devil Genos couldn't help screaming. The enemy that the teacher could not defeat with one punch finally appeared. In the video, Boros' body was embedded in the wall and the broken armor slowly fell off. The purple skin was exposed and the barbs grew out of the bones, making his physique suddenly bloated several times. This armor was made to seal my overpowering power. It's broken by you now, Saitama. Boom. In an instant, the airflow erupted. An incomparably strong purple light shot straight into the sky, and the entire battleship was crumbling under the momentum of Boros. At this moment, countless dimensional creatures shivered, and countless self-proclaimed gods bowed their heads. This battle will surpass my imagination. No matter who wins or loses, they have surpassed human cognition. How on earth did they cultivate? Under the unbelievable gazes of countless powerhouses, the peak battle between Boros and Saitama finally began. No more trash, no more funny. This is the real, shocking scene 7. Under everyone's attention, the figures of Boros and Saitama instantly disappeared at the same time, turning into two twinkling streamers colliding together. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. The two figures of them collided in the air like light spots, and the air kept making a deafening shattering sound. Ordinary people can't see the movement between them at all. Only vaguely could see the dazzling light emanating from Boros like a spotlight flickering all over the sky, spinning around the entire battleship. Crackling. Between the lightning and flint, the tyrannical thunder exploded, destroying everything in the palace. Walls, pillars, and the ground were all swallowed up by the blast of fire. The purple thunder seemed to blast through the entire spaceship. Boom. Boom boom boom. At this moment, no one can stop this battle. Two twinkling rays of light hit the end of the battleship all the way to the edge. The fists and shadows are intertwined, and the figure is blurred. Although not visible to the naked eye, all life and buildings in the places they passed were wiped out. The battleship, which was loaded to the limit, exploded directly, spraying blood and hot water like the apocalyptic scene of a fusion of volcanoes and tsunamis. Countless dark matter pirates were swept away by the air current. The palace was breached. The interior of the battleship was directly blown up. Finally, when the environment inside the battleship was completely destroyed, the two came to the deck again, and the whole dimension had fallen into silence. It didn't take long before everyone's horrified expressions calmed down. Is this a god? A god? In the world of pirates, the General Akainu was so frightened that he vomited lava and couldn't even speak. Although I hope the villain can win, this combat power is a bit too exaggerated. In the world of exorcism, the 1,000-year-old man of the Noah family was horrified. These two monsters are too terrifying. In the world of the 7 deadly sins, the bodies of the 10 Rings members trembled slightly. Oros, my Oros! In the world of One Punch Man, the excited hungry wolf hit the ground with his head frantically, his face was frantic, and his saliva was all over the floor. The victory is divided. In the world of Saint Seiya, Hades, the Hades, slowly closed his eyes, and he no longer had any interest in shocking the famous Scene 7. Can Linguo and Heiyu be called a battle of equal strength? These two guys are very suitable to be my attendants. In Dragon Ball World, the evil magician Bubidi screamed. One Punch Man World, Z City. Genos clenched his fists very excitedly and looked excitedly at the bald Saitama beside him. I didn't expect Teacher Saitama to be so powerful, and this time I finally saw the teacher with all his strength. Teacher, aren't you excited? Finally found your dream opponent. Hearing Geno's excited voice, Saitama responded sluggishly. Excited? Oh, this Oros is quite strong. Saitama's voice was a little absent-minded. In the eyes of outsiders, the battle is indeed fierce. However, is the self in the video really serious and happy? 49, explosive battle, countless strong collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the two collided frantically like flickering spots of light. Wherever you go, it's unrecognizable. Even the surface of the spaceship, made of extremely hard materials, instantly disintegrated into spark-sized dust. Finally, the battle between the two was briefly separated for a split second. Saitama, you are really strong. This is the first time for me, Oros, to meet an evenly matched opponent. Standing on the deck of the space battleship, Oros tore the corners of his mouth and shouted with excitement in his one eye. Since he became the overlord of the universe, he has never encountered such a strong opponent. This is exactly what he dreams of in divination, an enemy who can go all out. Whether it's Oros in the video or Oros in reality, all of them show an incomparably fanatical look. Saitama. Play the famous anime scene, start the 35th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. He is the strongest opponent on the planet he is going to. However, looking at the many animation dimensions, many strong people have been completely sluggish. What kind of power is this? Not to mention watching, they can't even see clearly, completely unable to understand the battle between Oros and Saitama. Their bodies have surpassed the limits of what humans can achieve. Is this the speed of light? In the world of pirates, the General Chizuru looked at the picture with a dazed expression. He has always believed that his speed is endless, almost the speed of light. But he didn't understand until he saw the hand-to-hand combat between Oros and Saitama. In front of the speed of the two of them, he may be nothing. The speed of their random raids will far exceed the speed they are proud of. Fist that exceeds the speed of light. In the world of Saint Seiya, Aries Mu of the Zodiac said with a solemn expression, as a golden saint with a sixth sense and a small universe. He can feel it. Facing the two beasts fighting each other in the video, their bodies are like a planet full of life energy. Video continues. The power of Oros is getting stronger and soon a huge particle light ball gradually condensed on his chest. This is a sure kill attack that unleashes all the enormous power in the body in one go. Crackling. Thunderbolt. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the air in the world seems to no longer flow, and the breath freezes. Between the lightning and flint, Horus's whole body was resounding with thunderous roars. In the face of this kind of natural disaster-level attack, ordinary people will be wiped out once they encounter it. The violent energy swept through the entire cabin, and the instruments inside seemed to be scorched, and the flames ignited a prairie. At this moment, the huge hull covering Cydia began to vibrate, as if it were about to collapse directly. At the same time, just seeing this breath, the powerhouses of countless worlds began to tremble violently. Is this the kind of energy possessed by the Overlord who can dominate the universe? If you are bombarded by this, I am afraid that even the ashes will not be left. In the next second, the fireworks are in full bloom. Thunder intertwined, gas explosions roared, and the blue light beam, in the shape of a cross star, was like a catastrophe, and it enveloped Saitama's body within a 10,000th of a second. Boom! With a terrifying sonic boom, the entire ship turned to ashes, and the deck area of hundreds of kilometers was completely occupied. Countless alien crew members were annihilated by this terrifying wave, and Saitama's last figure was gradually swallowed by the light. The sky exploded, and even the sky was shaken. Seeing this scene, the entire dimension was silent for dozens of seconds, and no one could say anything. In the world of pirates, the senior navy and the four emperors of the pirate are all speechless. Even the ancient weapon Pluto, which was regarded as taboo in their world and claimed to be able to sink an island with one blow, could not have this effect at all. If this blow hits the ground, I'm afraid a third of the earth will be melted. The Otsutsuki clan of Naruto world. The 12 shields of the guardian of the fairy tale world. The star-crossed knights of the death world. The 10 commandments of the 7 deadly sins of the world. At this moment, countless powerhouses are pale, unable to imagine the consequences of being hit by this cannon. In the world of One Punch Man, the various S-class heroes were even more horrified. I didn't expect that an existence that can fight against such a godlike enemy is actually a C-level hero. No wonder even the S-class devil transforms call him a teacher. At this moment, even the little dragon roll with green curly hair looked at Saitama in the picture with a worried expression. At such a critical moment, she didn't say any more arrogant words. Because, if even Saitama can't beat it, what will this planet do? Wow. Shortly after, seeing the figure of Saitama walking out of the ruins of fire, countless audience members screamed. I saw Saitama walked out indifferently, except for a little scratch. It was completely unscathed. To survive an attack of this magnitude. Is he really human? Seeing this scene, Toros left proudly. It looks like the winner will be decided. My race has won the qualification to survive in the harsh and cruel environment of the home planet, and we have the best healing power in the universe. Especially me, both in terms of healing and physical potential, is one of the best. It takes a few seconds to heal the fatal wounds you caused, but your wounds are increasing, and your physical strength is gradually decreasing, and so on. Noisy. Jiki, is this the end? Don't fight, right? Horus's words were suddenly interrupted, and he looked at the bald man in front of him in surprise. From this man's expression, he could see a trace of impatience. That's right, this man. Saitama. Is he disappointed? 51 chick out of the atmosphere? Jiki, is this the end? Stop fighting, right? Saitama's impatient expression made Horus completely stunned. He had almost forgotten. In the end, is from birth, or since becoming the overlord of the universe. No creature has ever been able to behave so calmly in front of him. That's right, is that so? Saitama, did my performance disappoint you? Am I too weak in your eyes? A terrifying wave surged in the heart of the universe over Lord Boros. Watching the video, the crew of Boros were shocked to the extreme. It was the first time they saw a creature that could fight Boros with all their might. Lord Boros, why don't we go to Earth? That guy is really scary. What nonsense. Give me the fastest speed to sail. Boros roared angrily. At the same time, his heart was extremely excited. Saitama, just watch it. My strength is far more than this level. I, Boros, the overlord of the universe, will definitely make you excited. I will definitely be your equal opponent. In the video, as Saitama's voice fell, Boros' fighting intent burned to the boil. Meteor eruption. In an instant. Energy spurts. The skin of his strong body was covered in white-hot cracks, emitting a hot, dazzling purple light. The terrifying air current roared and shook, and the air kept sending out shattering screams. The purple-gold thunder exudes tremendous power, bombarding the skin of the entire spaceship to the point where it is riddled with holes, and a large piece of steel and flames are lifted out. The current Boros is like a thunder sword beast. Play the famous anime scene. Start with Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 36 Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. In this form, all the energy in Boros' body is released, and the kinetic energy that turns into an explosion can reach a speed that exceeds the biological limit. Now he can crush even meteorites. This guy. At this moment, a color finally appeared in Saitama's dull pupils. Boom. In the next second, the sky turned pale. The terrifying figure of Boros disappeared in an instant, and the 100-meter deck that he stepped on heavily turned into dust in an instant. Just like a sliding white meteor pierced through the eyes, the terrifying shockwave ran all the way to the end of the entire city. Bang! Saitama, whose pupils were wide open, didn't seem to be able to react at all and was ferociously carried away by Boros' body. The ensuing wave of airflow destroyed the entire ship, and everything in sight disappeared. The ship is no longer needed. In the eyes of Boros, the life of the crew is not important. All he wants now is to fight the opponent in front of him with all his strength. Give up everything you have, even at the cost of your life. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. Just under the wide-eyed gaze of many-dimensional powerhouses, I saw Verasto bursting, with Saitama in the sky, with a tail flame of the meteor, and the roaring thunder was like a purple aftermath, constantly accelerating to break through the limit of sonic boom countless times. Wherever you go, it's broken. At this moment, the area they had trampled on collapsed, and the buildings and clouds shattered into dust in an instant. The movement alone was no less than the roar of the missile explosion, turning into a beam of purple thunder across the sky. In the end, Boros used his strongest strength to hit Saitama's abdomen with an explosive knee. Boom! At this moment, the whole world seemed to have lost its color, twisted over, and fell into a state of temporary stillness. The next second, a deafening explosion resounded in the sky of the entire city. Everyone's sight is violently distorted, and the picture is upside down. The bursting stars dashed into the sky, setting off an unparalleled wave. Under the top of Boros' knees, Saitama's figure was taken out of the atmosphere by the impact of the meteor and disappeared at the end of the earth in an instant. How is this possible? How is that possible? In the world of the 7 deadly sins, Xiaolun of the 10 rings screamed with the loudest voice. This is an illusion. This must be an illusion that I saw. The sight of shocking famous scene 7 is fake. This video must have been made up. It's hard to imagine how many fighters it takes to kick people out of the planet with one kick. If the last famous scene represented the peak of swordsmanship, then this famous scene represents a pure warrior. When the body exceeds the limit, can a creature be strong enough to ignore the laws of nature? 3,000 worlds are silent. Hey, these two guys are not joking. That guy was kicked out of the Earth. In Dragon Ball World, the bald twin lying in the hospital asked incredulously with wide eyes. Such an enemy. Isn't it scarier than Vegeta? Even when Vegeta and Goku fought before, they didn't reach this level. It seems that I have to practice harder. I really want to fight them. Wukong said expectantly. In fact, Goku also entered that chat group. According to what everyone said, he also found that the content that appeared in the video is likely to happen in the future. I really want to know if it is possible for me to appear in a famous scene in the future. These scary monsters. In the world of the Forbidden Magic Catalog, the superpowers on both the technology side and the magic side were all shocked. In their world, superpowers are still at the level that humans can recognize. But kicks people out of the atmosphere with one kick, and kicks people into outer space with one kick? That bald head will definitely burn into a pile of powder the moment it leaves the atmosphere. In the world of Destruction Beast, the Emperor Destruction Beast tried to reach out and touch the sky, but couldn't really touch the starry sky. Afterwards, he wiped the sweat from his face in fear. It seems that it is only huge in size, not the apex of biological evolution. Oros and Saitama have completely surpassed the gods. 51. Jump back to Earth, true gods. Oros kicked Saitama out of the atmosphere with one kick. This situation has shocked the powerhouses of countless dimensions. Oros, worthy of being the overlord of the universe in that world. In the world of Naruto, Kagaya Otsutsuki was willing to be defeated. No matter who wins or loses, it is a power that our world cannot understand. In the world of Fairy Tail, Akuna Rokia looked fearful. This planet will be dominated by Oros from now on, right? In the world of One Punch Man, the Katers in the Weird Association all looked extremely ugly. White-collar guy from a working-class background. Evil natural water. Black eyes. And the Wandering Emperor, as well as the hero and Elder Centipede and other powerful monsters trembled. Oros, please take me away. Hungry Wolf banged his head against the wall while shouting, so excited that he burst into tears. This time, the powerhouse of the evil forces will finally not lose again. However, this way of victory is too exaggerated. Kick people into outer space with one kick. What a terrifying explosive force this is! At this moment, the villain bosses of all dimensions also felt unparalleled fear. However, the next second, with the appearance of a new picture, the heavenly dimension fell into silence. The eyes of countless viewers slowly widened, but they couldn't make a sound. The suffocating shock began to spread. Almost everyone felt the illusion of blood flowing backwards, their scalps were numb, and their backs were cold. In the video, above the moon, the vacuum is silent. A bald head slowly stood up from the pothole, pinched his breathless nose, and looked around the surroundings suspiciously. Saitama, he was kicked to the moon by Oros. This is no longer a power that ordinary people can understand. I can't breathe. In the world of pirates, Usopp and others are also holding their breaths. Looking at the scene in the picture, it is almost like they came to the moon in person. Hoo. Straw Hat Luffy exhaled exaggeratedly. The shock in the video brought them suffocation no less than the devil fruit ability entered the sea. However, when everyone came back to their senses, they realized something even more outrageous. This bald Saitama is actually unscathed. Wait, what does he want? Seeing Saitama slowly squatting and swinging forward, the audience, in countless dimensions, screamed in disbelief. Play the famous anime scene, start the Bullhead vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 37. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Absolutely impossible, how could humans do such a thing? This is not human. Naruto World. The world of death. The pupils of Orochimaru and Aizen are about to become bloodshot. As researchers, of course they know the limit of human potential. The scene in front of me is definitely not real. One Punch Man world. Little Tornado's younger sister, Hello Snow, looked at the bald head with bated breath in the video and only felt her heart beat faster. Even the little dragon scroll showed an extremely strange look. This bald head, I'm afraid it's not really going to do that kind of incredible thing. Boom. The next moment, the moon collapsed. This was not the sound of an explosion, but a roar in everyone's mind. In an instant, the moon cracked, and 1/10 of the area was slammed into it. I saw Saitama's figure disappear instantly, like a rainbow light penetrating the starry sky, jumping directly back to the earth at a faster speed than when it came. Crazy. No. Saitama, you can't come back. You can't defeat Boros. Hungry Wolf fanned his head furiously. Even though his nose was blue and his face was swollen, he didn't even notice it. Meanwhile, Earth. Across the ruins of the space battleship, Boros was lying down and panting violently, looking very tired. This form, like an aerobic exercise, will cause a huge burden on the body, resulting in a sharp reduction in lifespan. Originally wanted to save the last, to end the battle. But Saitama's strength forced him to use it in advance. Fortunately, in this way, he also won the final victory. In this way, he wins. Saitama, he finally defeated this man. Boom. The next second, a terrifying hum exploded the entire sky. The wreckage area on the battleship was all smashed, and it began to tilt violently to one side. Under Oro's astonished expression, Saitama's figure slowly walked out of the smoke. Ah, I'm back. Little Tornado, you are really amazing. You can actually destroy the spaceship. Standing under the spaceship, many S-class heroes showed their happy expressions. However, this time, it was a little confusing to switch to a small tornado. The damage to the spaceship. Is it caused by my own superpower? At the same time, seeing this scene, the little tornado sitting in the Hero Association was so embarrassed that he was about to urinate. Obviously it's not because of me. Fortunately, at this moment, no one paid attention to this oolong. Because in the eyes of everyone, there is no longer room for anything other than Boros and Saitama. After the entire dimension was shaken for a moment, Boros' one eye shrank suddenly. Yes, that's it. For this man, he is willing to give everything. Accompanied by passionate and tragic music. Boros rushed towards Saitama in front of him. Not so much the overlord of the universe destroying the earth. Now he is more like a warrior who fights against the Demon King. Facing Boros who went all out, Saitama was also a little more serious, so he punched him in the abdomen. Vomit. When there was no reaction at all, Boros' bloodshot one eye bulged to the extreme, and his body bowed like a prawn. His body suddenly flew upside down, and the cracks in his body continued to spray blood rain, and he stopped while rolling and crawling on the ground. Seeing this scene, almost all dimensional audiences are desperate for Boros. By this time, even a few-year-old child can see the disparity between them. The distance between the sky and the abyss seems to be an invisible eye wall blocking them in front of them. A power that can't be surpassed by all efforts. Just one punch can destroy the dreams and pursuits of all villains. That is, the gap between living things and gods. 52. A serious punch through the atmosphere. Obviously. In the picture, Boros' embarrassed figure has reached the limit. Being able to block Saitama's punch has even surpassed his limit. At this moment, countless audiences were moved and saddened by it. If it is the first 3 famous scenes, Ulquiorra's nothingness left everyone feeling empty. Douglas Barrett's fury ignited the fighting spirit of everyone. Aizen's power is already above the gods, as he said. These villains are not weak. It's a pity. They still lost the battle after all. However, only Boros has shown such an unbearable performance since the moment he faced Saitama. This man named Saitama can destroy the beliefs of all villains with just one punch. This invincible power is deeply disappointing. Consecutive normal punches. Facing Boros, whose body had recovered again, Saitama's fist was destroyed like an afterimage. Just like the cover of the video. A fist that seems to dye everything red. Boom, boom, boom. Obviously a seemingly ordinary force. But in an instant, the opponent's body was completely blasted, turning into thick blood plasma, fragmented and connected. He is just too strong. Watching the video, Boros and many of his subordinates were completely stunned. However, perhaps it is precisely because of Saitama's strength that he would do anything to defeat him. The video continues. In the screen, Boros once again began to heal his body with energy, but unfortunately, this time he could not fully recover. Because of the numerous heavy injuries, he no longer has much strength. Saitama, that's how it should be. You have to be defeated by me. Accompanied by the passionate and tragic music, Boros said some very inspirational words. Humans who don't know the situation may think that he is the protagonist. In the spotlight, Boros' blood-soaked body rushed into the sky, bursting with enormous energy like a roaring thunder. Purple thunder spreads in the air. The huge and incomparable breath instantly blasted the ears and noses of the powerful men of many dimensions. Explode all the energy in the body at once. I will destroy the entire surface of your entire planet. What the hell? Destroy the surface? How is such a thing possible? Must be bluffing, right? At this moment, the audience of countless dimensions were dumbfounded and trembled wildly. What exactly does it mean to destroy the surface? In that case, billions of human beings will die in an instant. Play the famous anime scene, Start the Bullhead vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 38. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Is he going to directly obliterate all the creatures on this planet? PFFT. At this moment, Saitama's heart beat violently. Facing Boros, who burst out with huge energy, a long-lost enthusiasm rose in his heart. A fiery heartbeat, a sense of crisis, a sense of tension, a long-forgotten high-fighting spirit. This is what he is after. Of course, though still far from what Saitama wanted. But at least. Boros, you are really strong. In reality, Saitama, who was watching the video, also stood up from the sofa with a strange color in his eyes. To bring himself a long-lost fighting spirit, Boros has done enough. It is worthy of being the overlord who rules the entire universe. At this moment, the video has come to the last minute. In the next second, a terrifying thunderbolt erupted from Boros' body. Under the helpless gaze of everyone, a terrifying blue particle shot straight into the sky and quickly condensed into a sturdy beam of light. Crashing star roaring cannon. In an instant, under the roar of Boros, all the condensed dark blue star point cluster particles all exploded, roaring in the clouds, spreading dust and gas explosions, falling all the way through. Facing the huge energy falling from the top of his head, Saitama's expression finally became serious. Must kill, serious series. Seriously punch. Boom. The falling blue stars collided with the pressure of the fist. At this moment, everything around disappeared. Faced with this punch, all living beings seemed to have lost their consciousness and existence. This is no longer a human being, a power that can be witnessed with the naked eye. Countless viewers stared straight at the dazzling light in the picture. Other than that, nothing in reality is felt. One punch. After a breath, the side of the world was completely burned out. The picture is all gray and white, leaving only the black and white outlines, outlined by the comic lines, which gradually abstractly fractured and fell apart. Immediately after, under the sluggish gaze of the powerhouses of many dimensions, I saw the clouds in the sky behind Boros. A huge gap was blasted out by a fist shadow like a god. The entire Earth's atmosphere was divided into two by the fist that crossed the sky. 53. The shocking scene TOP7 is over. The lost villain is strong. The power of one punch actually split the entire atmosphere in two. At this moment, the music stops, the shock ceases. The battle is finally over. Facing Saitama's serious punch, it was impossible for any creature to stand in front of him intact. This punch made the sky tremble. By this time, the heart-like energy in Oro shattered in horror, and the vitality he was proud of was gradually disappearing. Ruled the entire universe, as the overlord he was defeated. I lost to this man named Saitama. Losing all his strength, Oro's lay on the ground like a withered skeleton. In this situation, this scene seems to be filled with endless loneliness. Looking at the atmosphere that was smashed into two halves in the sky, Oro's muttered to himself in shock, "Did I lose? Are you still conscious?" Hearing Oro's murmur, Saitama, who was beside him, turned his head. After the war, his eyes have returned to their original dullness. "You really are amazing, Oro's." As predicted, this is an equal battle. Oro's laughed. Yes. Saitama nodded as if admitting it. Cheating. "You still have the strength. I have no strength to fight back. This is not a battle at all." It seems that the prophecy is still unreliable. As the slightly tragic music sounded, Taurus's laughter gradually became bitter. A fortune teller prophesied that he would encounter evenly matched battles on this planet, so it took him 20 years to finally get here. And here on Earth. A witch from the Heroes Association predicted that the Earth would face the danger of destruction. It now appears that both prophecies are wrong. Big mistake. Judging from the fact, Oro's is not an opponent of Saitama at all, and it is impossible to destroy the Earth in front of Saitama. As long as Saitama is there, mankind cannot go extinct. You are too strong. Say you. Oro's voice was a bit bleak. All his life, he has been chasing a strong enemy, an opponent who can fight evenly with him. Finally, at this moment, when he was dying, he found it. So, Oro's closed his eyes with great satisfaction, and his charred body gradually turned to fly ash. But what about Saitama? This man's fighting spirit, what should he do? In Saitama's back, which seemed a little lonely, the color of the whole picture gradually disappeared. After a few seconds, his lost voice rang out again. "Invincible, it's really lonely." Shocking famous scene 7, One Punch Man, Hero Association C-Class Hero Saitama vs. Universe Overlord Oro's. Video is over. However, this moment, countless audiences fell into silence and shock. Unlike any previous shocking famous scene, the battle scene this time is pure violence. Fist to the flesh, bloody fight to the end. It's just so refreshing and numb to the scalp. First, Saitama was kicked to the moon, and then the shocking behavior of stepping on the half-moon and jumping back. An energy cannon capable of destroying the surface. And the last punch that exploded the sky. While deeply realizing the despair of Oro's, all the audience were also full of enthusiasm and trembling. But, as the footage in the video falls, what is this complicated emotion? Niu Tau, Straw Hat Luffy and Parrot, Moonless and Aizen. The first 3 shocking scenes, without exception, were all efforts to block their lives, and it was impossible for both sides to have any reservations. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo reappeared in the form of No Moon and won the victory with a strength almost crushing Aizen. But everybody knows what a huge price Kurosaki Ichigo paid for defeating Aizen. He gave up all Ryatsu, his Zanpakuto, even if he would rather become immortal. His belief in defeating Aizen made many dimensions deeply moved. According to common sense, the battle between the Universe Overlord Oro's and Saitama should be like this. The strength of the two of them should be equal to each other. Only by fighting for life and death with all their strength can they be selected for the shocking famous scene. No one thought that the shocking scene 7 would end with such a desolate picture. Play the famous anime scene, start the Bullhead vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 39. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. But in fact, Saitama did not release water. Perhaps it's just that there is no stronger opponent in this dimension. Sorry, I'm still disappointing you, Saitama. In the universe, Boros fell into a long silence. My own traceability is satisfied, but what about Saitama? He's just an enhanced version of his own pain. In the face of this man, even the self, who has ruled the universe, is so embarrassed. That means that in this dimension, there is simply no enemy who can make Saitama go all out. Saitama. Invincible, really lonely. I said that. Is it still necessary for our weird association to exist? Seeing the death of Boros, the huge centipede elder was also a little terrified. At most, his combat power is at the city level, and it is far from the level of destroying the Earth. He can even imagine that he will face the picture of Saitama being beaten to death in the future. How many years of training did this man have to have this exaggerated body? Naruto World, Madake said enviously. It looks like you've doubled your workout content. Boros. Boros, you bastard. I'm going to bite you to death. The hungry wolf knelt down on the street, weeping bitterly and going mad, and smashed all the candies of the children next to him to the ground as if to vent. In his opinion, Boros is already the most powerful and the closest villain to victory. Not only that, but also the role of the dimension you are in. But from the results, Boros is the one with the biggest gap with Saitama. Why? Exactly why? Why can't evil prevail? As a freak, can't you be the hero? Ulquiorra, Douglas Barrett, Aizen Sachuk, and several others including Boros were defeated, and the villains of many dimensions began to reflect. Is it possible? Will their ambition to destroy the Earth be like these failed guys in the future will be ruined and destroyed? 54. A villain stronger than Boros? Shocking famous scene 7, One Punch Man, Hero Association C-Class Hero Saitama vs Universe Overlord Boros. Reward Saitama, the winner of the 7 shocking scenes, a bottle of smoothing conditioner which can make the hair oily and shiny after use. This reward made the powerhouses of many dimensions startled. But soon, they reacted and they couldn't help but talk. Laughing to death, even the inventory is playing tricks. It's not as good as a hair restorer. Everyone else is a reward for getting stronger, but for Saitama, getting stronger doesn't make any sense, right? Yeah, it's obviously a very funny thing, but there is an inexplicable sadness. Saitama. He is really too strong. It's completely crushing. I feel that even if there is a shocking famous scene, the strength may not be able to surpass Saitama. As the shocking famous scene 7 came to an end, the whole world of One Punch Man was boiling. No one could have imagined that this notorious C-level hero could defeat the overlord who ruled the universe. The S-class hero devil transforms people. Genos said that his teacher has a god in his body. It turned out to be true, no exaggeration at all. Look at his performance in the video, first jumping from the moon back to the region, then punching through the atmosphere. This kind of terrifying power, even if it is said that he is above the gods, it is not an exaggeration. Saitama, it's amazing. How did that invincible body train? The S-Class Hero Super Alloy Black Light's eyes are extremely adoring, and his body is constantly trembling with excitement. Even after the video has ended, all of his mind is filled with Saitama's incomparably powerful figure. The other S-Class heroes were also not as calm as before, and the battle between Saitama and Boros kept flashing in their minds. Obviously the scene that shocked the famous Scene 7 happened in this world. But in the future, they know nothing. That's right. These heroes are like fools, ignorant of the impending disaster and Saitama's strength. Wait, did Fubuki mention a bald head some time ago? The trembling tornado suddenly remembered something and then showed a thoughtful look. At this time, it is estimated that the senior management of the Hero Association has already started to rush to Z City. How about going for a walk yourself? Z City. It's amazing, teacher. Even that cosmic overlord is no match at all. Genos clenched his fists with excitement, unable to control himself. But he yelled for a while, but soon realized that something was wrong with the teacher's mood, so he calmed down very consciously. Obviously, there was more disappointment on Saitama's face than the excitement of finding an opponent. Not even the overlord of the universe? Not enough to be his opponent. As a result, I am afraid that this dimension has no strong people who can make you feel excited, right? And many more. This dimension. At this moment, Saitama's pupils suddenly widened, as if he suddenly realized something. Shocking famous scene 7, One Punch Man, Hero Association C-Class Hero Saitama vs. Universe Overlord Boros. By the way, the title at the end of the video. If he is really invincible, why is he not ranked 1? 7. This means that there are at least 6 people in front of you who are stronger than yourself. In other dimensions, there may be more powerhouses. Thinking of this, Saitama's mood suddenly became excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. Suddenly, a mysterious voice sounded. Saitama joins the chat group. Boros joins the chat group. Hero Association joins the chat group. The Weird Association joins the chat group. Then, a virtual chat interface appeared in my mind. Chat group. What is this place? Saitama asked curiously. When they saw that Saitama was among the members of the group, the crowd immediately boiled over. This is the invincible god who defeated the cosmic overlord Boros. Soon, Saitama also saw a familiar name pop up. Straw Hat Luffy asked longingly, "It's Saitama, how on earth did you cultivate?" The corner of the eyes. Boss Saitama, Lothwald, please guide me. Yagami Moon. Saitama, you are a hero of justice. Feather-clothed fox. Brother Saitama, are you willing to give birth to a powerful heir with me? As soon as Saitama entered the group, a frantic discussion started in the chat group. Looking at this scene, the members of the Hero Association and the Weird Association did not dare to show up at all. After all, the combat power of their world is far from that of other unknown powerhouses. In reality, Genos, who was standing on the side, said thoughtfully, "Teacher, this should be a channel for communicating with other dimensions. I saw Straw Hat Luffy, Kurosaki Ichigo, and Azun exist." Ah, is that so? In this case, there should be other strong people. Saitama flipped through the member list with some excitement. At this moment, Boros, who understood the function of the entire dimensional chat group, also came out. Boros, Saitama, I will reach Earth in 3 months. I will try my best to become stronger during this time. I will not disappoint you this time. Play the famous anime scene, start the 40th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Saitama was a little stunned. Ah, you're still here. The bubbling of Boros made the whole dimension stun for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, no one belittled him like they insulted Azun. After all, the terrifying power of Boros has surpassed the world's cognition, and Saitama's power has made the despairing people completely give up hope. As the overlord of the universe, Boros has been at the apex of countless villains. No, of course not. Boros, you precious thing, you lost to the abominable justice. I will stick you to death with my eyeballs. In the chat group, the hungry wolf barked like a mad dog. It's this hungry wolf again. Who is he? Hungry Wolf's speech surprised all the villains. Even if he saw the powerful strength of Boros, could he still belittle it? Just looking at the avatar, this guy seems to be just an ordinary human, right? It just looks like a villain. But who would have thought that Hungry Wolf's speech would lead to several incredible beings? Is the so-called overlord of the universe only at this level? It's ridiculous. In the world of Saint Seiya, Hades, the king of the underworld, made a pitiful voice. Poor waste, even going to heaven is not allowed. In the world of Joho, Father Pucci left without hesitation. A mere fish that can only destroy the surface and dare to call himself the overlord of the universe. That's because your dimension only has this level. In Dragon Ball World, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, made a speech that shocked everyone. At this moment, many members of the group were stunned. Could it be that even the terrifying strength of Boros is not worth mentioning in front of these new villains? 55. The evil villain, the power to destroy the planet. In the shocking scene 7, the strength of Boros crushed most of the villain bosses of the heavenly dimension. So people like the Ten Commandments, who mocked Dazen before, the Emperor Destruction Beast, and the Millennium Duke of the Noah family, were all silent. However, what are these emerging characters? Could it be that, even after seeing the combat level of Boros, do they still think that their strength is higher than that of the other? Hungry Wolf's avatar is simply a human-looking evil, but the head of Hades, the king of Hades, is a long-haired man in black armor. His indifferent eyes seem to be indifferent to everything in the world, like an aloof god. There is also Father Pucci, whose avatar turned out to be 3 illusory human figures, making it impossible to see the specific appearance. As for Frieza's appearance, it's even more exaggerated. This guy is completely an evil alien monster. Could it be that these 3 voiced characters are the terrifying bosses who will appear in the famous scene later? In that case, how terrifying their strength can be. Just when everyone was in shock, Frieza's words reappeared in the chat group. I laughed so hard. The extent of destroying the surface of the earth. Even the senior combatants under the king can do it. You dare to call yourself the overlord of the universe at this level? There will definitely be this king in the next shocking famous scene. The ants will give me a good look. The scene of hundreds of planets being destroyed. Ooh. Along with Frieza's evil laughter, the countless dimensions shuddered. How is it possible, this guy? Only the combatants under his command can destroy the surface. And what he said later about destroying hundreds of planets directly caused the powerhouses of other dimensions to show incredible expressions. This is impossible, it must be fake. How can creatures destroy the planet? After the planet is destroyed, what will happen? Pirate World. After seeing this news, the 5 old stars of the world government fell into panic. This information is completely beyond the common sense and cognition of human beings. With Frieza's words, everyone's 3 views are also broken. Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp screamed again in fright, and the other crew members also showed shocking expressions. In the world of the God of Death, the 13th division of the Guardian is all ugly, unable to imagine the scene of the destruction of the planet. Both humans and death gods reside on this planet. No matter how powerful the existence is, they can only exterminate surface creatures. What terrifying strength does one have to possess, and what should one do to destroy a planet? Oh, can it shake the power of the Earth's core? Invisible Empire. Yuhavok frowned in surprise. Even he who is omniscient and omnipotent is already a god, and he cannot cause the entire Earth to explode and destroy. Destroy the planet. One Punch Man World. The face of the digital S-class hero was pale. The officers of the Weird Association were all trembling. The one eye of the universe overlord Boros is full of wonder. Even Satana's normally laid-back expression gradually became serious and serious. He also doesn't know his limit, so he can't be sure whether he can defeat such a powerhouse. In addition, the members of Naruto World, Fairy Tail World, Tutor World, Hunter World, and countless chat groups were all panicked. This guy, called Frieza, can't really destroy planets, can he? Because they were not sure which dimension Frieza was from, the powerhouses of countless worlds began to tremble with fear, for fear that Frieza happened to be under the same worldview as them. However, at this moment, Yi Shenyu, evil noble, shut up. Naruto world, huh? Pirate world, huh? Death world, huh? One Punch world, huh? At this moment, all the members of the countless worlds were shocked by Yi Shenyu's speech. This guy, how dare he? If you are really in the same dimension, you will anger that Frieza, and you will suffer if you are called to the door. At the same time, Yi Shenyu also secretly became proud when she saw that all the group members were shocked by her. He has already tried it out, and what Death Note can't kill means that it is a character from another world. After all, Aizen and Barret are still in the group. In the minute just now, he had just written Frieza's name, but it had no effect. This also means that no matter what he says, that Frieza can only be incompetent and furious. Evil treasure, justice will definitely punish you. Don't think you can escape by being ugly and strange. Yi Shenyu kept uttering insults one after another, causing Frieza in Dragon Ball World to scream frantically. Yi Shenyu became more and more complacent and began to laugh wildly in her room. However, at this moment, someone finally spoke up. Hungry Wolf, you precious thing, what kind of bullshit is justice? Evil and villains are the truth. I'm going to pull out your duodenum and eat it raw. Yi Shenyu, what did you say? If you are not convinced, report your real name. Hungry Wolf, you also know the name of this uncle? Go away, be careful, I will tear you apart. Yi Shenyu. Hungry Wolf. Soon, the entire chat group developed into a lineup link between the two. Are these two guys mentally ill? Everyone didn't want to be infected by the crazy disease of these two people, and they all left the chat group feeling speechless. 56. Shocking famous scene TOP6. Dragon Ball World. Clear skies and calm seas. Few people know that the Earth just experienced a catastrophe not long ago. If it weren't for the silent waiting of a few soldiers, the Earthlings would have been killed long ago. In the hospital. At this moment, the severely injured Wukong was wrapped in bandages, lying on the hospital bed like a mummy. After the desperate battle with Vegeta, he has always been in such a state. He couldn't get out of bed and couldn't cultivate. For so many days, he was about to be suffocated to death. Fortunately, he has been watching the shocking scenes of entering the list these days, which is also a different kind of entertainment. Play the famous anime scene, start the 41st chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. More importantly, watching the battle inside is also a very good way to cultivate. This also let Wukong know that there are many kinds of abilities in the world. When I saw the battle between Aizen and Ryu, it was as if I had personally experienced the slashing of those swordsmen. In addition, the peak battle between Boros and Saitama directly inspired Goku's fighting spirit. I want to recover quickly. After he recovers from his illness, he will go to planet Namek to fight against the legendary Emperor Frieza. I don't know how strong that guy is. Will it be stronger than Saitama? Wukong admits that his current self is still a lot worse than the bald man named Saitama. After all, he is still unable to punch through the ground with one punch. However, if he can fight against the Emperor Frieza of the universe, at that time, I am afraid that no matter whether you win or lose, you should be able to make the list. Look forward to. You fighting madman, are you still excited? I was almost terrified when I saw those pictures. At the same time, Bulma, who was sitting between the two hospital beds to take care of Wukong and Kellen, sighed softly. Vegeta is so powerful. Even Tianjin Fan, Yamcha and others were killed in a tragic battle. Now Wukong was seriously injured, but he began to imagine other battles. And even that Vegeta has the ability to destroy planets, how terrifying is the Cosmic Emperor Frieza in his mouth? Presumably, like Vegeta, he's a big devil with a lot of earnestness. But anyway, In order to resurrect Tianjin Fan and Namu coffee table, no matter how dangerous it is, you must go to Namek to find the new Dragon Ball. Thinking of this, Alma said with some dissatisfaction, why are those two guys able to be in the famous scene, and the battle between Goku and Vegeta can't be selected in the famous scene? I don't think they are much stronger than Goku. Goku, don't you think this ranking is weird? You almost died because of this battle. Alma, you don't have to be so excited. It's impossible for me to appreciate the battles of other dimensional powerhouses. Wukong smiled and stroked his hair. Meanwhile, sit in a spaceship. Vegeta was silent with a gloomy expression on her face. After watching the first three famous scenes, he thought that the strength of those guys was not as good as his own, but when the battle between Boros and Saitama appeared, he felt a little guilty. This guy can also easily destroy the surface. Not only that. What made him feel even more terrified and trembling was the bald head named Saitama. Not to mention Boros, even if he goes up, he may not be able to withstand Saitama's punch. This also makes Vegeta, who has always considered himself a Saiyan prince and has an extremely proud self-esteem, lost a lot. Hateful. I am a proud Saiyan prince. How can I allow those ants to ride on my head again and again? Vegeta's mood became more and more violent. But that's okay. After he finds Namek's Dragon Ball, he must make a wish to have an immortal body and surpass that guy Sun Wukong. Not only that, but even Frieza may not be his opponent. I am the most powerful warrior in the entire universe. What got you? Boros. Frieza. Even the cloaked bald man must bow his head to himself. Thinking of this, Vegeta couldn't help laughing arrogantly again. His heroic appearance and majesty will surely shock the entire heavenly dimension. However, now he has never thought about what a shock the next famous scene will make you suffer. Shortly after, shocking famous scene 6. Finally released as scheduled. 57. Majin Buu. Shocking famous scene 6. Enjoyed 7 scenes after the battle between Saitama and Boros. People are even more curious about this famous scene. 7 has the combat power to destroy the surface, then how exaggerated the battle will be in the future. Not to mention, Frieza previously posted in the chat group that he had destroyed 100 planets. I hope it's not that Frieza, never that Frieza. One Punch World, Health Ibuki kept praying silently. Are you stupid? If the 6th is Frieza, it is acceptable. If he is 1, it means that there is no opponent who can match it in the entire dimension. Hearing what his sister said, Xiao Longjun said with a speechless expression. Even if 6 is not Frieza, there is absolutely nothing to be happy about. It will only make people more desperate. At the same time, the powerhouses of all dimensions are watching with bated breath. Death World, Naruto World, Fairy Tail World, Pirate World, Inuyasha World, Digimon World, Pure Love World, Youth Campus World. Compared with the excitement of the previous few times, the emotion in everyone's heart at this moment may be fear. After all, even the level of destroying the surface has come out, and the combat power that shocked the famous scene gradually began to exceed cognition. No one knows whose world will be wiped out next. Shocking famous scene 6 will start playing soon. At this moment, with the announcement of the shocking famous scene, the tension of all the audience reached its peak. Who is the protagonist of the next shocking scene? Could it be Frieza's fighter? From the point of view of the Frieza Legion, King Frieza must have run out of 1, so every one of his subordinates should be eligible for 6 on the list. At this moment, they noticed that the 6 scenes were about to be released, and the combatants of Frieza's army also watched the screen with great anticipation. Maybe the next famous scene is to wait for others? In particular, the members of the Unit team were even more excited to make embarrassing actions. Soon, Under the spotlight, the covers of the 6 scenes were finally released. However, when Frieza saw the characters on the cover, he was slightly startled. Who is this guy? Another famous scene that is completely different from the previous cover. In this famous scene, there is actually only one figure on the cover. At this moment, many dimensions also saw this strange cover, which was a ketone pink, slightly petite creature. It has many holes like air vents on its body. On the top of its head, a red tentacle grows. The most striking thing is his sly smile. How is this possible? How could such a thing happen? At this moment, Frieza's voice was slightly hoarse. He looked at his slightly trembling fingers in disbelief. Why are you trembling? Why is my whole body trembling? The icy chill shot straight into the sky, and this was the first time that Cosmic Emperor Frieza had felt such fear since he was born. Is it possible? Is this king afraid of this existence? Impossible. Impossible. Bang bang bang. One Punch Man World. Play the famous anime scene and start the chapter 42 with Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Saitama's heart was beating wildly, and at the same time, a drop of cold sweat fell down his cheek. At this moment, Saitama's eyes suddenly widened. What happened? What exactly happened? To what extent is the enemy on the cover in front of you? Make yourself afraid. In the world of the 7 deadly sins, the members of the 10 precepts were so frightened that they couldn't even speak, and could only relieve their fear of suffocation by breathing rapidly. Maybe it's because this guy has the same affinities as their demon god clan, and they actually felt the oppression brought by each other across a dimension. The moment I saw this cover, in an instant, the world was silent. Everyone's scalp was numb, and a biting chill swept through the body. What's your name? I'm asking, what's your name? Yi Shenyu's finger holding the pen trembled on the death note, roaring like she was going crazy. I have been redeemed. Hungry Wolf knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his eyes. He completely understood. It turns out that the reason why eccentrics can't overcome justice is because they are not evil enough, they are not strong enough. If there is a figure like the one on the cover, the world will be covered with darkness, and there will be no justice. What? How could such a thing happen? Dragon Ball World. The king of the realm has been frightened. The original shocking scene didn't make him care too much, and he thought it was a small fight in the lower realm. But the moment he saw this cover, Wei Wangshen understood. This universe may be over. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Wukong's face was as ugly as a zombie, and he said with great difficulty, how could such existence exist in the world? Wukong, did you feel anything? Bulma asked in surprise. I can feel it. The kind that this guy has is very likely to be 1,000,000,000 times that of me. It seems that my plan has succeeded. I have successfully resurrected you. The evil magician Vegeta laughed wildly. Next. Let all the worlds, all dimensions, witness your strength and the despair you bring. Kill all the creatures. Majin Buu. 58. Super Saiyan appears. Vegeta is the main character. Dragon Ball World. The king of the realm, Zin, slumped on the ground with snot and tears, so frightened that feces and urine flowed together. Perhaps apart from themselves, the creatures of other dimensions have absolutely no idea what the pink monster on this cover means. Those who do not know are not afraid. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you will never understand that there are creatures in the world that can be powerful to this level. No, I can't even imagine it myself. Majin Buu. The devil is really resurrected. At this moment, Kyu Shen has almost imagined the picture of Majin Buu madly killing himself in the future. Emperors like Frieza and the frozen demons who have invaded most of the universe, K1 God can be destroyed at any time, so he doesn't care about Frieza's expansion of his own territory. But the figure on the cover is Majin Buu. Majin Buu is different. He is a completely different existence from any creature that appeared in the famous scene before. All of a sudden, let alone rule a few planets, all creatures in the universe will be wiped out. The Wrong King was so frightened that he cried. At the same time, staring at the pink figure on the cover, the powerhouses of many dimensions fell silent. In fact, if this petite figure in pink is not too grim, it is rather cute. However, why exactly? Why do you feel breathless and breathless? At this moment, countless strong men fell to the ground sweating profusely, their bodies heavy as if they were filled with lead, feeling suffocated because of excessive fear. Pirate World, Naruto World, Death World, Seven Deadly Sins World, Fairy Tale World, audiences in almost all dimensions were dumbfounded by this extreme evil. The S-Class hero ranks second in the Hero Association, and Xia Longjuan's petite body is even more trembling. 6. In the shocking scene, the strength of this pink species has exceeded her understanding. She had told Fubuki before that it would be fine if Frieza wasn't 6th. But now it seems. Compared with this thing, Frieza said that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a newborn baby. It would be great if Frieza was the protagonist of 6. Sitting in the spaceship, Toros opened his mouth wide and his one eye was dull. He was completely stunned. Previously, even when he saw Saitama's strength, there was no fear in his heart. He wants to fight against the strong, so he wants to go to Earth no matter what, and fight that Saitama. However, when he saw the Majin Buu on the cover, he was terrified almost instantly, and his eyes were split. This guy is no longer a villain or a villain, and the simple question of whether evil can defeat justice. Because Oros is convinced that no matter what kind of villain stands in front of this guy, he will be brutally tortured to death. This is the ultimate evil without any standpoint or concept and without the slightest sense of reason. Hey, it's not a joke, this guy. In a spaceship on its way to Namek, Vegeta hugged her head in disbelief, despairing. Before that, he wanted to surpass Sun Wukong, to surpass Frieza, and to become the strongest in the universe. But when he saw the Majin Buu on the cover, he felt that every inch of his body was wailing and shaking uncontrollably. Can't understand what kind of evil is this. He felt unparalleled despair due to the vastly different air. If you say your sense of existence is like a stream, then Frieza's power is like a piece of Wang Yang. However, the Kai in this guy's body is a whole galaxy right now. It is the entire Xingay. The source is endless. Immortal. He seems to have stood at the apex of all biological evolution. Even gods, emperors, tyrants, or even the rulers of other dimensions can't touch a single fur of this guy at all. The attention of all the people is under the almost desperate collapse of many powerhouses. 6 shocking scenes officially started broadcasting. Shocking famous scene 6, Majin Buu vs. Dragon Ball Warriors. Dragon Ball World, Earth. Above the yellow sand in the sky, the first figure that appeared in everyone's sight was a middle-aged man with golden thorn hair and a blue battlesuit. His indifferent and cruel eyes were aquamarine, and his whole body exuded an extremely bright golden light. The vast and infinite breath suddenly stunned many strong people. So strong. How did this guy cultivate? How can he have such terrifying energy? Whether it is domineering, chakra, reading, spiritual pressure, magic, or the energy system of various worlds, there is an upper limit. But the body of the person in front of him is like an endless ocean of Wang Yang, gathering the momentum of the coming of all lights. The opening is a lightning strike, and the shock burst. Play the famous anime scene, Start the Bullhead vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 43. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. One Punch World, the bald Saitama suddenly stood up from the sofa, and the unprecedented heartbeat vibrated violently. In the world of the god of death, Xiao Wu held his forehead with some doubts about life, and his three views were shattered by the impact. Could it be that in 6, the powerhouses who can destroy the planet are already everywhere? In front of such a strong man, everyone even forgot the short-lived despair that Majin Buu brought them. At the same time, the person who was most shocked to see this scene was, of course, Vegeta herself. This time the famous scene is me. What shape is this blonde hair? Will I become so strong in the future? The Kai in me is even brighter than the sun. It turns out that I must have successfully found the Dragon Ball, defeated Frieza and Sun Wukong, and then successfully invaded the Earth. Sure enough, I am the strongest in the universe. At this moment, Vegeta fell into a frantic ecstasy. The future self can become so powerful, he must have succeeded in his plan to snatch the Dragon Balls. 59. Gohan's death. Everyone shock. Golden thorns. Emerald green eyes. Brighter than the sun. The figure in the picture is indeed Vegeta. However, apart from his golden thorn hair and the power that makes all dimensions boil, only his appearance is exactly the same. At this moment, the extremely bright golden light on Vegeta's body seems to be about to pierce the sky. At this moment, the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth fell into horror. Vegeta! It's Vegeta! Damn, how could it be Vegeta? And the place where he is now should be Earth, right? Has that evil bastard returned to Earth? Bulma screamed in panic. You know, Goku and Krillin were seriously injured by Vegeta. There are also MUT and Tianjin rice dumplings, and they have already entered the underworld. This miserable appearance is all because of Vegeta. He almost destroyed the Earth. At this moment, Bulma's disgust for that man had reached its peak. Yes, he is indeed Vegeta who was just driven away by Goku. Krillin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and responded dazedly. How can the future Vegeta become so strong? He dared not continue to speculate. There are no them in the future picture, which means that Vegeta has ruled the Earth at that time. Wait, everyone, something doesn't seem right. Suddenly, Wukong stared at the picture, showing a somewhat confused look. For some reason, from this Vegeta, he could not feel any evil aura. How could that ordinary fighter Vegeta become like this? At the same time, Frieza in the universe also showed an unbelievable expression. He wiped his eyes sharply, thinking for a while that he was just seeing a hallucination. Not long ago, Vegeta was obviously just a mentally handicapped man with a fighting strength of over 10,000. However, the overwhelming energy in the picture is so powerful that even he can't help but bow his head down. How could it be that Vegeta? Is this a picture of the future? What is the future in the end? Just the opening, an uncountable mystery shrouded the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Ball world. But soon, the next scene will answer them. Unlike the ecstasy of Vegeta in reality, Vegeta in the video is extremely indifferent, with a determined expression, and her green eyes have condensed to the extreme. Not to mention the appearance, it seems that even the character has completely changed. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and a strange pink human figure appeared in front of Vegeta. It's a ketone pink fat man. It's this guy. Everyone realized instantly, even if it was completely different from the petite body on the cover. However, they are definitely the same person. The evil aura released by the pink fat man is far more than tens of billions of times that of Vegeta. Majin Buu. This is Majin Buu. The moment he saw this guy, Wang Shen was so frightened that he fell to his knees and actually diapered his pants. In the universe, no one is the opponent of Majin Buu. Although he didn't know who this Vegeta was. But his combat power is far less than Majin Buu. But the moment he saw Majin Buu, Vegeta's expression gradually became angry. He frowned and roared, "You bastard! How dare you kill Gohan? It's really 2 strokes. Ah. Gohan. How is this possible? The warriors of the Dragon Ball world were struck by lightning, stunned in place, showing disbelief. Hearing this, Goku and Piccolo's faces turned extremely blue at the same time. A click. A sound. Gohan and Kiki, who were eating at home, were so frightened that they dropped their rice bowls. Impossible, my Gohan, 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 you can't die! Immediately afterwards, Kiki hugged Gohan with a broken face and burst into tears, completely unable to accept this fact. And Gohan's face is also a little dull. Will he be killed by such a terrifying and evil existence in the future? Of course they know that Dragon Ball can bring life back to life. But the point is, now the Dragon Balls on Earth have long been destroyed by Piccolo. At this moment, the sad news of Gohan's death made all the overly shocked Dragon Ball fighters not notice Vegeta's emotions. No one noticed at all. Vegeta was clearly angry at Gohan's death. 60 Frieza memories, bursting stars with one finger. Impossible, my Gohan, 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 you can't die! Seeing what Vegeta said in the video, Kiki burst into tears while hugging Gohan. The turtle immortal was trembling all over. Wukong and Piccolo were even more pale. You know, Gohan was still a child at this time. What happened in the future to allow such a small Gohan to face the enemy alone? Everyone was mourning Gohan's death, but only one gradually felt something was wrong. That's right. It's Vegeta herself. Gohan is that Kakarot's child, right? In the spaceship, Vegeta muttered to herself with some doubts. He didn't care about the life or death of that little brat. I went to the Earth to find the Dragon Ball, gain power, and live forever. But how could the future self be so angry because of a little brat who has nothing to do with him? In the picture, along with a burst of sad music, the demon Yu in Vegeta's eyes seems to have become the Monkey King who once fought with him. Kakarot. You're annoying every time you look at it. The voice fell, and Vegeta's thoughts also fell into long-term memories. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Ball world can imagine. How unbelievably shocking will Vegeta's memory be? The lens flickered faintly. Play the famous anime scene, start the Bullhead versus Xiao Wu Chapter 44. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. The next second, what appeared in Vegeta's memory was a planet, suspended in the universe, Planet Vegeta. Immediately after. Unbelievable to everyone. I saw that in the starry sky outside the universe, there were all alien creatures in combat uniforms. Among them, the strength of each combatant is far beyond everyone's imagination, and there are even a few whose aura is far beyond Oro's. At the very center of the picture, a deformed creature, sitting in a baby spaceship, grinned and casually stretched out a finger towards the planet. Then, a red energy particle condensed in its hand. Just like the rays of the sun, the scorching particles continue to gather and grow larger. Frieza. Seeing the scene in the memory, Vegeta's expression was extremely horrified. Frieza is going to attack the Saiyan planet. Didn't he say that it was destroyed by a meteorite impact? Hateful. This damn bastard actually lied to himself. The self in the video obviously knew about this scene. Could it be that? In the future, has he actually gotten his revenge on Frieza? At the same time, unlike Vegeta's hatred, the characters in many dimensions have already felt their scalps go numb and their spinal cords cold. This is the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Earlier in the chat group, they had already seen Frieza's avatar. That's right, it's this guy. It is this cosmic emperor who claims that any senior combatant under his command can explode the stars. Before actually seeing this scene, it is estimated that many people think that Frieza is bragging. But now, as the red light burst out from his fingertips, almost all the audience was about to collapse. It's completely different from Taurus's speech of destroying the surface. Frieza, he's really going to explode with just one finger. This guy, although he looks weird. Yu's charming eyes showed a hint of yearning, and he liked powerful beings the most. The energy contained in Frieza's body is tens of thousands of times as much as mine. Poros exclaimed in disbelief with bloodshot eyes in his one eye. Frieza! Got you! Is this a terrible enemy you are about to face? Bulma asked with an ugly face. This guy is going to explode. What does that mean? The entire planet will turn into dust, and nearly hundreds of billions of life will be extinct. It's actually the king. Seeing himself appearing on the screen, Frieza ignored the panic towards Majin Buu for the time being and laughed very proudly. Now that they have seen themselves, the guys who were selected in the rankings earlier should also know how small they are. In front of him, they are just a bunch of ineffective ants. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the fear brought about by the Frieza burst. The video continues. Hoo ho ho. In Frieza's cunning laughter, the red energy ball in his hand was like a small moving sun falling towards planet Vegeta. In the process of falling, this energy ball also rolled bigger and bigger, becoming more and more terrifying. Gradually, it turned into a sun, covering half of the starry sky, and the scorching sun instantly covered hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, the sun has fallen. The end will come. All Saiyans on planet Vegeta looked desperate, witnessing their last vision before dying. At this moment, the many-dimensional powerhouses who were watching the video also widened their eyes in panic, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. This sense of oppression. The shockwave, which is almost as large as the energy of the planet, seems to run through their minds. Then, when the planet was melted by the fireball, the moment it was torn apart. In the heavens and the world, the cognition of countless audiences has completely collapsed. 61. What exactly happened on Namek? Frieza, that nasty bastard, actually destroyed planet Vegeta. Seeing the shocking scene of the planet exploding in the video, Vegeta, who was sitting in the spaceship, had bloodshot eyes and wanted to tear Frieza into pieces. This scene moved all the powerhouses of the anime dimension. Starburst with one finger, it's too heavenly. Even the battle between Boros and Saitama is far less exaggerated than 1/10 of this scene. The combat power between destroying the surface and blowing up the planet is not a dimensional concept at all. And this scene, it was just a memory in the heart of that warrior named Vegeta. What will happen next? Memories continue. Soon, the picture of the video jumped to the earth. Vegeta crawled towards the spaceship in blood and said with a difficult expression, "Damn." As the strongest Saiyan warrior in the universe, Vegeta, lost so much. He was defeated by the warriors of Earth together. K1 Fist, Vitality Bomb, and the resurrected Kakarot's fighting power far exceeded his imagination. Even by virtue of the mimetic moon, he turned into a violent ape form, but the ants cut off his tail with a sneak attack and returned to his original state. In the end, he was almost crushed by Gohan's ape transformation. The mere few chops have created a situation that can be called despair for themselves. Vegeta, stop. At this moment, behind Vegeta, the weak and bald-headed Kling was holding a long sword and walked towards Vegeta with difficulty, like a ghost that urged his life. Things have come to this point, I will kill you no matter what. Body can't move. Even though it was close to the spaceship, Vegeta's body had already reached its limit. As Krillin walked behind him, Vegeta could only watch Krillin's blade fall. At this moment, Vegeta's expression was extremely frightened and an unparalleled remorse rose in his heart. Wait a moment. Krillin, please, don't kill him. The sword is close at hand, by an inch. The blood-soaked Sun Wukong lay on the ground and pleaded with a dying breath. Please, Krillin. Don't kill him. Wukong, what are you talking about? Klein turned his head and roared in disbelief. Tai and Shinfen, Yamcha, and Dumplings are all dead. Yongo and Piccolo are also seriously injured. Do you think he will change his mind like Piccolo? It's all because of this evil Saiyan what? Please, Krillin. Don't kill him, he is far stronger than me. So, I want to fight him after training. Please, Krillin. Because I'm a Saiyan too. Because of Goku's hard pleas, Krillin hesitated for a long time, and finally he could only let Vegeta go. Before leaving, Vegeta also released a ruthless remark. You bastards, when I come back, I must kill all of you. Everyone could only watch, with extreme unwillingness as Vegeta got on the spaceship and left the Earth. I see, that guy named Vegeta was a bad guy from the beginning. This Goku is a good guy who protects the Earth. However, isn't this person black hair? How did he turn into blonde hair later? After seeing Vegeta's memories, everyone gradually understood. This Vegeta was a bad guy to begin with. He is an evil guy and wants to destroy the Earth like Poros. Also, that guy, named Sun Wukong, is really outrageous, he even let him go. This is no longer the level of an ordinary virgin, but a lunatic who has never thought of anything other than fighting. Saiyan. Is it a fighting nation that doesn't care about anything other than fighting? However, whether it is Vegeta or Monkey King, their strength at this time seems to be far less than that of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. How should they cultivate to deal with it? Could it have something to do with that blonde hair? Play the famous anime scene, start with Niu Tau vs Xiao Wu Chapter 45 Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. At the same time, seeing the scene in this memory again, Kellen seemed to remember the unwillingness at that time. He lowered his head and sighed helplessly. Wukong, I always feel that it was really wrong to let Vegeta go at that time. Got you. That's how you let Vegeta go. How could you do that? Bulma screamed in disbelief. Hateful. Vegeta was also forced to revisit the scene of Goku letting him go, and the palms of his hands were about to bleed. This is how his self-esteem as the strongest warrior was defeated by Kakarot. Just wait. If I really become that strong in the future, I will definitely kill you all. Just next. It seems a little different from what Vegeta imagined. A picture of the next memory. A devastated and broken planet appeared in front of all the audience. It's actually Planet Namek. At this moment, Piccolo screamed in disbelief. Hearing Piccolo's voice, everyone in the Dragon Ball world held their breaths, and their faces became tense. It was the Namek they were planning to go to. Since the Earth's Dragon Balls have been destroyed, they must go to Namek to get more powerful Dragon Balls in order to resurrect their comrades who died in Vegeta's battle. And in the future Namek, what will happen? 62. Super Saiyan Sun Wukong shocked the heavens and dimensions. At this moment, the meek planet in the picture has become a devastated ruin. Namek. This should be the picture of the future. Seeing the scene in the video, Colin silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Now that everyone has come to Namek, there may be a battle with Frieza, who can explode the star. However, it should be alright. Since the future Vegeta and Gohan are still alive, it means that Goku has successfully defeated Frieza. Just under Krillin's nervous gaze. The next scene in the picture made him completely stunned. The perspective switches to Frieza. It was a petite creature with pure white ketone body and a purple carapace, which looked countless times more terrifying than Frieza in a stroller. More evil, more gloomy, more desperate. This is not how Frieza started out. Frieza is still hiding a stronger stance. Just when many dimensional powerhouses were shocked, they saw that a red light beam condensed from Frieza's fingertips and shot straight at Krillin. What? Seeing that his chest was pierced, Klein couldn't help exclaiming. It is impossible to react at such a terrifying speed. How dare this guy? Seeing this scene, Wukong and Bulma were shocked and pale. In the future, even Klein is dead. It's okay, Krillin. As long as we can defeat Frieza, we can get back the Dragon Balls of Namek. And if Goku works hard to become stronger, he will definitely be able to defeat Frieza. Bulma reassured from the side, and Kellen also nodded while wiping his cold sweat, and continued to watch the video despite his fear. Judging from nearby scenes, not only himself, even Piccolo was killed by Frieza. But shocking famous scene 6 is something that happened in the more distant future. This is just a memory, and the protagonist is obviously not Frieza, so no matter how anxious everyone is, it will not help. That bastard Frieza is still hiding such a powerful form. In the spaceship, Vegeta had a look of hatred. It seems that Kakarot has become countless times stronger since he fought against him. It is a pity that he is still not Frieza's opponent. The gap is really too big. Even that baldhead died at Frieza's hands. Compared to Goku, who gave him his life, Vegeta of course hated Frieza, the genocide enemy who wiped out the Saiyan planet. This hateful liar. It was said before that planet Vegeta was destroyed because it was hit by a meteorite. Frieza, I'll be the first to kill you when I get stronger. Video continues. Seeing that Krillin was killed, Wukong's face was extremely ugly and the anger in his heart erupted. This unforgivable devil. He actually killed someone who had nothing to do with the battle. Frieza, you bloody bastard. I am going to kill you. The voice fell. Wukong's expression gradually lowered, and then... boom! In an instant, a brilliant golden light fell from the sky. With a torn thunder light descending on the earth, endless anger erupted from Wukong's body. His Kai also began to rise explosively and soon surpassed the limit of human beings. In the next second, Wukong's black hair appeared in a flash of golden light. This is it. Unlike the shock of Frieza and others in the video, Vegeta jumped out of the spaceship at once. This is it. That's it. Although I don't know how Goku got this change. But the future self also has such a violent blonde hair. Could this guy, Kakarot, be able to change into this form in the future? Boom. In the next second, with a sound of golden light and thunder light, becoming more and more terrifying, the white airflow on Wukong's body gradually burst into golden arrogance. Wait, how is it possible, this blonde? Could it be, this is the legendary Super Saiyan? Seeing the golden arrogance that Sun Wukong burst out, Frieza's fearful voice spread throughout the heavens and the world. Because he was a little afraid of the legend about the Super Saiyan, he just found an excuse to destroy the Saiyan planet. Unexpectedly, he still failed to stop this situation, because he underestimated the legend. Is this change called Super Saiyan? In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama's heart is beating wildly. So strong. What a strong breath! An aura that is hundreds of times stronger than that of Boros is erupting in the body of a man named Sun Wukong. Super Saiyan, is this the strongest bloodline in the universe? In the world of death, Aizen Soyuju was greatly shocked. Seeing that Wukong's hair is gradually turning towards golden color. His evolution has far surpassed that of Bengyu. At this moment, the name of Super Saiyan resounds through the world of 3000. Ah! In an instant, accompanied by a roar of rage to the extreme. Wukong's breath exploded in an instant. Boom! Everything is broken, the world is turned upside down. Play the famous anime scene, start with Niu Tau vs Xiao Wu Chapter 46 Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Carrying the power of thunder, Wukong's hair completely turned golden color under the terrified gaze of everyone. In the witness of all. Super Saiyan, born. Super Saiyan. I will lose to Super Saiyan. Seeing that in the picture, Monkey King burst into a huge golden aura, and Frieza screamed with a ghastly expression on his face. No wonder. No wonder the 6 shocking scenes are not my own. No wonder he can only live in memories. It turned out that he had already lost to this Super Saiyan and died before the future began. The next scene. It can no longer be described as a confrontation, because this is completely unilateral killing. Strength, speed, skills, and air volume were completely crushed in all directions. Under Sun Wukong's hands, Frieza was abused like a dead dog, covered in bruises and wounds, and unable to do anything. Obviously, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, who can explode stars with one finger, is no longer a Super Saiyan opponent. Compared with the Frozen Demon family, the Super Saiyan is the strongest bloodline in the universe. At the same time, for the powerhouses of other dimensions, this soaring combat power has completely exceeded their cognition. Just imagine, Frieza's basic form alone can explode a star. And Frieza, now in full form, is thousands of times more powerful than her basic form. Then, the Super Saiyan completely crushed this Frieza. The most important thing is that this is just the opening memory of Vegeta. The real shocking scene 6. What a devastating battle will happen between Majin Buu and Super Saiyan. 63. Xiao, destroy the entire solar system. I see. That Cosmic Emperor Frieza actually lost like this. Everyone was amazed when they saw the scene where Goku, who turned into a Super Saiyan, beat Frieza violently. Super Saiyan. Could it be that this is the culmination of the evolution of all living beings? Golden thorn hair, green eyes, and the most striking thing is the golden light that covers the whole body. Super Saiyan, the strongest fighting race in the universe. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama's heart was pounding. The picture of Sun Wukong and Frieza fighting made his long-forgotten fighting spirit boil again. It turns out that this is the legendary Super Saiyan. In the spaceship, Vegeta looked extremely unwilling. It seems that Kakarot became the first Super Saiyan, and he is still one step behind. However, the future self also seems to have blonde hair, and there are thunders intertwined around the body, and the momentum is far beyond Kakarot and Frieza. Thinking of this, Vegeta's expression became excited again. As long as he can transform into the golden light of the future, neither Frieza nor Kakarot is his opponent. Super Saiyan. How could someone be stronger than me? The bloodline of my frozen demon is the strongest bloodline in the universe. At the same time, Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was ugly as if he had taken a mouthful of orly. The dignified emperor of the universe, Frieza, was beaten so easily. The future self has undoubtedly demonstrated the strongest combat power, the final form of liberating everything, but is still easily crushed by the Super Saiyan. Never allow it. The king will never allow this to happen. Frieza, who can explode stars with one finger, has actually become a stepping stone for Super Saiyans. It seems that the Earth must be destroyed as soon as possible, and all Saiyans must be wiped out. Thinking that this is just a scene that has not yet happened in the future, Frieza smiled evilly again. At this moment, audiences in other dimensions are also completely immersed in the power of Super Saiyan. They were even about to forget the protagonist, who rocked famous Scene 6. The battle between Vegeta and Majin Buu is over. But soon. As soon as the screen changed, Vegeta's somewhat sad voice appeared again. Kakarot, you always walk in front of me first, saving my life every time, and finally, you chose that way of dying. In the next second, what will appear in front of everyone? It was a deformed creature with a ketone body that was white and green, and whose cheeks looked a little feminine. Xiao. This guy. The moment they saw this strange creature, many warriors in the Dragon Ball world showed their expressions of astonishment. What alien creature is this? So scary. Compared to the Kai in this green monster, Frieza and Super Saiyan seem to have turned into a wisp of dust. No waves at all. Almost in an instant, cold sweat soaked through everyone's clothes, and the cold air stood on end. Ah, it's my ultimate android, Xiao. The Red Silk Legion, who was hiding in secret and peeping at the Earth, was slightly surprised by the android No. 20, and then he was ecstatic. What's the situation? It stands to reason that during this period of time, his ultimate artificial man has not yet been born. Could it be that this future is in the distant future, countless years later? He succeeded. After seeing the fighting power of Super Saiyan, he originally thought that he would never be able to seek revenge for Sun Wukong in his life. In the end, he never expected that the ultimate humanoid he created was thousands of times stronger than that Monkey King. The power I have stored in my body has been able to blow the entire solar system into pieces. Standing in a barren desert area, the android Xiao released the Kai in his body while laughing wildly and condensed a bright blue energy light ball in his hand. This turned out to be Turtle School Kigon Wave. Although the volume is smaller than the solar fireball that Frieza destroyed the planet before, the compressed gas and energy in it is tens of billions of times that. Just the aftermath of the vibration of the breath is about to overturn the Earth. How is this possible? Blow up the entire solar system? Ridiculous, this is absolutely impossible, this must be a bluff. The opening chapter of Shocking Famous Scene 6, can blow up a galaxy. As Xiao's voice fell, the entire audience in the dimension of the heavens was trembling, fearful, and panicked. Countless villain powerhouses were stunned, showing shocking expressions that did not match their own. Oro's one eye was about to fall out, and it was covered with bloodshot eyes. Frieza also kept twisting with his mouth open, his face in a state of embarrassment, realizing that this was a level that he could not reach at present. Yao Hawk in the world of death, Naruto in the world of Inuyasha, Kagaya Otsutsuki in the world of Naruto, Akuna Rokia, the Black Dragon in the world of Fairy Tail, and the world-destroying bosses in each world, without exception, showed very ugly faces. Xiao, you are my savior. At this moment, moving and fanatical, tears flowed from Hungry Wolf's eyes. He strangled his neck with both hands and suffocated so badly that he stuck out his tongue. Great! Exterminate all these mortal imps! Xiao, you can't do this, you can't destroy the solar system! Yi Shenyu screamed in fear and madly wrote Xiao's name on the death note. Then he suddenly tore off the paper and ate it into his stomach. His mental state went crazy to the extreme. In Vegeta's memories, after the Emperor of the Universe Frieza, a more terrifying Xiao has come. It's just that everyone at this time can't imagine what exaggerated pictures they will witness next. That's going to last a full 30 minutes. Across 3,000 worlds, countless dimensions. Beyond the first stage of Super Saiyan. Play the famous anime scene, start the Bullhead vs. Xiao Chapter 47. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. The entire heavens, the most shocking confrontation scene ever. 64. The Wave of Shocking Dimensions, Gohan v Xiao. Please subscribe. The power I have stored in my body can blow the entire solar system to smithereens. Under Xiao's arrogant words, the audience in countless dimensions fell into panic. Destroy the solar system with a blast of energy. This kind of thing is incomprehensible no matter how you imagine it. However, when they saw that the planet was constantly torn apart in the catastrophe of the airflow, everyone couldn't help but believe it. The level of combat power that Xiao is in is indeed beyond the cognitive population of a living body. In panic, many people also began to notice the golden light radiating from the whole body in the picture. He is the son of Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan. In Vegeta's previous memories, this boy also appeared to appear. At that time, he was obviously still a child, but he has grown so big. It seems that this time period is far from Frieza of Namek. It's been a few years since the war. How did he even become a Super Saiyan? It turned out to be that nasty kid. How could this kid become a Super Saiyan? Could it be that the legend is so cheap? See this. At the same time, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, distorted his face in disbelief. This kid, obviously he wasn't even a miscellaneous soldier when he fought against him in the last memory. Only a few years have passed. Do you have such a terrifying aura? Saiyans are indeed a hateful race that needs to be exterminated. Gohan's Kai is so strong. It seems a little different from the Super Saiyan form that got you changed into before. Dragon Ball World, Sun Wukong, Clintike and others have been completely dumbfounded. Even through the video footage, they could feel the incomparably violent anger. And the shock of thunder is obviously far beyond that of Goku at the time of Namek. Wasn't the original Super Saiyan the pinnacle of racial evolution? This is Super Saiyan. At this moment, the eyes of the heavens and the world were attracted by this young man. Sun Wufan's face was resolute and cold, and he raised his hands without any fear. Turtle 1. Group underline. He. Gong Yi. Oh. In the roar, Gohan also burst out with an incomparably astonishing Kai and an incomparably huge blue light wave, condensed in the palm of his hand. In the dazzling rays of light, the two extremely terrifying energy cannons flattened the ground like a shovel and then slammed into each other. Bang people. In the next second, the sky will collapse. Thousands of kilometers of land evaporated in an instant, and the entire Earth's sky was dyed a dazzling blue. Seeing everything around him turn to ashes. All the others present also fled the scene. Suddenly, Vegeta also saw himself in the Dragon Ball fighters and has been able to transform into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, he looks exhausted and disheartened. His whole body is injured and he has no choice but to retreat temporarily. What's the situation? I've become a Super Saiyan and I've been defeated. Also, why do you get mixed up with those nasty bastards? Facing this bizarre scene, Vegeta's brain has stopped thinking. The future self and these hateful guys will not really be fighting side by side, right? Even more unacceptable to Vegeta. Face off against a terrifying enemy capable of blowing up an entire solar system. Kakarot's son, that nasty little brat, chose to fight alone by himself. This shattered Vegeta's dignity as a Saiyan prince. In the video, the vibrating picture cannot be stopped at all. Boom. Boom boom boom. The earth-shaking blue light spheres collided together, and the catastrophe-like natural disaster caused the human beings on the entire Earth to spin. The confrontation between the fish school Kigon waves caused the planet to send out a miserable cry. At this moment, the wave of shocking the heavens has just begun. In the screen. Handsome teenager with blonde hair and blue eyes looking fierce. His feet had already sunk into the soil under the pressure, and the bones and flesh of his whole body were blown out by the powerful. How come? How can Shiru be allowed to blow up this solar system? At this moment, behind Son Gohan, the figure of Goku, who had died, seemed to appear. 64. The wave of shocking dimensions. Gohan vs Shiru. Please subscribe, too. Even if my father is dead, he's going to take on this fight too. The two blue shock waves on the screen continued to expand as if they were engulfing each other frantically, and the burst of light soon covered the entire Earth. Boom! The deafening sound that made the earthdrums tremble, the explosion instantly reached the sky alone. At this moment, the unprecedented ultimate confrontation is completely displayed in front of countless audiences in Gonju Shendyun. How is it possible? Is it possible? Is he the strongest boy in all dimensions in the entire heaven? See this scene. In countless dimensions, all the teenagers who are considered to be powerful talents are all shocked to the point of incomparable. What is the solar system? That should be the wider realm beyond the planet. At least a territory that is hundreds of trillions of times larger than the planet they are on. However, the boy in the picture is obviously just a child, but he has already been able to compete with the opponent who blew up the entire solar system. Super Saiyan, Son Gohan. At this moment, Naruto Vortex, Luffy Straw Hat, and Ichigo Kurosaki Fire Dragon Natsu Chishin Tsuneyoshi, full of cherry blossoms. In addition to the hot-blooded fighting anime, it even includes the dimensional world of love and humor. Almost all the younger anime teenagers are excited about Son Gohan's strength. Seeing this shocking scene almost underlined the hearts of all the audience will burn, but the most shocking is of course the people in the Dragon Ball world. Gohan, who was only 5 or 6 years old, stared at himself in the picture in a daze. Will your future self become so strong? Is this the Saiyan bloodline? Underline. The future Gohan said that Paidin has surpassed Goku. Go on. Krillin held his head in disbelief and looked bewildered. I recall that when I was about the same age as Wukong, I still competed in martial arts competitions. But this Gohan actually fought against this terrifying monster named Sheru at the age of 10. Sheru's anger. But he is many times stronger than Frieza. It's incredible. Bulma, Yamcha, Tien Fan, Dumplin Shank and others, all of them were frightened by the power of Gohan. Is this the strongest Super Saiyan blood in the universe? Goku's face was filled with relief. Judging from Vegeta's memories, the future Dragon Ball fighters will get stronger and stronger. Even Gohan can fight formidable enemies in his place. So, even if the future me is killed by Sheru, you should be able to protect the Earth, right? Gohan. Certainly. Play the famous anime scene, Start the Bullhead vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 48. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. At this time, Wukong obviously did not realize that the evil existence of Majin Buu will bring the bottomless despair of Dragon Ball warriors on several occasions. Video continues. Because of the collision of Xiao Kigon waves, the whole Earth began to tremble wildly. The two blue single-strike waves are engulfing each other and getting bigger and bigger. More and more terrifying. After a while, the earth-shattering atmosphere soon affected all the people present. With a bang, it blew out. Boom population. As circles of gas spread out, the shape of the Earth has begun to change. A huge rift has formed on the surface. Underline. For some reason, there seems to be a lot of Yen-related personnel and reporters broadcasting in this battle. I just heard the reporter say dully, the Earth is going to end. Underline everyone, goodbye, goodbye. This is Mr. Satan, who was hiding with reporters undercover with a tremble and stubborn mouth and dodging. He still doesn't believe that there are such monsters in the world. However, as the reporter said, it doesn't matter whether it is a blindfold or not. Because the whole Earth was shaken by the single strike of the Turtle School Kigon wave. Vehicles in the city are gradually starting to lift off. The world is coming. So, is this villain called Sheru? In the world of Yai Superman, the hungry wolf cried and shed tears, feces and urine, and bowed 3 times to the Xiao Wu in the picture. Wrong Sheru. That's it. Destroy the entire solar system. You are different from that trash Frieza. If it were you, I would definitely be able to defeat these self-righteous guys. Sun Wukong, once you are the strongest, don't lose. You are the hero who wants to save the entire solar system. In the world of Death Note, Yi Shenyu shouted and cheered with tears in her eyes while frantically smashing Deathstroke's head with the first book of death. In the video, Sheru was also surprised by Gohan's sudden burst of strength. However, the grinning expression soon returned. It's not easy to be able to survive until now with your severely injured body. But now, everything is over, and the blue airflow infused in the next moment of energy instantly expands his light several times. Boom. In the next second, Sheru's Turtle Kigon wave quickly overwhelmed Gohan's Turtle Kigon. This time, almost all the light has been swallowed up. Gohan was still struggling. The blue dick in front of him also got smaller, his breath is almost exhausted. Dad, I can't take it anymore, a huge disadvantage, Gohan's mood is sad. But nonetheless, underline. The duo's single strike wave still made many, and the powerhouse of the dimension was completely frightened. They've been fighting each other since just now, for 5 minutes, right? Underline. What a huge amount of energy is required for this. The warriors of the Holy Roots world stood up from their thrones in shock. The whole body of Boros is shaking. Compared with a Turtle Kigon wave, released by the two, his collapsing star-roaring cannon is 1/10,000th. Saitama, the protagonist of the strongest man-shocking scene, has been in a serious state for 5 minutes. It is estimated that he will have such a serious expression until the end of the confrontation. 64. The Wave of Shocking Dimensions, Gohan v. Eshiru. Please subscribe. 3. Unfortunately, underline. In the picture, the exhausted Gohan was already on one knee. He's about to run out of breath. Gohan. At this moment, Wukong's phantom, after passing the voice transmission of the King of the Northern Realm, suddenly said, Gohan, you should have more energy in your body. Dad, I've reached my limit. I'm still the coward I used to be, and what happened? Gohan is still struggling to support him. He has surpassed Goku, and was the first to break through the critical point and entered the state of Super Saiyan II. However, facing such a powerful person-alone enemy, he is powerless. Gohan has saved Dad several times since before. You know Gohan? Hear Wukong's loud encouragement. Sun Wufan also roared furiously, exerting his last strength to burst out, and with a bang, he pushed out all the Turtle School Kigon waves. Boom. The radiance of the expanded Turtle School Kigon wave was so bright that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. Again. Under the excited gaze, Gohan's unique wave energy once again opened up with Shiru. Son Gohan has become stronger in battle again. This moment. It's been 10 minutes since the two of them released their energy to bombard each other. Earth minutes. What is this concept? Do they have the energy of an entire galaxy in their bodies? At this moment, Dragon Ball World, Visaki Newt's Clan Kling, Vitamucha, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings and Goku and Vegeta and others. All the creatures in the universe were shaken by this shocking scene, and their scalps burst. What will happen to Earth in the future? Only then can the combat power be pulled to such an exaggerated level. Soon. In the picture of the video, in order to help Gohan, Colin and others even gave up their lives and went to the king to disturb Shiru. Not only that, underline. Even the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, burst into Super Saiyan form. How can that be? Will the future me actually help that kid? Underline. J underline. Impossible to see his actions in the video. Vegeta is incredible. Speaking of which, from the very beginning of this shocking famous scene, Vegeta felt vaguely that something was wrong. Why did your future self choose to stay on Earth? Didn't he go to Earth to invade Earth? What happened in this process? But before Vegeta could think about it, Gohan in the picture released the most powerful Turtle Kigon. Gohan's potential has been fully released, and his Dai Strike Wave has also slightly overwhelmed Shiru's unique Strike Wave. Under the shocking gaze of all the dimensional powerhouses, this blonde and blue-eyed Dusty Year One, there are always geniuses in the world. But at a young age, he has already reached the combat effectiveness of destroying the clothing resistance system, and that is still human. At this moment, I don't know how many anime girls have become fans of Son Gohan, dreaming of being able to marry this boy when they grow up. Face off against enemies that can destroy the entire solar system. Facing desperation, Gohan roared furiously, and he burst out with all his energy from the beginning of being a child to where he is today. The scene following Uncle Piccolo's spiritual practice after Dad's death. Vegeta's fear of despair when he invaded the Earth, and on Namek, the impossible enemy, Frieza. He, who used to dare not even hit people, has tempered his mind and body to the point where he is now. The current Son Gohan finally took up the task of protecting the Earth with only one person. Shiru. Son Gohan roared and took 2 steps again, and the energy of Dai Strike suddenly exploded. Play the famous anime scene. Start with Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu Chapter 49. Author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Him at this moment. Bright and dazzling. All the heavens tremble. How is that possible? Seeing that his turbidity is gradually covered, Shiru in the video shows an unbelievable face. Sun Wukong has been seriously injured. How can he be better than himself with a broken arm? Impossible. This is fake. Boom. Finally. Just under the 30-minute confrontation, under the oil attack of the sky blue turtle Digimon wave, the cells of Xiao Wu's whole body were fragmented little by little, and the burst of light completely disintegrated it. He struggled extremely unwillingly, but it was of no use at all. Son Gohan, whose potential is fully activated, has surpassed the dimension he is in. Gohan-san. The next second, Xiao's consciousness was completely wiped out in the hysterical roar, and the breath of life disappeared. This scene made the Red Silk Legion's humanoid number torn apart, thinking that not only the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, but also the Ultimate Cyborg was defeated by the Super Saiyan. At last. Frieza, Vegeta, Tien Finincha, and Kellen are all watching these two scenes, and they are watching Gohan push the turtle Digimon, which is enough to blow up the entire solar system, into the atmosphere. This is a long sigh of relief. When Frieza found out that he was subconsciously relieved, he couldn't help but slap his head hard, but in a word, the Earth. At the same time, audiences from other dimensions also witnessed the wave of waves that shook the whole heaven. 30 minutes of energy release was enjoyable. In the world of Saint Seiya, Shaka, who was on your throne, slowly closed his eyes, but he still couldn't calm down the shock. I am far inferior to me now. It is unimaginable that just a 10-year-old child, his power far surpasses himself. Beyond himself, the Golden Saint closest to the gods, also the guardian of the Zodiac, Mulveries, breathed a sigh of relief. Aldigo Jincheng clenched his fist fiercely, and he deeply felt his own powerlessness in the face of the terrifying blow that could destroy the entire solar system. At the same time, Libra Tongyu, Aquarius Camus, Leo Aeolia, Leo Inu Golden Saint almost all have the same complex mood. When the Super Saiyan's popularity broke out, the image was very similar to the Golden Saint, but it was far superior to them. At the same time, countless villains and strong men lowered their noble heads. In front of this young man, they couldn't even raise their minds. After a few seconds, the screen went black, and the short-lived memory was over. At this moment, the entire audience of all Heaven's dimension was shocked to the point of being speechless. Son Gohan, the minute-long burst of energy, made countless viewers in the world remember his name. Only 10 years old, the strongest boy in the heavens who saved the entire solar system. Everyone in the Dragon Ball world was shocked by the power of Gohan. After all, no one could have predicted that this naive child who would only hide in his father's arms and act cockroachly defeated that Sheru by himself. However, no one stopped shaking when he regained his senses. Thinking about such a desperate power. The opening of the shocking famous scene is only a picture that exists in Vegeta's memory. After this, the real horror that will make the whole universe tremble is about to unfold. Majin Buu. 65, who is the mother of Vegeta's child. The terrifying power of Majin Buu. As Vegeta's memories flashed by, everyone finally understood the ins and outs of the Dragon Ball world. It turned out that the protagonist of the shocking famous scene saw that Vegeta was actually a lil from the villain. Before this, the Emperor Frieza of the Treasure Universe who can explode stars with one finger. Sheru, who plans to blow up the entire solar system with a single strike wave. Their expressiveness is scary enough. Has been exaggerated to a boundless extent. It's a pity that Frieza was crushed by Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Sheru was wiped out under the counterattack of the Turtle School Digimon. No matter how desperate their strength at the beginning was, they still lost to the Super Saiyan family in the end. However, things are impermanent. That original Super Saiyan Goku seems to have died in Sheru WW2. And everyone also learned from Vegeta that Gohan had also been killed by Majin Buu. So, this time, it's Vegeta to save the planet. Underline. Vegeta really changed her mind. Lying on the hospital bed, Klein muttered with a dumbfounded expression. It seems that Zuo said not long ago that it is impossible for evil Saiyans to wash their hearts and faces. Unexpectedly, the picture of the future will soon be slapped in the face. Senpai said, why Vegeta faced Majin Buu I alone, when Gohan fought Sheru before Vegeta came forward to help. What exactly happened over the years to make Vegeta a good guy? Vegeta. Looking at the figure in the picture with bated breath, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a little relieved. As expected, his decision to let Vegeta go away was the right one. By this time, Alma was no longer angry. Although she still had anger in her heart, she barely forgave the guy who was fighting for the Earth. At least for the moment. Can cheer him on. This fellow Vegeta, the damned will forgive him. Underline. At this moment, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha, who are in the prefecture, showed some angry expressions. They had just been killed by Vegeta, and they knew that Vegeta would choose Z in the future. Does this whole situation make it difficult to accept? In the video, the picture gradually ends with a memory. After the black screen flashed, I saw Vegeta's slightly sad voice. It also sounded completely accurate. You are annoying every time you look at this guy. You always walk in front of me 2 steps first, saving my life 2 times every time, and finally you choose to die like a worker superior. However, this time it's me. You just have a good night's sleep. When you wake up, maybe it's over. It's just, maybe, I may not be in this world at that time. Speaking of which, Vegeta, who was in a very complicated mood, clenched his fists. He looked at the careless Majin Buu in front of him, and a wide smile slowly emerged from the corner of his mouth. Hang on. In an instant, the golden arrogance that was as bright as the sun rushed to the sky, and the earth fell into the light. With Vegeta himself as the center, the electric current swept his face violently, and the shocks started to fall in a radius of tens of millions of miles. Snap. Crackling, the sound of the Arc Symphony gradually covered Vegeta's body with 3 layers of blue lightning. Thunder and lightning are the characteristics of Super Saiyan. I'm going to hell and I won't go to hell alone. I'm going to go to hell with you. It's not good. Vegeta is going to die with him. Go on. The screen turned to see King Vegeta, who burst out with all the energy, lay dying on the ground, and said in an incredible trembling voice. His purple skin looks a bit like a genital species but exudes an inexplicable sense of sacred nobility. The wind as the king of the east is the master of the universe as the king of the east. However, in the face of Majin Buu, who has surpassed the gods, even the Take King can do nothing. There is actually me in the vision of the future. Have I teamed up with those Saiyans? The K1 god, who had been frightened before, suddenly stopped shaking his forehead. Then he frowned in confusion. It seems that although the future self failed to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu, but unexpectedly met a group of powerful warriors. Feeling the powerful aura of Vegeta, Zin couldn't help but start to fantasize. If it were him. It is said that I will be able to defeat Majin Buu. No matter what, you can only rely on them. 65, who is the mother of Vegeta's child. The terrifying power of Majin Buu. 2. In the picture, the bursting smoke exploded wildly. After a while, even Majin Buu's body was mad, and ripples were blown in the wind. Underline. Play the famous anime scene. Start the 50th chapter of Niu Tau vs. Xiao Wu author, Superman Eater Rabbit. Step by step, he stepped back, with surprise on his face. This kind of breath is really too strong. This Super Saiyan, named Vegeta, seems to be a little stronger than expected. Kakarot, I finally surpassed you. Underline. In the future, I will be the strongest Super Saiyan. In Dragon Ball World, Vegeta's face was flushed with excitement when he saw Vegeta in a spaceship of a company in the universe. Seeing the weirdness of his future strength to protect the Earth, things don't matter for the time being. He only cares about whether he can become the strongest. As the proud prince of Saiyans, he will never allow himself to fall behind to be a lower-level warrior. However, this moment includes the ecstatic Vegeta herself. Just when all the audience were shocked by Vegeta's strength, a strange scene appeared on the 4 figures in the flickering battle. They hid behind a certain hillside in the distance, carefully looking at the scene in the center of the battlefield. At this moment, watching Vegeta's explosive momentum from a distance, a white-haired boy in a green battlesuit suddenly said with joy, "Dad, that's amazing!" "What, Dad? Is this calling me?" Vegeta, who was sitting in the spaceship with a smug face, suddenly widened her eyes and her chin was about to fall to the ground when she heard the name. His expression was extremely dull and he looked at the white kid in the picture in disbelief. This white-haired kid loves to be his future child. See that guy Vegeta, does he actually have a child? Underline. At the same time, Sun Wukong, Colin and others of the Earth also testified. Wait, what happened to that kid? Soon, Goku was drawn to something even more surprising. Except for the white-haired kid named Vegeta, that in the video. How can there be a child who looks exactly like him when he was a child? When he saw Sun Wukong was completely dumbfounded. Is this Gohan's child? And not only that, Krillin and Beak seem to be there too. Underline. Krillin, you actually have hair. Bulma snorted in surprise. She didn't care that Vegeta had children. After all, if seeing Vegeta really changed her mind, it seems that it is normal to find a woman on Earth. Why do I feel so handsome with my hair? I don't know if I will get married successfully in the future. Seeing himself in the video, Klin was a little complacent. For so many years, he has been hoping to grow his hair. Underline J, unexpectedly, the long-awaited original hope when I was a child was suddenly fulfilled in middle age. At this moment, Krillin in the picture is pale. Vegeta, this guy actually burst out with such a strong anger. Maybe he wants to die with the other party. However, if even seeing Vegeta can't defeat Demon Yu, then there is no hope for this Earth. At this moment, almost the entire world dimension is shocked by the arrogance that sees Vegeta. Even if the battle between the two has not officially begun. But just based on Vegeta's burst of breath, it can be concluded the battle between them will definitely surpass all the shocking scenes that have appeared before. Soon, under the astonishing gazes of many strong men, the suffocating battle finally begins. Swish! The terrifying golden aura exploded to the limit, and Vegeta's body flashed in front of Majin Buu as if teleporting. The aftermath passed by, and he kicked Majin Buu in the head. Immediately after that, there was a violent bombardment of fists and shadows. Boom. Booming. The shadow of the fist flickered, the surrounding cliffs and the earth shattered crazily, and the entire sky was shaking. As the prince of the Saiyan nation, Vegeta has been carrying a lot of madness. On Majin Buu 65, who is the mother of Vegeta's child. The terrifying power of Majin Buu. 3. In just a short while, he actually suppressed this devil. Meet Vegeta. Enter the awesome guy. This moment seems to see the hope of victory. The powerhouses of other dimensions also held their breaths. Underline unconsciously. Wang Liuji's pale face seemed to simulate the response scene when he faced Vegeta. In the Zodiac, all the Golden Saints showed heart palpitations and their bodies trembled slightly. Reaper's world friend, Havok, stubbornly pinched his left arm to stop the fear. He, who is omniscient and almighty, on par with the gods, felt the extreme shock in this scene. What about omniscience and omnipotence? The dimension of power, completely different. How is it possible to be suppressed by a mere Super Saiyan? It's impossible. My Majin Buu, the evil magician who beat his clothes fiercely, showing an extremely ferocious expression. If Majin Buu can't be invincible, what's the point of lifting the seal by himself? Violent beating. In the picture, Vegeta seems to be desperate, exerting the greatest strength against the Demon Buu. He was beating with all his might, causing the originally arrogant Demon Buu to show an ugly and embarrassing posture. This karmic situation also made Vegeta, who was watching the future picture, feel a strong underline burst of joy. The future me is really the strongest. Whether there is a wife or not, whether there are children, I don't care about seeing Vegeta now. Although I don't know what changes will happen to my future self, but now he is only concerned about whether he can become the strongest warrior in the temple. That's right. I just defeated this Majin Buu. In this way, compared to Kakarot who defeated Frieza and Gohan who defeated Sheru, I am the strongest Super Saiyan. People bang, boom. Vegeta punched Majin Buu with punch after punch, which also made the spectating force feel a sense of security. Come on. Defeat Majin Buu. With a very excited expression. Dad, try your best to raise your strength and take down Majin Buu. Underline, underline. Underline, underline, why is this kid again? Vegeta, who had been immersed in her own battle, was suddenly confused. Even if you call it twice, how can you be so squeamish? Are you acting like a spoiled child to yourself? He looks so presumptuous. Do you like him very much? Otherwise, a mere human woman can give birth to a superior Saiyan warrior with her. Even if it is a biological one, there is no meaning to pamper it. This is the cruel rule of the Saiyan planet. Therefore, Vegeta directly ignored Trunks, who was so noisy in the video. Only Piccolo's next words made Vegeta feel stunned again. Boundaries of good guys, reaching the second stage of Super Saiyan. What a powerful man! It seems that Vegeta has become much stronger than when Gohan and Xiao Wu fought. However, even someone as strong as Gohan was taken down by Majin Buu. If Vegeta can't win, no one can really defeat Majin Buu. The whole world, the fate of the entire world rests on you, Vegeta. Underline. The fate of the whole Earth rests on me alone. Who cares about the Earth? Vegeta was so angry that he was named inexplicably over and over again. Of course, it is somewhat different from Vegeta's focus. The powerhouses of many dimensions are analyzing Piccolo's words. Above Super Saiyan. No wonder the posture of Gohan and Vegeta is slightly different than when Sun Wukong and the Emperor Frieza of the universe fought. Whether it's the magnitude of Kaio or the thunder and lightning entwined with golden light, it's not a lie that God you can compare to when he first became a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan is strong enough. Is there a second stage above? How terrifying is this race? Super Saiyan. And Super Saiyan I. The form of Son Gohan when he fought Sheru really surpassed his father Son Goku. In the picture, the battle has gradually entered the white hot. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.